Morning, everybody. Jane says, how many days to Christmas? 221, dear. 221 days to Christmas. What do you mean, you haven't got the tree out already and dusted off the decorations? Good Lord above, honestly, you're way behind the times. I've started planning Christmas lunch. How many I'm going to be getting in this year? With a bit of luck, I might get 3 or even 4. 221 days to go. Count them now. Now the old man on the reindeer will be popping down your chimney, which is lovely. There's a world shortage of Cadbury's Flakes. I mean, I'm never sure whether they put these stories out there hoping to boost the sale of Cadbury's Flakes, because for the 99s, you only use half a flake, and you can buy a box in Iceland of little half flakes. So you can put them in, you can do your own 99 flake things, which is very exciting. Harry attacks the family yet again. He's not learning, is he? I wonder where he's getting all the information from. Crooks steal a statue of Jesus on the cross. Why? It's worth 20 grand. And how much are those filters worth under your car? Those catalytic converters. You wonder why people keep pinching them. Can't pinch them on my car. They can't get at it. It's well sealed. But on a lot of the hybrid cars, they're easy to get. How much are they worth? I found out yesterday. About 400 quid a time. You've only got to steal 3 in a day, and you've made £1,200. It's not bad money, is it? Boxer Hamid Siddiqui flaunts money for crash for cash insurance scam. This is where a lot of people. He is a crim, and for the second time we've sent him back to prison. He's obviously as thick as a brick because he didn't learn, did he? Hitler's personal toilet door key is for sale. Toilet door key. Oh, can you imagine? Only he could use it. Only he could use the toilet. So it had its own key. It's got the Third Reich on it and all the rest of it. Nick Knowles facing the action of DIY SOS. Why? Because he's really upset them at the BBC. You know what they're like? Oh, bunch of mamby-pambies. Oh, I can't believe it. What's he doing? He's doing an advert for what? Shreddies? I can't believe it. Is he allowed to do that? Well, there's loads of other people working for the organisation who do it. So you better make your minds up. They really are a bunch of nincompoops, aren't they, down there? They really are. When will you be showing the Panorama programme, BBC? Of course, if I worked with the BBC, I couldn't say that. I'd have my wrist slapped because you're not allowed to have an opinion. You'll never hear anybody having an opinion on the BBC. Listen to any phone-in, local BBC radio, national, whatever it is, and they'll go, next it's Bruce. Bruce will have his say, and they go, thank you, Bruce. Next on to Mary, and that's it. They don't have a say. BBC don't like people having an opinion, which is a bit pathetic, isn't it? Because Martin Bashir obviously had quite a few opinions, and now he's got an opinion that he's not very well. So for some reason, they've sort of shelved the programme. You won't see that again. You'll not see that. Oh, there's all sorts of stories that have popped up. People went mad for booking holidays the other day, but just remember, you've got to have the vaccination thing. It's going to cost you an extra 200 quid. Vaccination thing to check you're going out, and then when you get out there, you've got to have another one to get back in again. So another £200. But most of these sort of people seem to like going on holidays. And believe it or not, the hardest working person in showbiz, Jordan, real name Katie Price, but shortly to be Katie Wood, I believe. She's jetted off on one of those we're going to try for a child holiday. They're not married, you know. Best obviously get yourself up the duff before you actually get married. And she's saying, oh yeah, so we're going to Portugal. Perhaps she'll stay there. So travellers returning from a country on the list will not need to quarantine, will only be required to take one post-arrival test. But you have to pay for it, don't you? Without a by your leave, knock on the door or anything. I've never anything like it. Normally you get... And I then go, hello, come in. Didn't even get that this time round. Not even a excuse me, how are you kind of a thing. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Oh, whatever. Guess what I've got with me today? I've only just realised what I've got today in the magic bag. Wait a minute. Yeah, I know, but the Steve Allen magic bags are always worrying. Firstly, we've got mini cheddars. We've also got nuts. These are delicious. These are really nice. It's a nut medley. It's like a symphony. But you know, the pièce de résistance, I found a box of them in my locker. Well, you can buy them all year round. Cream eggs, yeah. Do you like cream eggs? Yeah. Well, luckily I brought 6 in with me. And I'm now lost this other. What the dickens has that gone to? So I've got mini cheddars. Oh, and just because we're healthy, peaches. It's like a picnic in the studio. Really, that'll balance it out. I've lost my other bits, and it doesn't matter. I shall find them eventually, I suppose. So we'll sort those out in a minute, which is very nice. So the world shortage of Cadbury flakes. Jordan jetting off, saying on holiday. She doesn't exactly. I don't think she's ever done a day's work in her entire life, has she? She's a bone idle ex-page sort of three. Nobody. They say ex-glamour model. God, that was years ago. Have you seen what she looks like now? Terrible, absolutely awful. But her doctor in this country wouldn't do any more cosmetic surgery because it's too dangerous if you have cosmetic surgery done. You know, and when you have too much, you then can't go back and you end up looking like the Bride of Wildenstein. And that's what she looks like. Steve, if it's 221 days until Christmas, then you know what 221 days means. It'll be all over again, thank God. Yes, I'm bar humbug, never been a fan of it. Well, it's not for you. It's not for you, it's for people who want to enjoy life. Not miserable so-and-sos who sit there going, ooh, Christmas bar humbug. Don't like anything like that. Well, don't have that. You sit there with your head buried in the sand and the rest of us will have a brilliant time. That's the way it goes nowadays, isn't it? You know, the miserable, oh, I don't like that. Or I don't like it when it rains. Or I don't like it when it's too sunny. Or I don't like it when it's this. I don't like it. Life must be hell for you. Absolute hell. It's not good. Whereas everything that I do, I enjoy. Every single thing. Always positive. Never negative. People say, oh, you don't like Meghan. No, I love Meghan. I just don't want to hear from her. I don't want to hear from him either. It's as simple as that. Tony says, do you know why those converters are worth so much? I'm sorry, I'm an educated adult. Because they've got precious metal in them. Hello? Did I have to explain that to you? Suda says, did you see the new Titanic documentary on Channel 4 on Sunday night? I didn't, but I did see another one, which was a ship that they found. It's a wooden boat in perfect condition, and they reckon it's more than 2,000 years old. It's sunk, and I can't remember where it is, but they went above it, and they took the cameras down, and it's perfect. It's got the mast, everything. They reckon they've never seen anything like it. Whether they can bring it up, I've got no idea. Because we brought up the Mary Rose, and I keep saying to you, if you're looking for a day out, go down, see the Mary Rose, once they open it all up, because it's worth every penny that you pay to go and see it. Henry VIII's flagship, and the stuff that I'm not surprised it bloody well sank. Have you seen the size of the cannons? They weigh God knows how many tons, each cannon. And this little flimsy ship, and they've also found the skeleton of the ship's dog. Bowls, yeah, they found everything, because it was all embedded in the mud. When it went down, everything went down with it and got sucked in. I think that's what they said. Yeah, and it was all sort of down there. And so all the stuff that was in the mud was preserved. The stuff outside of the mud got blown away. So that's why they've only got half the ship. And the moment they brought it up, it started drying out and they had to keep it moist. So they sprayed it. They put all this sort of stuff into all of it to keep it. It's fantastic. It's got everything. They've got their bows and arrows. Fat lot of use that would have been on the high seas. Oh, look, I'll get my bow and arrow out. They'd be good at this one in The Only Way is Essex. Oh, bow and arrow, and then whoosh, and like that. They've got all of that sort of stuff. Clothing. Seriously, everything. I love things like that. It's like working here. Seriously, it's like a trip into the past working on this programme. You want to see what I have to work with. It's people who look like they've either wandered out of Sherwood Forest or they went down with the Mary Rose, as indeed did so many people. Shane in Sydney says, could I have a cream egg? No, of course you can't. You're in Sydney. That's so ridiculous. What do you think I'm going to do? Pop it in a jiffy bag? Actually, we could pop it in a jiffy. I'd be interested to see what shape it arrived in if you sent it to Sydney. That would be good, wouldn't it? Steve, you sound fabulous this morning. Thank you. I think I sound fabulous most mornings, actually. But it says here, I tell you what I had yesterday. I was really bad. Because I went to get the car done yesterday because I had no air cooling. I've got heat, but it didn't work for the cooling, the comfort cooling. And so I took it into the garage. And Nigel and Steve looked it over. And apparently they have to redo the bottle, which has got the... whatever it is it's in it, it goes all the way... there's quite a lot of it. It goes all the way around the engine. But he's then got another thing, which is really... I've never seen half of this equipment. I was stood there watching because I'm fascinated by it. And so it took them half an hour to sort of fill it. And then they've got like a a little handheld machine with a long thing on it with a light at the end, and you hold it into various parts of the engine. It goes beep, beep. If there's a leak, beep, 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 beep. And it did that, beep, beep, beep. I thought, oh no, because if it had a leak, that meant I would have had to put the new system in, which I didn't have to. It was perfect. It's only because there was a little bit left on the top, and it picked up the really brilliant. And then I said to them, I've got a slow puncture on the car, on one of the tyres. And I said, it's all right because it lasts about a week. And then I've got a thing that blows your tyres up, called a balloon. And this is like party time. And I sort of, I put that on there, and I just sort of flick it on, which is fine, and it just sort of blows it up. It's quite nice. Looks very technical. And so they took it up. We said, oh, look, got a screw in. And because builders all over the place at the moment, so you get screws. And because my tyres are so wide, you can pick them up really simply. And once they go into the tyre, it stays there, so it leaks a little bit. So I thought, oh, that's a quick 250 quid, which I didn't really fancy. Do you know what they've done? They've plugged it. They plugged the tyre. I've never heard of plugging the tyre, but I didn't think you could. And what it involves doing, and one of the boys, well, apparently so, the plug lasts for ages. So it's rubber. It's made of the same stuff as a rubber. Little tiny hole. They then feed it through and then cut the top of it off, and it stays there. How much do you, as opposed to 250 quid on the tyre, how much? 15 quid. 15 quid. I tell you, I want those all the time. What an absolute bargain. And so I drove back, freezing cold air. And Tony said, you know what metal? Of course I know what metal. Don't keep asking stupid questions, otherwise I'm going to bar you, okay? Sick to death of it, honestly. Where do these people come from? I was in such a good mood when I started the programme. I was watching Andre Rieu and his orchestra doing Waltzing Matilda and Boney M, and I watched the Goombay Dance Band. I love all of that kind of thing. And then I watched some other things which made me cry. What was that? Oh, that was the tax thing. And I was sort of watching all this sort of stuff, and I was singing along and enjoying myself. Because yesterday, I got blanked by the producer. I left the studio yesterday, and I mean, I thought we were friends. Obviously not. And so I leave the studio. I go out of here. I go down the road. I turn left as if I'm going to Charing Cross Station, and I wait at the bus stop. Sometimes there, or sometimes at the Garrick. And I sort of stand there, and it was a bit nippy. And I've just got my glasses, normal glasses and my baseball hat, but he's seen me. And there he was. He walked round the corner, skipping, and he came round the corner, and I thought, he's going to see me in a minute. So I was sort of half smiling. I was looking at him, half smiling. Well, he's obviously blind, because he walked straight past me. Literally within 2 feet. Within 2 feet. And blanked me, but apparently we're only friends between 4 and 7. So there you go. So that's showbiz, ladies and gentlemen. That's showbiz. But he was so close to me, and I remember thinking, I must pick him up on that tomorrow. It's rude, isn't it? Unbelievably rude. I've never, even my last producer never did that to me. In fact, him you couldn't shake off. He was like one of those terriers who got hold of your coattails. He wasn't going to let go. I'll walk with you down to here. No, I'm fine. I can do it by myself. Thank you very much indeed. Steve. Somebody else asking for a cream egg? No, absolutely not.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Hello, Mark in Romford says, I've got my second jab and a new tattoo today. I don't know which will hurt the most. I'll tell you, the tattoo. You won't feel anything from the injection. Have you tried cream egg lollies at Iceland, says Mary? No. I try not to actually do too many ice lollies. I do like, I do like an ice lolly, but just a plain ice lolly. I don't want anything too fancy. Because it is something, to sit in front of the television. If I had in the freezer a load of ice lollies, I would eat all the ice lollies in the freezer. I had them when I was in hospital, and they looked like sort of children's lollies, like a mini Calippo. They looked a bit like that. And one was passion fruit flavoured, but very mild, and the other one was something else. I remember thinking, and I used to have 2 after my lunch. It was absolutely delicious. And it was also a thirst quencher, because if you're lying on your back, it's so boring. I don't know how people cope, seriously. I mean, I know, Derek Draper, of course, was in hospital for the best part of a year. I mean, obviously he was asleep for a lot of it, but God, it's boring. It is so dull, so dull. But all's well that ends well. Somebody said you should have gone to Zippy's Tyres in Yardley Wood in Birmingham. It's only 10 quid. Yeah, but it would have cost me about 60 quid in petrol to get up there, so hardly a bargain. Hardly a bargain at all. Richard Madeley says he's waiting for the call from GMB to take over from Piers Morgan, who's been very rude about Prince Harry. In fact, everybody's been rude about Prince Harry. Seriously, I mean, you read the papers. One here from Celia Walden, who says, Harry, stop talking. Pipe down, quit chattering, put a sock in it. Shush. Because I don't know where he's getting this from. I don't think he's getting this from himself. I think she said to him, listen, maybe it's probably what your father was like. I've never heard of anybody. If I lived to be, 97, I would never, ever diss my parents. Not in a million years. We were saying earlier on about swearing. I said I never swore in front of my parents, and my parents didn't swear at all. And yet here's Harry, a talentless nobody, who disses his family. Not just the family, but his grandmother, who's just lost her husband. Deeply unpleasant, but it doesn't seem to bother them. They couldn't care less. They could not care less. Also, there's lots of people, holidays in Europe with a vaccine passport. Imagine getting on a plane, you're stuck with all these people who've been waiting for such a long time for their holidays. What is so important about holiday? Have these people never seen the lush landscape that we've got in this country? Have you been to Ponder's End? I mean, these places are stunning. Stunning. Brighton, Twickenham by sea. En sea, sur la mer. They're all lovely. You can go to Southend if you must. You could go to Brighton if you really must, but it's got a nude beach, which is something that Southend doesn't have. I mean, to be honest with you, you're sitting on stones, so you end up and you've got marks on your bottom of stones, which isn't the most exciting thing. Apparently, I mean, I wouldn't know. I could just tell you that the Volks railway that runs along the back slows right down at the nude beach. I used to stand up and wave with my hands behind my back. And I remember sort of thinking to myself, I did sit on the nude beach once with a friend of mine, just to see whether it was as liberating as people said. It wasn't. It absolutely wasn't. And it's always, I don't want to be rude, because there might be people who are naturists listening. It's always the unattractive ones who want to take it all off. They are the people who go to Eureka, apparently, one of those clubs, and you can go there and you can swim naked and play tennis and table tennis and all the rest of it. I don't know why. And there's a place, isn't there, in France called Cap d'Arge, which is an entire town which is nude, except the people who work in the shops. They've all got clothes. I mean, you couldn't push a trolley around. That could be very dangerous. But, Cap d'Arge is, it's families. Everybody goes there. The French are obsessed with taking their clothes off and ramming our fishing boats. Not necessarily at the same time. But it's awful. Yeah, here we go. Cap d'Arge, a seaside resort located, blah, 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 blah. And it's naked. It's known as sometimes referred to as the Naked City. Which is lovely, isn't it? If you really have an urge to take all your... I mean, I tend to find standing in the shower kind of does it for me. I don't think you need to actually go to a place and sort of start... Yeah, good Lord. Naked man. There's a naked man on the phone here, which is lovely, isn't it, really? I think he's on the phone. It's a bit difficult to tell. But people love it. But you get whole families who go there. Literally whole family. And you think to yourself, it must be really strange if you're in a place like that and your parents take all their clothes off. I mean, I don't think I ever saw my parents naked. Or ever wanted to be honest with you. But if you go to a nudist beach, you're going to see lots and lots of naked people. There you go. Happy birthday to Miriam Margolyes today. She's 80. 80. And Emmerdale's Danny Miller expecting the first baby with his girlfriend. They're not married. OK, I'm just telling you that now. Because people just don't bother nowadays. They just sort of get somebody up, pregnant. And that's it. I mean, marriage doesn't come into it at all. They go, we're expecting a baby. You go, should you not be married? Would that not be a little bit better? I only mention it because I just thought that was the way forward. Nobody seems to get married nowadays, do they? Also, e-scooters. I'll tell you about this one a little bit later on. We've got a poem for you this morning. We got a poem? Jake, we got a poem for this morning? We will have one. Long or short, as I say? Well, I don't know. What was the one we had yesterday? How many verses was that? I can't remember how many verses. No, a bit more than 4. It could have been about 6, actually. David Beckham set up a new training academy for gamers. Be better off starting a clothes shop for women, dear, because your wife can't sell them. What was the other one? Nick Knowles, we did. We'll come around to them later. And Repair Shops Jay wants to host a primetime game show. I don't know what for. He's only just started appearing on the television already. He wants to be the first black man to host a primetime game show. Whereas, in fact, Charlie Williams did it donkeys years ago. But I don't think it really matters, because you're doing it for the wrong reason. You're doing a game show is to be entertained, not for your benefit. It's for the audience. The audience's benefit. Some crooks have stolen a statue of Jesus from a church on the cross. I mean, you know why? It's worth £20,000. So what they'll do is they'll flog it to one of those disreputable dealers who buy that kind of stuff. And Michael Caine has given up drinking for the sake of his grandchildren. He wants to live a bit longer. I don't know, I think actually drinking's okay. I mean, I'm still not drinking. I discovered another litre and a half of Prosecco in the fridge the other day. Not that my fridge is that big that you climb into it. It's not like one of those things you find in the butcher's shop. But it's, I mean, and I looked at it and I thought, perhaps I could have sort of just a quick swig of Prosecco. And then I thought, what for? I wouldn't enjoy it. I haven't taken up smoking again. I've given up loads of bits and pieces. And then I thought to myself, then I had a craving. I wanted spaghetti bolognese. And I didn't get round to it. I didn't get round to having it. So in the end, all I had in the frying pan with water, I didn't do it in oil, was Brussels sprouts and mushrooms. I tell you, I'm living the dream. I was very healthy, and I had it about 4 o'clock yesterday. Then I climbed into bed, slept the sleep of 1,000 sleeps. Sidcup Julie says I had 5 fab lollies last night. Yeah, they're not. I mean, the trouble is, the worst thing is, if you go to Iceland, they sell all of these things. You can buy 10 lollies, ice lollies, just fruit-flavoured lollies, for £1. 10 lollies. I mean, it's worth buying the packet, eating 2 and throwing them away. They were really, really nice. Really nice. Steve, do you think if I go to Southend, I'll bump into Gemma Collins naked, says Mo. I don't think anybody's ever bumped into Gemma Collins naked. Apparently she's, people have been saying, oh, she's with her ex-boyfriend at the moment. She said, no, we're just friends. We're just enjoying ourselves. I thought, oh, good. So you're having rumpy-pumpy. I mean, I say rumpy-pumpy in her case. She's still droning on about, I've lost 3 stone. So obviously she hasn't lost any more in the last 4 months, because she was doing it for 4 months, that story. ABBA superfan James Newman's singing for Britain for Eurovision. It's got the word nil point written all over it, hasn't it? I haven't even heard the song. I can't really comment, but we haven't won Eurovision for ages. There's not really a lot going on there. And what was the other one, which I quite like? Oh, apparently, I'm going to speak now. Thousands of missing people have been sucked into time warps, says a paranormal researcher. They are mad as meatballs, aren't they? They really are. We've been sucked into a time warp. I mean, grow up and get over yourselves. These people must live in some doolally land, mustn't they? What else did we have? Oh, the jabs. You're still having the jabs? Now over 38 you can have the jab. I tell you, go for it. If you don't want it, well then that's fine. But don't complain if you pick up COVID. There is an opportunity to pick up COVID. I was on the bus yesterday, and there were a few school children got on. They annoy me. School children. Not because they're school children, but because they sit in the seats which are reserved for elderly, disabled people. And they sit there chatting away, and you feel like saying, oi, can you read? There's a picture there for thickos like you. Anyway, there's this girl sitting all by herself opposite me. I was sitting on the seat. And she's sitting there by herself, and a bloke gets on. And then he asks her to move up, and he goes and sits next to her. If she'd had the courage of her conviction, she'd have said, oi, pal, off. You're not in my family, are you? Why are you sitting next to me on the bus? He was one of those right sort of people. He had his mask on, but he was sitting next to this child on the bus. I don't think so, matey. I don't think so. And somebody said, Steve, even the Mr. Men television documentary couldn't help but talk about identity politics. I don't even know what that is. I've got so confused about what you can say, what you can't say, and now it's just, you just feel like going, la, 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 la. I'm not bothered. If somebody says, Steve, you're fat, I go, yeah, and you're ugly, but I can lose weight. And that's the way it works. You don't have to worry about all these things. But people now, oh, you've upset me by saying this. There was somebody the other day, I can't go into it because it's one of those sort of cases, but it's somebody who was apparently flashed by somebody that they worked with. So it was, now, I can understand, how bad it could be, but apparently lots of people did it, and she said, I nearly had a breakdown. And I thought, I've always said to people, if ever you get flashed at by somebody, laugh. Laugh at them. That's the one thing. They're working on the shock value. If you laugh at them, That ruins it completely. But you go, any bigger, it'd be a penis. You know, you have to say things like that to people. The Mr. Men character, Mr. Clever, has been accused of mansplaining. What's that? Mansplaining. What is that? I don't know what that is. Man explained, oh, right, to Little Miss Curious in the latest sexism row. Oh, honestly, for God. Do you think the children who read these books are remotely bothered? Or do you think it's interfering busybody adults? Oh, I don't think you can have that. Do you remember we had the woman yesterday and the RSPB and the birds thing, and they were showing far too many male birds, you know, and you think, oh, for God's sake, honestly. You know, it's like walking in, you know, to the studio and somebody's saying something about, oh, you know, you're too tall, you're too short, you're losing your hair, or, you know, and you think, so? Get over it. If that's what bothers you, well, then worry about it. If I can guarantee every time I mention Meghan Markle, somebody will write in, some thicko, you know, and they keep writing in. You keep saying, yeah, we heard you the first time, dear. Heard you the first time. So, you know, why bother? Go and talk to somebody who cares. Not me.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science to name a few, search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Roger says, Steve, we could have the best song in Eurovision and we'd still not win because they don't like us. No, they don't. And also because now it's so biased because it's become political. Years ago it wasn't. It came down to the song and how much fun you could have with it, and that's how it worked. And I thought it was great. Then, didn't Russia join or something? I mean, when did we last win? That might have been Katrina and the Waves. Love, Shine a Light. Oh no, actually there might have been... Was the one after that? I can't remember. But I used to like it. I used to buy the albums. I used to buy the albums of Eurovision. When did we last... Oh, it was Love, Shine a Light. Got 220... right again. It's amazing, isn't it? Katrina was there. Kimberly, Vince and Alex. Love, Shine a Light. And we liked Making Your Mind Up. That was all very good. Then they ripped the skirt off. It was all very exciting. I like that. I think it was good. But as I say, I couldn't even tell you how R1 goes this year, but they just don't like us. Germany used to give us nil points, so we gave them nil points. I mean, it was just full of bitterness. I mean, since 2003, we finished outside the top 20 on 10 occasions, including Gemini's infamous 2003 null point. First time the country had come last. They were awful. Do you remember that? Was that We're Flying the Flag? One of them used to appear on television on one of those betting programmes on the telly. I'm pretty certain. Andy Abraham got 14 points. And then Michael Rice 11 in 2019. Who? I've never heard of these people. Well, I've heard of Andy Abraham because he was the bin man. I seem to remember. Josh Dubovi makes him sound almost like Tony Beak. I tell you, he's even more irritating on that lunchtime programme with the girl who used to be on the BBC, and then they think she's a presenter. But Steph McGovern, and she uses Tony Beak. What an irritating little drip he turned out to be. God, truth, honestly. You've only got to see him to reach for the off switch. Gone. Honestly. Yeah, Tony Beak. There he is. A man and his personality. Stephen, I've been listening to the story of Billie Holiday and Frank Sinatra. They had an affair in their younger day, did they? Well, she was off her face most of the time. Billie Holiday, I think she did more drugs than you could shake a stick at. I thank you for your time, your money. Yeah. I thought she was great. I mean, the best film was Lady Sings the Blues with Diana Ross, who played her very well, I thought. Very, very well. Steve, I'm sick of Harry, Meghan and Oprah. I wish they'd go away and leave us alone. I shouldn't comment because I'm an Aussie, says Shane. Everybody's entitled to an opinion. It doesn't mean you don't like somebody, you're just a bit fed up with them, you know, which is quite easy. Another one that says here, somebody else talking about the fact that, you know, we'll never win Eurovision again because they don't like us. I know, more than happy to come here, but they just don't like us. And also, we haven't had some good songs. We've had some I like the Engelbert Humperdinck song. Everybody hated it. I was the only one that liked it. And there was another one about in a classroom. What did you learn at school today? Is what the... Do you remember that one? No, just me again. See, I was the only person who enjoyed all these things. I can't tell you what it was called, but it was very good. So, Repair Shop J, the first black man to host a primetime game show, which is, whatever. And the boxer, Hamid Siddiqui, flaunting money in crash for cash insurance scam. He's a bit dim. Second, he's only just come out of prison for a similar offence. He's just gone back in again. Obviously as stupid as you sound. And Tony Hadley says the banana trick is true. Okay? I don't think we'll bother with that. Did Puppet on a String win the Eurovision Song Contest, says Martin? I believe so. Cliff Richard did with Congratulations, which was lovely. Yeah, I mean, we haven't done badly. But then the song started... mind you, Ireland did better. Ireland did really well. Johnny Logan, I think, won it twice. Only person to win twice, which was good. Sandy Shaw with the I Want to Riff One Day You Won't. That was 67. Lulu with Boom Bang a Bang. My heart goes boom bang a bang, boom bang a bang. 1969. Brotherhood of Man with Save Your Kisses for Me. Bucks Fizz with Make Your Mind Up. And Katrina Waves with Love Shine a Light. So we didn't do badly, did we? It was all 24 years ago. Great shame, honestly. We live in hope. So, yes, we did win with Puppet on a String. But she made her name because she danced with no shoes on. That's all people talked about with Sandy Shaw. I love her. I thought she was absolutely great. She's had some really good records, actually. If you check out Sandy Shaw's back catalogue. Monsieur Dupont, I know it's wrong. I don't ever want to go home anymore. And also, there is always something there to remind me. I think I sing them quite well, actually. It's always like she walked into the studio and sang for you. It's good, isn't it, really? Steve, Lindsay DePaul should have won. You think? I like Lindsay DePaul. She went out with a very famous actor, didn't she? She got a hotel, I believe, Lindsay DePaul. She sat there playing the piano. She was very tiny little person, but definitely lovely. 20 to 5, I only give you the time, not for any particular reason, because you might be sort of getting ready to go to work. So I'm not really sure whether there is a world shortage of Cadbury's flakes or not. I mean, how many are people getting through? Why don't they just stick Ripple in there? It's the same sort of thing. Steve, if Jay gets his game show, who'll make the tea in the repair shop, says John. Does he actually do anything in the repair shop? Has he actually done anything? Or is he... You've never seen Repair Shop? Oh, I've seen it on a few occasions. There's now rip-off versions of it. I like the woman who goes along to the rubbish dumps and collects things out of people's cars and then takes them away and has them all done up. I like her. She's very good. She always looks uncomfortable. That's why I like it. She's a normal person on television as opposed to watching Loose Women. And I've forgotten the name of the woman actually now who did it. She was sort of hosting the programme the other day. And Kay Adams. She just comes across as fake. She really does. There's something about her. Didn't Cliff enter Eurovision Song Contest and came second? Yes, he came. Yes, he didn't win. He should have done. Definitely. So Cliff came second, says Paul. Thank you. Best Eurovision year was 1974. Who won in 74? I used to like who? ABBA. Which was Waterloo. They were good, weren't they? The Top of the Pops, the Eurovision Orchestra was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious, because they were trying to keep up with things. I like the hard rock, hallelujah. Remember Lordi from Norway? They were very good. I liked all of that sort of stuff. Steve, do you ever get earworms? I don't know what earworms are. What's earworms? Oh, a song you... Really? I've never even heard that expression. Song you can't stop singing. I've got Herman and the Hermit stuck in my head since Sunday with No milk today, my lover's gone away. The company was... They sang it on a Royal Variety performance once. It was one of my favourite records. Still is, actually. I love No Milk Today. He's still around. He does a show in America, I think on one of those sort of stations. The orchestra was a prominent feature of the contest from 56 to 98. Pre-recorded backing tracks were first allowed in 73, but under that rule, the only instruments which could be pre-recorded had also to be seen to be performing on stage. So now you know. but I've never heard of earworms. You've told me something that I didn't know. Got to this age in my life and people telling me about earworms. So it's a song that you can't get rid of. Or an advert or something. But No Milk Today by Herman and the Hermits. He had so many hit singles. So many hit singles. Mrs. Brown, you've got a lovely daughter. I think it was from Liverpool. Which is where all the groups came from, isn't it? They're going to put up a statue to Jerry Marsden for his ferry across the Mersey. Should have been up years ago when he was alive, because he was the one who made basically Liverpool famous. I mean, that and the Beatles. Whatever happened to them? Honestly. And Jerry did very well. So ferry across the Mersey. And I didn't realise, when you walk through a storm, hold your head up. I didn't realise that was Rodgers and Hammerstein from Carousel. He covered it. Yeah, it was. I think it was Carousel. Yeah. And so it was somebody else's song to start with. I thought he wrote it. Bit of an idiot. I loved him. He died a few years back, did he? As did so many people. But as I say, happy birthday to Miriam Margolyes today. We've got some more birthdays to celebrate a little bit later on. The smart motorways generate loads of income, we're told. And apparently now David Beckham has set up a new training academy for gamers. Oh, they must sit at home thinking, what can we get publicity on in the newspapers? We can't mention your fashion shop, love, because that's not doing very well, is it? I mean, it must be doing better by now, surely. It can't still be dying on its proverbial. Because it's, I mean, you know, mind you, I believe, if you believe everything in the newspapers, he's actually said, listen, close it down and just do mail order. But it's way too expensive. The sort of people who want to buy stuff like that like to go in and see things. They don't want to do mail order, thank you very much indeed. And 84850, Steve at LBC. Is Fanny Craddock your favourite cook? No, why on earth would she be? She died long before me. Long before me. Fanny Craddock, before your time? You've heard of her? Yeah, I mean, she's famous. Because she was one of those cooks on the television. Fanny and Johnny, wasn't it? Fanny and Johnny, I love it. But, who's my favourite cook on the television now? It's got to be Phil Vickery, isn't it? I like Phil Vickery. I like Jamie Oliver as well. I like Jamie Oliver. He's a very good-looking boy. Very good-looking boy. And just as we were about to... no, not Keith Floyd. I couldn't bear Keith Floyd. I tell you who's actually got his car. James Martin bought Keith Floyd's car. And I don't know why I know that, actually. Steve, Johnny Logan won Eurovision a third time some years later as a writer of the winning song. Oh, yeah, I was talking about actually performing. Shane says, I loved Beg, Steal or Borrow by the New Seekers. You know I'll beg, steal... I tell you what, there's a great thing... on YouTube, which I watched this morning, didn't half affect me, and it's a couple getting married in a church, and the vicar, quite an old boy, comes, you know, they're obviously getting married, they're down the front, packed church, and he sings Hallelujah. It's the best thing you'll ever see in your entire life, and at the end of it, the congregation stand up and clap and whoop him. He sings, I thought I saw a singing, hallelujah. And everybody's in tears. I was in tears. It was dreadful. But it's really good. So it's Hallelujah, sung by Vicar at wedding. Bit of a surprise. And then at one point he looks up and he kind of winks at them. And everybody laughs. It's so good. I like stuff like that.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 84850, steve at lbc.co.uk. Keith says, I found Whisper have a likeness to Milk Flake. I'm saying that on the quiet. That's why I'm whispering. No, I tell you what it was. They sold Cadbury's Flakes. I know because I watched the Cadbury's programme. And then they thought of covering it in chocolate, and it had a resurgence. All of a sudden, Ripple overtook the Cadbury's Flake figures, which was good. And Warren... says, I was talking with Tony the other day about pantomime. I didn't realise... That's, yes, Bonnie, not Tony, sorry. And didn't realise it was such a following. I also didn't realise they had so much money. The people who work these pantomimes. Oh, listen, I'm telling you that some people who do pantomime, that would be their only money for the year. It is not uncommon for somebody to make £100,000 a week in pantomime. If it's a big star, you can always tell... You know, if they put somebody like, and I can tell you who it was, who got £150,000 a week, And the budget would have been, say, 200,000. So the rest of it has to be a fairly cheap pantomime because you've got the one star that you've banked so much money on. Oh, yes, big, big money. Go to the Palladium pantomime. I would think most of them are earning 50,000 a week easily because it's all names. Really amazing. You know, I remember Biggins, a long, long time ago, was earning sort of a certain amount of money. The moment he won I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, up went his money for Panto. So you can imagine how people were deeply affected. Really deeply affected by it. So that's why, you know, the quicker we all get back to the theatre, the happier. The happier. Declan in Vienna says there's a rumour that Ireland deliberately entered a really bad song in the hopes of losing. They were winning too much. It was costing a fortune to stage the Eurovision Song Contest. It really was. I think every time they entered another song and it won, they would go, oh no, because they had to do it. In fact, I think the last one was sponsored. You know, amazing. Whatever happened to Ainsley Harriott? Oh, he's turned up on the television he does these little tours abroad or something, you know, where this sort of Ainsley, you know, goes and shows you how to cook on a beach or something. It's up, you know, I mean, Ainsley made his name because he used to talk about his giant pepper mill. We all knew what he was talking about. It just became a bit tedious, actually. Just became a bit tedious. It didn't have sort of any gravitas to it. Rob says Father Kelly had an album out. Did he? Lord above. And like you say, says Mickey, everybody has a right to voice their opinion. Exactly. Everybody's got an opinion. You'd be stupid not to have an opinion in this day and age. That would be a real naff, you know. Regarding Meghan Markle, at least you have the guts to say it as it is, and you're saying what 98% of people are thinking. It's a case of, it's not offensive. I'm just having an opinion. You know, you're allowed not to like somebody. You're, you know, for what they've actually done to the royal family. I mean, I've never heard of anybody, you know, I've heard of people who don't like the royal family, quite clearly. Not everybody's going to like them. You know, oh, they're privileged, they live in these palaces and all the rest of it. But to the Queen, it's a job. She said when she was made Queen, this is it for the rest of her life. She's not going to abdicate. You know, she goes round the barmy. She's not. It's, you know, it's sort of one of those sort of things. But when you get somebody who's actually in the family and is so ungrateful, that's when you go, I tell you what, no Christmas presents for you this year, pal. No card or anything else, but they're being quite polite about it. But, no, not pleasant at all. C, could you please not sing on the radio? Oh, you thought, well, at least you recognised it as singing. I feel a bit better about it now. It says you've woken the cat up, who's now prowling around the bedroom with intent. They've always got intents, haven't they, cats? Always. And now we're allowed to go back to Europe on holidays. I hope the Here We Go brigade don't tarnish our reputation. Did you see the people queuing up on the planes? Oh, God. Chav Central. Yeah, we're off on our holidays. And amongst them was Katie Price and the new fiancé, so they can go and try for a baby in Portugal. Obviously, it's not worked in this country. Obviously not worked. And Ripple was Galaxy. Not Cadbury, says Robbie. All right, clever clogs. Go, nothing worse than a smart arse at 5 to 5 in the morning, is there? Go, blimey, honestly. You do your best. Do your best. COVID recovery plan to ease the mental health crisis. And James Newman sings for Britain. But as I say, I mean, I don't think we stand much of a chance, do we? I think it'd be nice if we did. But touched by hope, loads of people yesterday in old people's homes and things like that. People go, oh, look, we're having a cup of coffee outside, like it was some, you know, remarkable thing to have. All I know is I got the car done yesterday, and now I can sit there and freeze to death. And it's lovely. It's absolutely. But they've also put some dye in there to see if there is a leak. So I have to keep looking under the car to see if there's any blue dye in it. They're very clever. Honestly, the things that they can do. They were showing me the front of a car like mine where the whole front was ripped off. And Steve puts all these engines. He can take an engine. When you look at it, I mean, to be honest, I was confused by bicycles. So you can imagine when I'm looking inside an engine and I'm thinking, what the hell does that do? And he's saying, this is the air conditioning unit, this is the pipe, and that goes all the way around here, and this, and these vents here, you know, and I'm in one ear and out the other. Clever though, isn't it? Very, you know, when people can do things like that. I can just about put petrol in the car. I don't want to, because it's a lot of money. Anthony says, I remember Father Ted winning Song for Ireland with My Lovely Horse. For summer. Do you remember Jedward went in for Eurovision? I think Jedward what the Dickens was the song called? It was something that was terribly annoying. Oh, that's right. Got a lipstick thing on the down, on the lip. They were very infuriating. Very infuriating. Jedward. Written, actually, strangely enough, Lipstick, written by the Danish songwriter Lars Jensen and Martin Larsen and a British lyricist, Dan Priddy. Jedward's third single. Wow. And it was best known as Ireland's entry at Eurovision. I think they've had all their hair shaved off, haven't they? They did it for charity, I believe, for cancer, and had it all shaved off. For some reason, neither of them have got girlfriends. You know. I don't know why I mentioned that, actually, but I was just sort of thinking, because when they did Big Brother, they slept in the same room. They had baths together. Is that normal? I don't know. I mean, I'm just sort of thinking to myself, I suppose it's like us getting in a swimming pool, isn't it? You know, we sort of get in with loads of other people we don't know. And Steve, you're right on that one, says Robbie. Because you know it all. I know. Nothing worse, is there, at this time of the morning? Do you know, I need it because I'm going to stay behind today. And I always go up to the canteen to get 2 sausages, 2 bacon, 2 hash browns, which is my little treat. It only happens about once every 6 months. So that's about as good as it gets, really. 4 minutes to... No, it's not. It's coming up 3 minutes to. People going mad for booking holidays. You're probably the same yourself. You've probably sort of, got into the swing of booking holidays. Nick Knowles, front page of The Sun this morning, facing the axe. The BBC have told him you're not allowed to do that, and yet they've got loads of people doing it. Katie Price jetting off on holiday for a baby-making break. You are a bone idle, aren't you, both of you? When do you work, dear? What do you do for a job? What does it say on your passport? Layabout. And reality star Joey Essex. He's not still around, is he? He turned up the other day on something. I remember thinking, oh, my God. Somebody said to me, he's only acting thick. I went, no, he really is like that. He's like Gemma Collins. He got a shock £3 million offer for his pad in Chigwell, which he paid £1.6 million for, in 2014. A source said it's a great deal for him. He's chuffed. I don't know why, because he's meant to be worth £6 million. I've seen him on a few programmes. He's not really very exciting. He's really, unfortunately, if you don't have a personality and you can't tell the time, what's the point? What is the point? Also, they've said that flights are going to go up in price. Which, to be honest with you, that's what you're going to get. Emmerdale actor Danny Miller has revealed he's engaged to his girlfriend just as well because she's pregnant. So that's fantastic. So she's pregnant, but they're not married, which reminds us of that lovely line in Fawlty Towers where the bloke wants a room and he says and Sybil goes, oh, you can have this one here. And you go, no, not married. Because in those days it was considered... Do you remember there was that couple, I only just thought about it then, who had a bed and breakfast, a straight couple, and a couple of gay guys turned up. They booked the room, but they didn't say they were two guys. And the straight couple who owned it didn't want them having the room because they were Christian. And well, I tell you, there was such a furore about it that I think their business closed down. People were targeting them, and it was awful. Because the people hadn't said that we are a gay couple, and it was a double bed, and they weren't keen on something like that. Not that it makes any difference. We've had gay cakes before now. Do you remember the gay bakery? They wouldn't put the name of 2 people on it. Heavens above, honestly. You thought your life was complicated. We've got the news at 5 coming up very shortly. Tyson Fury's wife is wearing her wedding ring again, days after she took it off after she'd seen pictures of him surrounded by women. Yes, they couldn't believe somebody couldn't actually hold a conversation. And very interesting that detectives searching for a teenage girl feared murdered by Fred West have found what they believed to be bones. Whose, we do not know. We'll wait and see. And also why Harry has lost our sympathy by a Sun writer. That's Mercy Maroki, who's new. I don't know who she is, but she looks lovely. She said slagging off family on the television is Jeremy Kyle-esque. It is. You don't slag off your family. But there again, Harry is the most ungrateful person you will ever meet. But I think he's being led. I don't believe this is all his opinion. And he's so desperate to be with her. She could leave him tomorrow, and he'd be like a fish out of water. News at 5. Here it comes.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. It's coming up to 3 minutes past 5. It's a Tuesday morning in London town, which is lovely. It's still, the weather is just all over the place. You don't know whether it's not raining, but I mean, I'm sure that's literally just around the corner. You don't know whether, so I bring an umbrella every day in. Because I don't want to walk out of the building and all of a sudden the heavens open and you get absolutely drenched as you're going to the bus stop. So I thought, no. So I bring a small umbrella, but it's enough to get me down. As long as there's no wind, we're all right. But the amount of people you see getting off the trains in the morning and they look absolutely drenched. Absolutely drenched. I always sort of think, because the funny thing is nobody has Macs anymore, do they? They just have normal clothing. You don't. How many times do you see people putting a Mac on? The answer is you don't. I saw an advert in Country Life, and they said we have workshops or wherever it is, and we make Macs. And I thought, that sounds quite a nice idea. Perhaps I'll buy a Mac. And then I thought, when am I going to wear it? You can't wear. I quite like the full length. The full length. Anyway, we've got a poem for you today. It's called The Ballad of Eggs. It's by Old Man Emu. Don't smile before I've read it, because I might screw it up completely. Sometimes I'm good with these poems, and sometimes I'm not. So, The Ballad of Eggs. Benedict was tired. He'd been driving all day. This was his last delivery, 2 tons of eggs delivered to Safeway. The kid came out of nowhere, stared Benedict in the face. He tried to brake, then swerved. In the wrong place. The scene was chaos. Emergency services scramble into action. Ambulance officer, Florentine, put Benedict's legs into traction. Loaded him into the ambulance and quickly whisked him from the sight. The bystanders, they hoped that Benedict will be all white. Sergeant Skillet arrived on the scene. He was feeling a little queasy. A witness came forward and told Skillet the truck went over easy. Skillet gleefully took a statement. Finally, a case he could crack. He poached a pen from Constable Quiche, wrote it down on his back. The clean-up took some time. It was a delicate operation. The fire brigade were walking on eggshells, had been since they left the station. Scene Commander Dumpty directed the crew from a nearby wall. If things went wrong, he knew he'd be the one to take the fall. A nearby protest group tried to shake loose the yoke of oppression, were called over to help clean the streets. For these young folk, a good lesson. It's not all about being self-centred from the cradle to the casket, and to remember the old adage, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Clever, isn't it? Quite clever. Very clever. I might have to read it again later to myself. I haven't heard that one before. Old Man Emu. Can't imagine who that is. Somebody peculiar. I used to write I used to have a listener of mine years ago called Dizzy, and she used to write lots and lots of poetry. Lots and lots of poetry. Steve, I'm not going abroad, says Gareth. They don't like us anyway, and there's no way I'm going to waste my money boosting their economy, so I booked a week in Cornwall. Really? See, there's nothing matter with Cornwall. Cornwall's quite nice. Cornwall's quite that's okay. I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. Devon's better, is it? Yeah, but it's only because you live in Devon. Is that where they have the scones? Is this where Devon do it one way, Cornwall do it another way? Is that it? Do you put jam on first and then the cream? See, they're peculiar. They actually put the cream on, then they put the jam on the top. Oh, that's what I was going to tell you. What I bought yesterday. I am partial every so often, and it is every 6 months. I might buy a trifle from M&S and eat the whole lot. I try and be good and scrape off some of the custard and stuff like that. So I've just got the fruit at the bottom of it. So yesterday I go to Waitrose and I'm just looking. I thought I'll buy a yoghurt. As it turned out, I didn't like the yoghurt, and I bought some Activa yogurts, which are quite nice. And I saw this trifle, and it was looking at me, and I remember thinking, oh, that looks quite nice. A rhubarb trifle. Oh, my nose is running now. A rhubarb trifle. So it's rhubarb, not too much rhubarb, I have to be honest. And then there was sort of some sponge on top of that. Then there was some custard, and then there was this cream, very light, airy cream. It was quite delicious. And so I bought it, and I took it home, and I thought, oh, I like the look of that. So I ate the whole lot. I've never felt so ill in my entire life. You know what it's like if your diabetes is playing up? But I wasn't as bad as I've just maintained I was. But it was delicious. The cream was light. It was almost, you could have floated on the top of the cream. And then there was a thin layer of custard. And then there was some sponge. And then there was the rhubarb underneath. It was lovely. It was really, really lovely. I remember thinking, that's really nice, actually. And I thought, there's none left. No. Well, there was just a little tiny bit in the bottom because I'd eaten all the rhubarb. Because I do like stewed rhubarb as well. And I have that just with sort of cream. But the cream on this thing was delicious. I've never had cream like it. Apparently, No Milk Today was written by Graham Goldman, who later found fame in 10cc. Oh, wow. Lawrence says, first thing I heard when I tuned in was you're wondering whether to buy a Mac. I thought, how exciting. Steve's thinking of buying an Apple computer. I've got an Apple computer. I've always had Macs. Always had Macs. I'm not the biggest, but it's quite large. Quite large. Which is, yeah. I know. I've had it because the other one I had a problem with because I'm a bit obsessed with candles at home. I like lighting candles, and I had one near the computer. So I've got the computer there, and the candle was on the left-hand side. And what I didn't realise was at the front of the computer, I'm a bit stupid I am on times, were little vents. And that was to keep it clean. And what it was doing, it was sucking the smoke in from the candle. And over a period of a few months, my screen got darker and darker and darker because it was affecting it from the back. So in the end, I had to change the computer. So I think in total, I've had 2 Macs. Loads of televisions. But I think I'm sure just a couple of Macs. And I still can't use it properly. I'm still hopeless at stuff like that. You know, people ask me, can you cut and paste this? The answer is no. I cannot cut and paste. I'm not very good at all with that. I mean, I shall get there. It's just that I was saying yesterday, people sort of shout at me for not being able to do it. Perhaps Nick Knowles, Steve, should do an hilarious advert stuffing his face with crisps to gain the approval of the army of BBC bosses. I like DIY SOS. I have to be honest. I mean, it does what it says on the tin. It's a DIY SOS for people who have got either very sick children or, the mother has died and the father's there trying to bring up and they can't afford to do it. And they get all the local people, all these people volunteer, and they put these houses back together again, and it's just amazing. They had one a while ago, which again you just get reduced to tears because your life seems so much better than the people's life who's on the DIY SOS. And they had a severely disabled and handicapped child, a son, and what they did, they actually put a room downstairs because the house was such a dreadful mess. And they could wheel his bed into the shower and stuff like that, and it was all done. It was just perfect. We did it. Do you remember I told you some years ago we were raising money for Global's Make Some Noise, and there was a house that I went down to with some people from Make Some Noise, and a farmer who owned the land had built this house and he'd given it to them, and it was split in two, so it was almost like 2 houses, and it was for families who've got very, very sick children, and they can go and stay there for a week or something like that. And it had a swimming pool, and there's enough room for the whole family to stay there. There's kitchen, there's everything that they need, so that it just gives them a bit of a break from how difficult life can be for some of these people. And it was just heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking. So when you see what Nick Knowles does on the television, and the stingy old BBC, stick your licence fee, are sort of moaning about him advertising Shreddies, with the pleasure that he brings to people, and the impact that programme has. You must be the saddest bunch of people in the entire world. Awful. Daniel says, I adore rhubarb, so I've got to go to Waitrose after work. I'm going to look for that trifle. It's on the yoghurt section. It's rhubarb trifle. Oh. Lovely. I like those other things you can buy. When you go to the fun fair now, they get a bit better. Is it churros? Or you dip them in hot chocolate. Spanish donut, they're nice. I don't know why they want long, thin ones, but, it's one of those things, isn't it? We're a little bit more sophisticated. I like the little tiny ones that you see them doing, and they've got a machine like that, and you could buy a bag of, on the pier, bag of 20 for £1 or something like that. I love it. I don't know what I'm telling you that for, because I haven't had a donut for ages. And Viv says, I watched Dale being interviewed by Al Murray. Did you? See, the trouble is there's loads of things that people have to tell me things so I can sort of catch up, because, he didn't tell me every single thing that he ever did. All I remember is on the Saturday night, I used to sort of turn up at the BBC. He'd be in, because they'd had the rehearsals for the lottery, because they did it live. They did it live before they did In It to Win It. Well, in fact, even on In It to Win It was pre-recorded. The lottery bit was live. So he'd have to get dressed and he would then go, and now the National Lottery draw. And he would then walk off set and then walk into the other bit. He'd have to wear the same clothes. He had to make a note of, this is what he's wearing on the programme. So that was that. And I'd sit there and sort of watch these things. He was the only man who the BBC allowed to smoke. He smoked on set. There'd be an ashtray and a cigarette there because he couldn't do a programme without a cigarette. He'd say he used to smoke. It was so funny. Yeah, well, no, you shouldn't have done. No, TV studios. I think, but yeah, you see, the BBC are very flexible when they want to be. Other times, they're just, as I say, when are we going to see this Panorama documentary? Which we can't wait. Can't wait to see the Panorama documentary. Somebody says, I like it when you sing. You sound so cute. Oh, God, cute has never been the description for Steve Allen, I'm afraid. I wish it was cute, honestly. I don't even think when I was younger I was cute. I don't think so. More from the papers coming up, including the 7-minute fitness, which is going to help you. Also, that anonymous young man over in America. And everybody's saying, don't send him back. Please don't send him back. We don't want him back over here. And Noel Gallagher says, people often think he's his brother Liam and ask him for a selfie. I couldn't care. What a stupid thing. Who cares? So people get confused. People are daft. That's the way it goes. But they're all very excited about going abroad. And there's lots of people. I tell you what I haven't seen for ages, Dr. David Bull. He used to appear on the television all the time. He was on Matthew Wright's programme, Dr. David Bull. And he would turn up on all sorts of... And I've only just thought about that then, actually. I wonder what he's doing at the moment.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Apparently, the interview of Dale with Al Murray was very rude. Surely not. Surely not. But Al Murray didn't get the better of Dale, no matter how hard he tried, says Simon. I don't remember seeing that, actually. And apparently, Steve, in the 90s, I worked in Felixstowe, says Craig, in a chip shop kiosk. What on earth is a chip shop kiosk? Is that just a little one outside? Oh, right, okay. Next door, a lady called Pam had a donut shop, and sometimes in the summer, Barbara Windsor would visit. She would sit in a stool, or on a stool, behind the door all day. I could hear her laughing, says Craig in Ipswich. Really? I'm fancy having a donut shop. I went down the motorway the other day to go to my godchildren. I was going to call in at one of the motorway service stations, but I couldn't find one on the way down, so I could get them a box of donuts, because I thought they'd actually quite like something like that. Because everybody loves a donut, don't they? It's comfort food. Comfort food. The boys have got cream eggs this morning. Steve, you know that song, says Declan, Don't You Forget About Me, was originally written for Billy Idol. Great day for a white wedding. I saw a picture of him the other day. He's looking quite old now. That's indeed to so many people. But he turned it down, saying it wasn't catchy enough. So the songwriter asked Simple Minds if they wanted it, and they said yes. Spotting songs was a very difficult thing years ago to try and find out. So, I like a lot of the songs from the 60s and the 70s. Which is very good. So here we go. Here's another picture. Oh, good Lord, it's Megan Barton Hanson again. Good Lord. What is your career, love? Nobody knows. A girl of 5 was delighted to get a letter from the Queen after she sent her a card to cheer her up. Erin Bywater had started to learn about the royal family when she heard of Prince Philip's death. Erin's letter included a hand-drawn picture of the Queen saying, I like your hat and coat. Do you have a royal cat or a dog? I know you're sad, so I thought you'd like this picture. And then she got a reply thanking her, signed Elizabeth R. It's a bit rare. You normally get it from the, I'm conducted by Her Majesty to say thank you. But if she got something signed by Elizabeth R, I mean, that's worth having. Barbara Cartland was the same. If you wrote to Barbara Cartland and sent her a Christmas card, she'd send you one back. Automatically. If you put your address on there, she would send you one of her sort of... Yes, I went down for tea with her. With Dale. We sat there having tea with Barbara Cartland in Camfield Place, I think it was called, and you walked away with she said, I've got some books for you for your girlfriend. I didn't know what to say. I was a bit stumped by that. So she said, what's her name? So I just made up a name, And then we also had a paperweight, and inside the paperweight was an oak leaf from a tree that Queen Anne shot her first stag by. It's a very old house, and she had them dipped in 24 karat gold. So I've got this paperweight. Yeah, see, I've got all these things. Very niche, very niche. I've got all this sort of stuff. All this stuff I've saved because I'm a bit of a hoarder. So I've got all sorts of things. I've got the very first free record that I got sent. There was an advert. No. There was an advert in Record Mirror saying, looking for DJs, new record label is seeking to put you on our mailing list. I thought, free records. Free records. And do you know what the first free record I got was? It was from Magnet Records. And do you know who the PR exec was? Pete Waterman. And the first free record I got through the post, I was so excited. Alvin Stardust, My Cuckoo. That was the first one that arrived. And the idea was, they because you used to get record pluggers. There was a guy called Fred Dove, who he was very difficult to get on his list. Very difficult. He used to turn up at nightclubs and things like that and give you the latest Warner Brothers releases. And I never got any at all. He didn't. He was looking for clubs that had big audiences, and we had big audiences. But I don't think I was his sort of person at all, which is a shame. Steve, over the years, Joanne Webb mentions incidents. What are they in traffic reports? Well, it could be anything. Could be anything, I suppose. An incident. They say it's an incident. It could be, a horse has run into the road, somebody's run over an otter or something. It could be anything. Yeah, lorry shed its load. Anything like that is called an incident. So that's what they are. If it was anything worse than that, they would tell you. Apparently dairy prices are rising. Grass won't grow. I don't know why. They've said, so it's slow-growing grass, so lack of rain last month and cold winds mean the spring flush is the slowest they've ever seen. Just gone up a penny a litre to 28.25p. Medina Dairy, 2.7 to up 2.7p to 28. And Freshways, 2.5 to 28.5. This was all in the magazine The Grocer. Bit dull, isn't it, really? What's your magazine? The Grocer. The story, which I mentioned to you earlier on, this bonkers theory of thousands of missing people feared trapped in the past after being sucked into time warps. A bonkers theory is gathering pace in paranormal circles that time slips occur across Britain. People are supposedly transported to the same place but years back, like in the BBC comedy Goodnight Sweetheart, much of which was filmed in Twickenham. Rodney Davis, paranormal researcher and author, said it's possible some people have slipped to the past and ended up stuck. Thousands of people go missing every year. You are mad as a fruitcake, aren't you? These people believe it, though. Apparently, Devon, Cornwall and Kent are hotspots. But Bold Street in Liverpool is also famous for the phenomenon, where some believe a subway has created a rip in time. Student John Moonan, well, I mean, he'd have had a drink, wouldn't he? You know what students are like. Reported seeing carriages carrying passengers in Victorian dress there. They're really mad, these people. They really are mad. His vision is one of several accounts from people saying they had drifted into history, like Nicholas Lyndhurst, Gary Sparrow in the BBC show. People in Victoria. They were probably doing a film. There's a few stations in London which are called lost stations. So in other words, they're not used anymore. The trains don't stop there. And there's one down the road from here. There's quite a few of them. This one, they were filming a Victorian melodrama on it, and they were using the station. So it was all lit, and as the train went through, all the people on it looked onto the platform. There's all these people in Victorian outfits, and they thought, oh my God, what's going on? And the answer is we film all over that. I love watching the filming of it. It's so boring, though. They never seem to be doing any action, do they? They just sort of do filming, which is lovely. Also, two huge unheard Led Zeppelin songs could yet see the light of day. Right. And in 2008, Alter Bridge frontman Miles Kennedy joined Jimmy Page, John Paul Jones and Jason Bonham for a couple of sessions with a view to replacing Robert Plant after the band's one-off December 2007 reunion concert. The tour never happened, but Miles says new songs came out of it. I only know the Climbing the Stairway to Heaven from Led Zeppelin, or the da-da-da-da-dum. I saw an activist, Steve, called Femi Olawole, on Jeremy Vine, who disagreed with everybody and everything. Well, that's what activists do, isn't it? People disagree. And here we go. Shot at Aldwych Station. Look at these films here. They've been shot at Aldwych Station. Battle of Britain. All the Colours of the Dark. Well, actually, I'll find so. Superman. The Craze. Patriot Games. V for Vendetta. The Good Shepherd. Atonement. The Bank Job. The Edge of Love. Mr. Selfridge. Fast and Furious. Sherlock and Darkest Hour. Wonder which part it was when they did Battle of Britain. That's an interesting one, isn't it? Battle of Britain. I love that film. I have it on. It's almost on speed dial. And it was great. So, since the branch's closure in 1994, its use in film production has continued. There's one just down the road from here. Is this the one here? The physical connection with the Piccadilly line track remains, but requires manual operation. Strand Station I've been into. They've got a big lift that you'd go in there and the lift would take you... You could do the stairs. Yeah. That's literally just down the road from here. Literally just down the road from here. You go to the end of the Strand and go straight over. It's on the right-hand side. Yeah, it's nice. But they've got a big lift in it and all the telephone cubicles where people used to go and make their phone calls. Smart motorways are generating huge rises in greenhouse gases. I don't know anything about smart motorways, so I thought we'd leave that one to one side. And here's the Boxer. This is idiot number 375,000 that we find on the programme. He's called Hamid Siddiqui, flaunting the readies he made in a crash for cash insurance scam. £245,000. That's what he used to call himself Kevin Heartbreak, used the money to buy a penthouse in the Canaries. Really? Must be a very cheap block of flats you're in. He bought flash cars, including... This money goes a long way, doesn't it? Including a pink Mazda, and had pictures on his phone of cash piled on his pug. The insurance firm Aviva discovered 62 bogus claims, often backed by photos of damaged cars from the internet. He also did a deal with solicitors to rake in up to 700 quid for claims he passed their way. He pleaded guilty to 2 fraud charges, jailed for 4 years. Wow. But I think he's been done before. I think he's had a similar sort of thing. So, never very clever to take a picture of himself, flaunting money and then putting it up on the internet. But that was like all those police officers the other day, weren't they, accessing stuff on the internet to which they had no prior allowance to do it. They actually couldn't do things like that. It was about 30 of them to find out because it was a police officer story. And somebody said they're all going to be in a lot of trouble. Steve, a Bentley, says Jeremy, went flying past me on the M3 the other day. No plate. No plate. Was it you? No, I shouldn't think so. Not the other day, no. Not the other day. People often say that. Yeah, I'm Steve 1. Steve 01. Can't miss it. You look out for it. I tell you, you'll find it. You'll find it eventually. No, people always say that. Somebody took a picture of me going down the motorway about 3 years ago. They obviously pulled alongside of me, and I was not aware of it, and they took a picture of me, and then sent it in to me, going, "Guess who this is?" Well, of course, it was me. Luckily, I recognised myself because it was me. Rebecca says, "Up feeding my newborn again, and definitely going to buy a trifle." Oh, I tell you, you'll eat it all by yourself. Stephen in Birkenhead says, "Led Zeppelin Tangerine is a good song, which my brother introduced me to." And Shane says, "I've just come out of the barber's, $12 senior's price." I like it when you get the senior's price. I mean, do you think so? I quite like being a senior. I've got a walking stick at home, which I got when I got a really bad back some years ago. I'm debating whether to take it out of retirement. I don't think I can do that, actually. I don't know, though. And somebody says, nice jolly poem about eggs until you mentioned casket. I thought it was right clever. Did you get all the references in there? I thought that was absolutely brilliant. And Monica says, "I heard you say how much you like bananas, so here's a recipe. Mash banana till it's like puree, add some natural yoghurt, and then you put it in the freezer overnight. Take it out the freezer, let it go a little bit soft." But actually, banana's quite easy. They were selling a machine on Ideal World years ago, and you would basically freeze bananas in the thing and then put them in there, and the action of mashing them turned them basically into ice cream. Banana ice cream, which I thought was quite nice, actually. You wait till you have the rhubarb trifle. You watch, there'll be a shortage of it now. I'll go in there later on today and go, I think I'll have another one of those ones. I'll break with my tradition. Break with my tradition. Adding yoghurt, though, says Monica, is optional. Which is good, isn't it? So that's what you can do. You can do an awful lot, actually, with bananas. And Steve... Oh, no, I'm sorry, Kim. I'm not doing jokes at this time of the morning. We've had some dreadful jokes, honestly. I mean, I don't know what comedians you're all watching, but they're really not very good at all.
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence, to genetics, to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for, with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Do you know, for some brief moment there, a nanosecond, I thought it's Friday. And it's not, it's Tuesday. And I know it's Tuesday because I've got a meeting. And I know it's the 18th of May, which is good. Racing through this month, aren't we? Weather gets worse and worse. And based on your recommendation, Steve, I watched the Titfield Thunderbolt. Marvellous film, full of joy. They don't make them like that anymore. There's a whole raft of those sort of films. Titfield Thunderbolt. They come in a box set of Ealing comedies. Ealing comedies. And the Titfield Thunderbolt was a story of a village. They're always filmed in lovely villages. Lovely villages. It's like Vicar of Dibley. She's filmed in a place where they filmed, tons of stuff. Turville. Check out Turville. You'll love it. It's like going back in time. Going back in time. They filmed Went the Day Well, and Vicar of Dibley is there because it's a village that's steeped in history. It hasn't gone anywhere at all. But in fact, if you get the Ealing comedy box sets, there's about 3 or 4 of them, I think, and you will find Whiskey Galore and the Titfield Thunderbolt and stuff like that. And it's a story of a little village, and they've got a bus service and a train. And the bus service want to take over from the train, so they've got to make sure that the train can get there quicker than the bus. And it's really good. Very good, actually. I like it. Steve, I did a local Bluebell walk on Saturday, says little Julie. That's nice, isn't it? Very pretty. Did you walk through the Bluebells, or did you just... They look lovely, don't they? I'm very impressed by things like that. And Kim says, I always do a cream scone with jam on first, then a dollop of cream. Which is how it's supposed to be. Anybody does it any other way, they're mad. Mad as fruitcakes. I don't know if that's the Devon way or the Cornish way. Well, I don't know. So you have cream on first and then jam. But it just gets all messy. You put the jam on and the cream adheres to it, and that's the whole idea. And if you get clotted cream, at least it doesn't fall all over the place. You have butter on as well? No, you don't. But if you... Cream is like... No, it's not. The jam is like the butter. Of course it is. When you buy the clotted cream in Marks and Spencer's, they do a strawberry clotted cream, so it's quite hard. And it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. It's... Well, not you as well. So, cream on the... No! Jam first, then the cream on the top. What is the matter with you two? I'm having you two replaced him. I've never anything like it. Honestly. Bullying us poor people who do it normally. I mean, it sort of keeps it there, doesn't it? It keeps it in the same... I don't know what we're arguing about it for. Sainsbury's changed all their advertising, didn't they? Because somebody complained about it. Honestly. Don't know why they pander to people like that. Robin Tottenham says, being nice out in Soho last night, my favourite pub, the King's Arms, opened after just a year. Gave my favourite bouncer a great big bear hug. You're able to still move, are you, this morning? So that's quite good. Last night, my partner, still stuck for 15 months in America, showed me amazing banana bread he baked. Coincidentally, 30 minutes later, says Jonathan, my new neighbour brought me some banana bread round that she'd baked. So I tried to bake a sugar-free diabetic version. It came out like a foam kitchen sink sponge. Tell me again about the trifle. It's delicious. Not good for us diabetics, but it's what I call a risk worth taking. Will Guyett says the Queen has jam for... Well, of course, because she knows what's right. Because she's a listener to this programme. She is listening at the moment. She's going, we always have jam on first. She's always saying that. We know about that. She wouldn't put cream on first. She's the Queen. Jam first, squirty cream on the top. Or anything else. You can have squirty cream on there. Well, you can have clotted cream over there. Oh, God, honestly. I mean, nobody talking to anybody by the end of this programme. Apparently, the Titfield Thunderbolt is available on Amazon Prime. No extra charge if you're a subscriber, and nicely restored. It's such a good little film. It's got loads of people. You'll see people in it. You go, oh, I've seen you before in loads of Hollywood. You should really get them out. The films that we made is lovely. Hambledon, says Pamela, another beautiful village that's been used for films. Yeah, Turville is very famous. Turville. It's in Buckinghamshire, I think. That's where they filmed Vicar of Dibley, because it's got all these old houses. There's a house that's up for sale there at the moment, which I think is about 900,000. It was in Country Life the week just gone. It's Turville is lovely, but it's famous because lots of famous films were done there. The Manor of Turville. It's north of Henley-on-Thames. They did all sorts of things. Goodnight, Mr. Tom was filmed in Turville. Bride and Prejudice. Also Jonathan Creek, Midsummer Murders, Lewis, Marple, Foyle's War, Day of the Triffids. Also the Cobstone Windmill overlooks, for Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, the village of Turville. Also a few scenes from Little Britain were filmed there. Vicar of Dibley. In the series, the Church of St Mary the Virgin was renamed St Barnabas. Loads of things, but Went the Day Well. This is where it's supposed to be a true story, but I'm never sure if it is. The film was from 1942. German paratroopers invade a small English village. It's supposed to be based on a true story, and they were all pretending that we speak English perfectly, but in fact, basically, it was that they were there to sort of take over, but they pretended to be British. But they weren't. They were German soldiers, and they actually discovered that later on. Dean says, I'm with you. No, you're not. Don't start that rumour. He says, jam then cream. Yes. And Steve says, Andrew, crunchy peanut butter first, then jam, then clotted cream. You're mad. And you're barred. I've decided, actually. Anybody who's really stupid this morning, I have to bar. Ridiculous. But, I mean, no, it's obviously got to be jam on first. I don't know why people ever think that it's not jam on first. It's sort of so much easier. Because when you sort of put the cream on, and cream is all wet and moves and everything else, and, you know, and then you're supposed to put the jam on top of the cream, and it goes everywhere. It's messy, messy, messy. They're just doing it to be awkward. Don't worry, they don't mean it really. They don't mean it. Steve, I'm potty for rhubarb too. Apparently Hartley's do a wonderful, inexpensive large can of it stewed. Also, the Devon and Cornwall Music Festival, says George, had to be cancelled. They couldn't decide which band to go on first, the Jam or Cream. Right, you're barred. You're definitely not going to be allowed on the programme ever again. I have no hesitation in barring people. I'm sorry. I can be dreadful. Do you like kitchen sink films of the 60s? Yes, Kind of Loving, Taste of Honey. Yes, Spring and Port Wine, all those sort of things. I love that kind of stuff, but I could sit in the theatre and watch those. But I do like the old Ealing comedies. I do like things like that. And I also like some of the big costume films like Anne of a Thousand Days and stuff like that. I don't know why. It's just a bit peculiar, isn't it? I think that had a bad ending, but I can't remember, actually. There seemed to be lots of people being beheaded in some of the films I was watching. But I love it when you see, Henry VIII. I think Keith Michelle, when he played Henry VIII, I thought he was lovely. It was just really good, actually. Did you know scenes from Titfield Thunderbolt were shot in Richmond Park? Yes, everything. Somebody is trying to get... Who is it? They're trying to get... At the moment, they have a problem with dogs on leads. They want them to stay on leads because there's lots of baby deer being born and they don't want them to be interfered with. And there was a certain famous person who was complaining about it, saying, no, we should not have our dogs on leads. Let them off and let them run free. There's deer in the park. Let's go back to Henry VIII's day when the park was closed to everybody. People used to have to climb over the walls to collect firewood, because Henry VIII closed it all off. He didn't want people going in there. And now, I'm led to believe at Christmas, certain people climb over to pick the, what's that stuff? Mistletoe, which grows on the trees there. And they literally climb over, rip it all down, put it in sacks and sell it. Do you know, I tend to find, actually, that mistletoe doesn't work. Many's the time I brought some into work, over the years. It's still there now. It's looking a bit gnarled and sort of dried. But there again, that's the people I work with. Steve, scone, butter, jam, clotted cream, grate a small amount of dairy milk chocolate. That sounds like a heart attack. That sounds like a heart attack to me. So it's scone, butter, jam, clotted cream, a small amount of dairy milk chocolate grated over the top. I mean, that sounds like you're going to just die, doesn't it, really? Cream first, followed by Marmite, then the jam. Steve, does it matter if the jam or cream goes on the scone first? Yes. because it winds them up next door. That's what we have to do. We have to try and sort them out. But no, I mean, it's obviously, listen, if the Queen thinks it's normal to put the jam on first and then the cream, then that's where I take my guidance from. Steve, cream first, then jam. You wouldn't put butter on top of jam on toast. So why would you on scones? You're barred. Also, a lot of people not be coming back onto this programme. See, my partner thinks I'm balmy, says Mark in Lancaster, when I put crisps on my ham and cheese sandwich. Is she right? Yeah, what is this? It's only because Subway have started putting crisps in everything that people have started writing to me saying, I have crisps in my sandwiches now. Kids ask for them for school. You know, if we're doing sandwiches, can we put crisps in there? They grow up. Just grow up. But I have done it. I've had a crisp sandwich. Can't help it. It's just one of those things. Especially a crisp sandwich with. Sorry, I dribbled. I got so excited. A crisp sandwich with salad cream. With salad cream. Ketchup. Crisp sandwich and ketchup. Oh no, that sounds disgusting. What, tomato ketchup? Oh, goodness me no. Goodness me no. I'll tell you what's very nice. Sandwich spread. Heinz sandwich spread is very... Have you had that? Oh, that's delicious. That's like little chopped up bits of I don't know what. But sandwich... to be honest with you, I was told a story some years ago that a well-known actor who impersonates a woman used to fly Qantas in his early days, and he got barred from Qantas. Better brace yourself on this one, because he got on there and he was trying to work out how he could upset the stewardess. And you know that when you get on a plane, there's a magazine in front of you and a sick bag. And I mean, to be honest with you, I've never used it, but I used to sit there thinking, oh, don't try not to think about it, Stephen, because I wasn't very good at flying. Now I'm fine. I'm great. I generally sit with the rear gunner. And I remember sort of thinking, and this particular actor brought on a little tin of Heinz vegetable salad, poured it into the bag, left it. Halfway through the flight, just as the stewardess came round, he then simulated being ill and then started eating it. I mean, you can imagine. He was barred from Qantas. Whether it's an apocryphal story, I've got no idea. But people used to tell me that story years ago, and I remember thinking, do you know, one of these days, I'd quite like to do that. It's dreadful, isn't it, really? Steve, how about a pot noodle sandwich? No. Look, sandwiches are for ham and cheese and pickle and stuff like that. Certainly not Heinz tomato ketchup. Goodness sake, honestly.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Apparently, if you're an unfit slob, and I don't know what the definition of a slob is, you can avoid premature death with 7 minutes of basic movement a day. Studies show gym bunnies and running addicts could put themselves at the same risk of an early demise as those who barely lift a finger. So what they say, it's 7 minutes, something simple, walking up and down the stairs. See, the trouble is I'm a bit naughty. I come in and I get in the lift to come up, but I walk down the stairs. Cambridge University fitness researcher Dr. Tessa Strain, how appropriate, says activity is different from exercise. Exercise doesn't have to look like you expect. And so they probed data from 90,000 people. And just walking up and down stairs is very good. Because I told you, my friend, she lost, literally half her weight in walking. I mean, now she can walk 5 miles, 12 miles. She's lost so much weight. It's absolutely, it's phenomenal. So they're saying here, so you see, I mean, I've never seen anybody happy jogging. Have you ever seen that? Huh? They always look so miserable. And the worst thing, which really annoys me, if you're standing waiting to cross the road, they can't just stand still. They have to sort of jog on the spot next to you. I feel like saying to them, I'm sorry, why don't you just get a life? But I thought, no, they're obviously fitter than I am. And Stella says, I'm tempted to go to Waitrose to buy the rhubarb trifle. Plus, whenever I go to Waitrose, I always feel like the youngest shopper there. Do you? I seem to fit in quite well, actually. Michael Dennis, the Black Cab Poet, says, Steve, I'm quite partial to a cheese, salad cream and crisp sandwich with cracked black pepper. There you go. That sounds like the one, doesn't it? So cheese, salad cream and crisps. Would they be plain crisps? Michael, or would they be a flavoured crisp? It's funny, all this has started because of Subway saying, are you an in or an out or something? I can't remember what it is, actually. Somebody says, best one, Steve, toasted banana sandwich. Oh, that sounds quite nice. I like the sound of that. Meaning just mashed banana inside your 2 pieces of bread and cooked in the toaster, in the toasted sandwich maker. Well, that sounds quite nice. Was it Elvis Presley used to have banana? He used to like toasted banana, I'm pretty certain. Definitely. Talking about weird food concoctions, Steve, this might divide a few people, but we have cold Yorkshire pudding, always homemade, with jam and Weetabix with butter. Might sound a bit weird, says Mike in Kettering, but it's delicious. Yes, I think it's what you had when you were younger, isn't it? You would sort of grow up with certain foods, and then as you sort of went into adulthood, you'd be and people would be going, oh, you don't eat that, do you? That looks disgusting. It's almost like sort of baby food, you know. One here, it says, my mum makes corned beef and sandwich spread sandwiches delicious. You should definitely try it, says Joe in Hornchurch. I know Hornchurch because I played the Queen's Theatre there on numerous occasions and loved every minute of it. We've always had a full house. Well, in fact, actually, we had a full house everywhere. Peanut butter, banana and bacon sandwich. I could probably go for that, actually. I think that sounds quite nice. Peanut butter, banana and bacon. That sounds... Elvis's... Oh, that was Elvis's favourite, was it? Sounds delicious. Salt and vinegar crisps tend to work best, says Michael, for his one. So, cheese, salad cream, and salt and vinegar. How do you hold these things? Because you literally take a bite out, they must fall apart in your hands. Oh, you'll all be going now, Steve, I'm still in bed, and I'm starving. I now need to get up, get to the kitchen, and then you open up the fridge to see what's in there. There'll be nothing. Nothing in there at all. You know, all the food that we've been talking about. There'll be some manky old banana sitting here. There'll be no bacon. It'll be out of date and it's gone curly. You've got no fresh bread. You've got no butter. You've got nothing at all. What a rotten Tuesday you're going to have. So you've got to get dressed to go out and do the shopping. But you can't be bothered, can you? You know, I mean, why don't you always keep something in? I mean, apparently my mother used to freeze bread all the time. She'd buy a sliced loaf and freeze it and then take it out. And we used to have a toaster that cooked frozen bread. You put it onto the special frozen setting. We were very economical in our household, let me tell you. We used to buy sliced bread and slice it. We weren't mean or anything like that, but it was just sort of looking after it. There's a teen gangster in the paper today. He was only, he's been mocked on social media for his Minnie Mouse haircut. Poor soul. He'd been locked up for 6.5 years for firearms and drugs offences. And his name's Nathaniel Morris. He's only 19. At 19, his life is a total waste of time. Total waste of time. So they showed mugshots. He got dozens of jokes in. Somebody said Minnie Mouse has fallen on hard times. Somebody said, I really hope he asked for that criminal haircut to be taken into consideration. He looks ridiculous. Looks ridiculous. So David Beckham has set up a new training academy for gamers. These are people who play games, like... Games. I don't know what I'm talking about here, because I've never played games. Games. Name some. Give me... Oh, I've heard of... Sorry? Call of Duty. I've heard of Grand Theft Auto. That's a bit racy-pacey, isn't it, apparently? Sorry? FIFA. That's football. That'll be a football thing, yeah. Oh, I know 3. Good Lord above. But that's what Dave wants to do, bless him, with his new hair. Where did he get it from? I mean, out of a packet. The former England captain and Man United ace recognises the massive future of online virtual sport and wants to nurture its stars. Yeah, because he looks so he really knows what he's talking about, doesn't he? Poor old Dave Beckham. Adolf Hitler's personal toilet door key has emerged for sale. Somebody said, what would that fetch? 300 quid? I think. I've actually got a key at home from Houdini. I've got a Houdini key. I bought it in a magic auction some years ago. Many years ago. No, not for a private toilet. No, it's so it can undo locks. But it came with sort of provenance. So, because you have to check these things, because you can put down anything. But this one comes with provenance. The key is engraved Herren, which means men in Deutsch. Damen und Herren. But he didn't. He just had that one. And it's for the Reich Chancellery Loo, adorned with the Nazi political eagle and swastika. Hitler apparently lived in an apartment. His secret bunker was situated in the Chancellor's grounds. And somebody brought the key back as a souvenir after Berlin was liberated. So it's worth £300. It'll go for more, won't it? I mean, I'm assuming still, sadly. Things like this. I mean, it was Hitler's... to be honest with you, though, Hitler's toilet key doesn't sound that exciting, does it? I'm more worried about a dodgy postman who they don't tell you his name, which is a shame, really. He's dead. I say he's a dodgy postman because he was nicking post. One woman, and this is 13 years he'd been nicking post, and he kept it. And he's called a dodgy postman, but they don't tell you his name. The post has since been recovered from the home of the former employee. One woman got a cheque for £151, whilst another got a handmade anniversary card from her mum, who has since died. So hundreds of people finally got their mail because he was just putting it at home. And presumably going through the birthday cards to see if there was any money in there, because in the early days, people used to put money. That's the first thing I did. If it was ever my birthday, up to the age of, 14, 15, probably. I think most of our family used to stop when you got to about 15. And you'd open it up, and if there wasn't a 10-shilling note or a pound note or a fiver, you never spoke to them ever again. And I was always... You'd always get a 10-shilling note. When you think about it, I mean, it seemed a lot to me in those days. You could do a lot with 10 shillings. 50 pence. 50 pence. Or a pound note. A pound note. My God, you'd arrived. Seriously, I mean, you'd open it up and you go, oh, and my mum would go, oh, well, who is that from? And you go, oh, it's from Nana. And she go, how much did she put in there? And you go, 10 shillings. Because you just assumed that if they were nanas and granddads, they didn't have very much money. So I used to think that 10 shillings was probably quite a lot to them. 50 pence, cheapskates. Honestly, can you believe it? But you could go out and you could buy a record. You could buy a load of sweets. You could buy all sorts of things, actually, with 50 pence. Nowadays, nothing, is it, 50 pence? In fact, I'm sure if you even tip a taxi driver 50 pence, you're going to get a mouthful of abuse. Which I think. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. When I was younger, says Sarah in Welwyn, we don't know how much younger, she says, I used to have Spam and sandwich spread sandwiches. Well, I've just explained sandwich spread to the producer, Joe, and I think he might actually go and try some. You'll like it. I don't think you'll be disappointed. I really don't think you'll be disappointed. It's really very, very nice. Unless you want me to go and get some today and bring it in tomorrow. And fresh bread and butter and everything else. Because I've started buying soft butter. You know, the butter, I don't want anything hard. I can't bear it if you get it out and it's hard. It's absolutely, but you could be there forever and a day, couldn't you? Sometimes you blow on it, breathe on it, and all sorts of things just to make it a bit softer. And it takes for ages. So, no, I always buy the special one that goes soft fairly quickly. In fact, I leave it out the fridge, which is better, because the moment you put it in the fridge, hardens up. Don't want that. Definitely not. What a day we're having. This is the news coming up very shortly. 6 o'clock, which is good. So it's Tuesday the 18th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. What else have we got? A smartphone app. You're going to like this one. I'm a bit bad on apps, but you're going to like this one. Toasted bacon and marmalade, says Sandra. Toasted bacon and marmalade? No, I'm not sure about that one. That's... Yeah, you're barred, apparently. I didn't say that, the boys said that, but it doesn't matter. We'll be with you after the news. Welcome to... Oh, my goodness me, it's cold, isn't it? Are we nearly in summer? Do you think summer is around the corner? Is there any likelihood that we might actually sort of have days where my comfort cooling in the car could come to the foreground? Is there any chance of that? I don't know. Brian says, dripping toasted sandwich when I was younger. You'll have to explain to people what dripping is. People will not know what dripping is. It was a case of you could buy dripping in the butcher's shop, and people used to melt it and put it onto bread. I mean, to be honest with you, it sounds like, again, it's another heart attack, isn't it? One of those sort of things. But lots of people used to have drip. I mean, people used to eat all sorts. My mother, I don't think, ever cleaned the frying pan. What she would do is she would cook in dripping, the bacon and all the rest of it. And then when she'd finished cooking the bacon, and so it always like using a wok. In fact, it was not unsimilar to seasoning a wok. And she would then leave the dripping in there. That would then solidify. And then the next day she'd heat it up again, and then she'd put the bacon in. And it seemed to add to the flavour of it. So it is very much like using a wok. And my mother made delicious bacon. Absolutely delicious bacon. Mind you, she made the best roast potatoes, but everybody tells you that. Banana recipe, Steve. Take 2 bananas, slice up, mash into pulp, add vanilla ice cream, sugar, and a dash of blackcurrant juice, says Richard. Put in the fridge for a few hours, remove from fridge and carefully pour into the nearest bin. He says, I never like bananas. Some people don't like bananas. Isn't that funny? I thought everybody would like bananas. I thought they're supposed to be good for you. A lot of tennis players, you watch, Andrew Castle would eat bananas because they've got potassium in. Can't eat too many, but they're very good. Very, very good indeed. And another one here. Says, we've done that one when I was younger. Somebody says, I wish my fridge was empty. It seems to be stuffed with things that aren't suitable for the wasteland. Oh, don't tell me. Listen, I'm in the same position. 75% of all fridges in British kitchens have a half-eaten cold chicken in there. I know, but you can pick up all sorts of illnesses from chicken as it's covered over and things like that. You've got to be very careful. Andrew Woking says, having my bagel, with cream cheese, bacon and maple syrup. Oh, my goodness me, that sounds delightful. You've encouraged me now. I'm going to have to go out. I'm going to have to get some smoked salmon. That sounds quite a good thing to have for breakfast, doesn't it? Some people have it for breakfast, but I'm always a bit fussy about the quality of my smoked salmon. But I've had it on toast or just in a sandwich. Or failing that, if I've really been pushing the boat out, I'll just have it by itself. Just open the packet and eat smoked salmon. Sometimes with a bit of egg mayonnaise. That's very nice. Terrible. Every day. Why is it every day we talk about food? It's only because this is. You are waking up now. Well, hopefully you are awake, and you're off to breakfast. When I took the car in yesterday, I didn't have a chance to have breakfast. I fell asleep on the settee. I thought, I've got to get the car in. And it's perfect. It's perfect. Nigel and Steve, perfect. I like going there because I'm not interested in cars. I've got no interest in them, but they always tell me something that I don't know about a car. You know, when you've sort of seen your car, how many people look at their car engine? Nobody nowadays. You know, and yet years ago, people did their own repairing of car engines. I remember once, and this must have been a long time ago, when I was staying with my cousins, we went to a car breaker's yard and I bought a radiator for a Mini and I replaced it. Well, I don't know if you've ever tried working on a Mini engine, but there's no room. You've got to have little tiny hands. I cut myself to pieces. My hands were bleeding. It was absolutely ghastly. But I changed the radiator. I changed windows as well. I couldn't do anything like that now because I work on the assumption that there are people qualified out there and they do it better. It's like getting your hair cut by sort of somebody who doesn't cut hair, and then you go there and your hairdresser will say to you, well, who cut your hair last time? And you go, you. Which is better. Shane says, we lived in a working class suburb of Sydney. We had bread and dripping. Couldn't afford to live there now. I know all those areas. Same here in London. In London, we have areas that were very working class. Now, they've become gentrified. Joe in Welling says, mashed banana on toast, then grill the cheese on the top. On bananas? Grilled cheese? I'm not sure about that one. That sounds very peculiar, doesn't it? Not our normal thing. Izzy says, if you like hard butter, grate it. No, I don't like hard butter. Mickey says, my grandfather Ernie was a butcher. He used to have dripping on toast with salt. It was handsome. Yes, my Uncle Bill was a butcher at Gants Hill, and he used to get, whenever we went there for a Sunday lunch, because people did that in the early days, you went round to different members of the family, and we went there and we would have we always got the best bit of roast beef. My parents were always thrilled because my Uncle Bill was a butcher and he always got the best meat, and it was lovely. Him and my Auntie Ivy and my cousins Stephen and Martin. There's only Stephen left now. It's awful, isn't it, really? You sort of just assume that people are going to go forever. Unfortunately, they don't. Somebody complaining to the Daily Star today, more woke nonsense, they say, as the 1990s comedy Father Ted becomes the latest casualty of cancel culture and has warnings about content slapped on some episodes. It's all over the place. It's on every one of these comedy programmes. Sometimes I have sat there and I bought things on DVD box sets, and you cringe. You go, oh, I can't believe they said that. Sometimes it is a bit cringy. So I can understand, but at the time we didn't cringe. We didn't think anything about it. There are certain scenes in Fawlty Towers, I can think of 3 off the top of my head, which would be considered, highly contentious nowadays. But then I thought, well, I mean, I don't remember anything on Father Ted. I can't remember what it was. I mean, I've seen Father Ted, and there were little bits. I suppose there were little bits and pieces. The Chinese episode was one of them, which we talked about yesterday. And what else are they doing? Keeping Up Appearances, they've complained about. How? I've got no idea. I can't imagine anything that was offensive in Keeping Up Appearances. But mind you, I've seen children's programmes. I watched Blue Peter the other day. Oh, my goodness me, it's changed. I used to love it when it was in the big studio in London, Studio One, and they had the cats and all the... It was big. Now it's in what looks like sort of a broom cupboard with people. It's in Manchester. I don't even know who the people are. I've got no idea, but they all look like sort of OK Yar, and they've all got clean plimsolls, which I suppose is about as good as it's going to get. But I don't know anybody who does that programme anymore. I go back to the days of Biddy Baxter. I had the Blue Peter annual. I donated to the Blue Peter appeal. I never got a Blue Peter badge. No. I didn't even get a badge once. On my packet of cereal, it was Win a Pony. And you could send off for this... I don't know why, because we lived in a flat at the time. I don't know what I thought I was going to do with it. Perhaps we could stick it in the spare bedroom. Yes, it was on cereal. Yeah, you could win a pony. And if you sent off, and then I've read it afterwards, it said if you put a stamped addressed envelope in, we'll send you a badge. Well, I forgot to put the stamped addressed envelope in. Mainly because I didn't know what SAE stood for. I just thought it was some peculiar thing. But we never won a pony. Imagine what I'd done if it turned up on the doorstep. My mother would say, "What's that, Stephen?" I go, "I've just won a pony." She said, "Well, where are we going to put that?" I used to fix my Mini Clubman, says Shelley, all the time. Miss those days when you could fix things by yourself. I know. It's now you don't do it, do you? I mean, to be honest with you, I can't get to my engine. It's sealed. It's got covers over it and stuff like that, so I leave it up to the experts. As long as Nigel and Steve and Dave and all the other people there look after it, I don't know anything. I'm total, but also just as well. Do you think they'll start showing Love Thy Neighbour again soon? I think it's already been on. It's already been on because it wasn't what everybody thought it was. You have to, you're reading the wrong thing into it because it was the neighbours who always won over the other couple. It wasn't. It was some of the language that people used. That was the problem. It was the language that was used. Have you ever had brawn? Says Martin. No, I haven't. I didn't like the sound of it at all. It's brain, isn't it? Brawn. I don't know. I'm just guessing that now. I worry about these things. Brawn. I seem to remember seeing a picture of brawn. It didn't look very appetising. So I probably not. I don't think we had things like that in our house. My mother lived with a pressure cooker. Vicky says, I love bananas. You can use all of it, including the skin. Rub the inside of the skin all over your body. Head cheese or brawn is a cold cut tureen of meat jelly, often made with flesh from the head of a calf or a pig. Well, I'm not eating that. That sounds awful, doesn't it? Oh, there's a picture. Oh, I've seen it. I knew I'd seen it before. Ugh, looks disgusting. Definitely not for me. I'm terribly sorry. Steve. Sutherland salmon spread and cucumber sandwiches, alternative to meat paste. Come on, everybody had meat paste, didn't they? We didn't have anything. Little Shiphams, crab paste, little things like that. Oh, when you opened the top of the crab paste, it stank to high heaven. I never liked it. But I've never thought about rubbing the inside of the banana skin all over your body. It's very good for you. Whereas I stop it. I'll tell you, I'll make you sit outside making up your own jokes on the programme. It's not nice. I used an exfoliator this morning on my skin, which I have used from time to time, and I forgot to check, actually. Oh, it's worked. Because my arms started peeling. I couldn't quite work out why my arms peeled, because it's not like I sort of get out there in the sun, so I thought maybe I had a deficiency, apart from the usual ones. And then I thought, oh, because I'm drinking loads of water, so that means I'm hydrating myself. But my arms were peeling. I remember looking at it thinking, didn't like that at all. Don't like anything that's unusual. Another one here, the Bagel Shoppers on Brick Lane, the best salt beef bagels in the East End, says Mo. Oh, listen, at my age, you don't think I've not been to the bagel shop? You don't think I've been to Brick Lane? Kim says, 4 degrees up here, positively balmy. Apparently it's to reach 14. I need to get the fan down from the loft. It's bagel, not beigel. Or it's beigel, not bagel. No, you can say either, Mo. Listen, believe you me, I got more Jewish friends than you can shake a stick at. Bagel or beigel, you say whatever you want. Not gonna make any difference to anybody at all. So I now better get the the banana skins out and see if that works. You know, might do. A smartphone app could soon predict heart attacks using weather forecasts and the calendar, because cardiac arrests are most likely to happen during sharp drops in temperature. Wow. The University of Michigan, Dr. Takahiro Nakashima, says it could prevent thousands of deaths. Do you know, I'm not very good with apps. People say, download this app, and I don't know how to do it. Seriously, there's far too many complicated things out there for a person of my tender years. It's as simple as that.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 6:20. Trust you well. Paul in cold Lincolnshire. It's always cold in Lincolnshire. It's flat. That's why. He says, I've woken up nothing better listening to you and eating chicken samosas in bed. I don't think you should eat anything in bed. It's very messy. You can do it for Mother's Day or something like that. Yeah, lots of crumbs everywhere, especially if you have toast. Oh, bits all over the place. Steve, fried Christmas pudding with egg, bacon, sausage and brown sauce. I could go for that. Actually. And somebody says, you're so right. Under the bonnet of a Mini, ask any mechanic. The worst hose to change on my old Mini Cooper was the bypass hose. Very frustrating and painful. Yeah, I managed to change quite a few. I was quite surprised that I was able to do things. But, you know, it's the way it goes, isn't it? Steve, what happened to your skin when you were messing about with your oven, says Peter. Well, it certainly didn't go like that. I mean, this is, it's very odd, isn't it, peeling? It's almost like you've been on holiday to the Algarve or something, and you've come back and you haven't put, because some people don't bother putting suntan lotion on, they just seem to tan. Whereas I put suntan lotion on and it would never seem to work at all. Only once did I actually change colour when I came back from holiday and I went to Cannes in the south of France with Dad, and that was the only time I came back and I looked the colour of creosote. That was the only time. And then I started peeling. And that was it. You get out of your bed in the morning and you'd look back and you go, oh my God, left half your skin in there. Alison says, my great-grandfather was the first bagel baker in the country. It's a nice little claim to fame. We quite like that idea. We quite like it. I love it. A friend of mine's got, well, I mean, obviously he eats loads because he's Jewish, but he's got a bagel cutter. You put it in there and it slices them down the middle, which I think is a very good idea because I've tried cutting them and I'm absolutely useless. Totally useless. They're going to have a trial in London of rental electric scooters next month despite safety concerns. I mean, I don't want to be rude to the people who have these things. I mean, have you been out on the roads and seen how many of these things there are whizzing up and down already? They aren't all rentals. These people own them. It'll be the first time the contraptions, that's what they call them, will be legally allowed on the capital roads, although private users are already a common sight. They are. They use them all the time. Dangerous speeds. And I don't think... I mean, on April the 17th, a three-year-old boy suffered serious injuries when he was hit from behind by an e-scooter walking in Feltham. Charity Guide Dogs has called for the sale of them to be banned, describing their use as a serious safety issue. So under the trial, e-scooters will only be permitted on London's roads and cycle paths. Yeah, whatever. They're not going to take any notice of that, are they? All these things do, and they've used them at the moment. They've said here, e-scooters in London scheme will have a maximum speed of 12.5 miles an hour, which is below the 15.5 miles an hour set by the Department for Transport. Other features which go beyond national guidelines include front and rear lights, which will always be on throughout a rental, and an audible warning system that can be used without the rider adjusting their grip. Some of them don't even have the handlebars. It's like a hoverboard, and there's a bloke who does it I could film him and put him up there, and you look at it and you think you're an idiot. I want to shout that, actually. You know, one of those sort of people. Users will also be allowed... Apparently, wait a minute, London's scheme will be restricted to 6 London boroughs and areas. Canary Wharf, was nobody there anyway, is there? Ealing, Hammersmith and Fulham, Richmond, City of London, Kensington and Chelsea. You can also ride through Tower Hamlets. Best way to get through Tower Hamlets, isn't it? Right. You imagine in Richmond, they're going to have... Oh, dear me. Isn't it funny because they've got them? I mean, are we... Come on, yeah, I suppose that. Private e-scooters will continue to be illegal in public areas. Good. Well, tell the people who are riding them then, please. Can we see some action from the police? Do you think the police are really going to start chasing people? How ridiculous. I've never heard anything so stupid at all. And, Steve, when I lived in Primrose Hill, says Laura, it was all working class. I'm 65 now. Love all your retro sandwich fillings. Off to M&S now for their best ever sausage rolls. They're not as big. I like length. You see, they're a bit short. They're a bit too sort of. I mean, I did. If I'm going to have a sausage roll, I've had them. I had one the other day. I bought yesterday. I bought. Strangely, you should mention it. I bought one from Waterloo Station. It was ghastly. I don't know what the filling was. I don't know how they had the audacity to call it a sausage roll. Seriously, I mean, what was inside it looked like something you'd find if you pulled the cooker out and scraped it off the floor. It was absolutely ghastly. It's supposed to be sausage meat. I don't know what's in these things. Steve. Talking about car maintenance. Do you think it might be a record? Citroen C5 Aircross, bought new in 2019. Okay. Broke down 30th November last year and Citroen's still trying to repair it. List of parts used as long as your arm. It was towed into the garage on that Monday. A Citroen. I don't know they had anything in Citroens. I thought it was just hamsters on wheels. I didn't know there was actually sort of things in there. Well, I suppose there'd have to be, wouldn't there? We like things like that. But some people are very good at it. Some people are very good at doing stuff like that. It's not me. Not me. Comedian Brian Connolly spent years having fans mistake him for Bradley Walsh. All that's set to change as he sports a new look. He's going to be playing Sonia Jackson's dad, Terry Cant, in EastEnders. And the stars of Loose Women, they're not stars. Why do we insist on using this stupid word? They're just presenters. And they've got body stories. It's campaigning to show the effects that social media has on people's body confidence. Panellist Colleen Nolan says, in my younger days, when I should have felt amazing, I was paranoid about being good enough. So, yeah. So yes, well, and so they're all here. All of them. And, everybody looks fine. Everybody looks fine. I don't know why they do this. I mean, what's the point of it? I just don't understand the point. It'd be like sort of, me sitting here going, okay, I want to be body confident. And everybody going, are you mad? And you go, well, they're doing it. They've done it before on Loose Women where they've taken all their clothes off before. And I've written to Colleen saying, please don't do it ever again. Frightening horses and things like that. But Kay Adams is on there. It doesn't, all this rubbish about, it's because they're on the if they weren't on the television, they wouldn't bother with this. Promise you, they really wouldn't. It's only because they're there and because television makes you vain. Oh, look, do I look gorgeous? Do I look slim? I told you, that's what Dale said all the time. Did I look slim? Nope, you look fat. Seriously, I mean, he'd have hated that if you'd said that to him. He'd have absolutely hated it. Fred West. Police say the girl's body could be buried in the cafe, but they don't know. They've got to wait and find out. Hospitality, joy, as indoor opens. People getting very excited. And then there were loads of reporters who were sent on aeroplanes to go to Faro, to go to all sorts of places. And boozers were bouncing again. They've got people here who are at a football match, by the look of it, socially distancing. And I heard somebody say the other day, and they're quite right, the theatres can open, but they've still got to socially distance. So they're not going to make enough money to cover the costs of some of these productions. They're really not, which is not so good, is it? Wait a minute. Isn't it funny? This postal worker who was nicking all this postage, they've not named him. Normally they would name someone. If he'd been alive, they'd have named him. I wonder why they hadn't. 13 years. He was pinching. Prince Harry's emotional trailer for a TV show that includes footage of his mother's funeral has sparked fears of another attack on Prince Charles. He really is just very ungrateful, isn't he? Honestly, absolutely. And this is, sources say royal aides are concerned about what he'll say about his relationship with his dad. Well, he's just an ungrateful little child. He's the sort of person who probably picked up a Christmas present and went, what's that? And they went, that's a computer. Don't want that. Because it really, I've never heard of anybody doing that before. It must be really very depressing. Steve, there are 4 people in my road with e-scooters. They're a menace. Oh, I tell you what's even worse, Jackie and Feltham, when you get them on the train in the morning, they take up 3 seats. These people, they bring on their scooters. They don't fold down or anything. They sit there, they're saying, oi, mate, why don't you go and stand up and hold on to your scooter? It's like people with bicycles on trains. They're a pain in the rear end as well, aren't they? I try to be so caring about it. It's not easy. If you've got a folding bike, I can cope. I can cope with it. But if you've got a full-size bike, they're just mad. These people sit there in all their lycra and everything else and start changing on the train, and they've got their bicycle, which is taken up all the... People have to stand around them. Selfish people. Steve, scooters should be banned. Young people don't exercise enough already. Is this preparation for them to get a proper mobility scooter in the future, says Jason? Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I think they should have insurance to cover the damage. That, you know, and also, how long before we get the first death? How long before, you know, they start going, oh, we have to ban those? You go, well, you could have seen that one coming miles away. You know, I think people on cycles should have insurance. I really do. You know, what's the hardship? They're using the roads. Why should we have to pay for it? They're using the roads the same as we are. Dreadful. Steve, did you watch the Bargain Brits at the Seaside on Channel 5? There's a gentleman in Blackpool B&B, and he's the spitting image of you, says Dan, and he wears a Hawaiian shirt and calls bingo numbers. Oh, you spotted my brother. Love it. And why don't theatres go live on the intranet? Well, I mean, they have done things like that. But they need people to pay. You know, if you're doing Phantom of the Opera or something like that, you've got a big theatre to fill. And they need those people coming in, and they don't want to socially distance. It's going to look stupid. Absolutely ridiculous.
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence, to genetics, to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Tony says, Steve, a lot of cyclists are insured. No, they're not. That's the thing, they're not insured. I wish they were. I mean, if you do it professionally, well, then you'd have to be insured, because that would be your living. We have lots of professional cyclists around our way. But normal cyclists, you know, people who go out, you know, the family, they're not insured. Steve, I was in Hackney yesterday, found a nice cafe, had a nice slice of lemon cheesecake with whipped cream. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it, actually? Lemon cheesecake. Actually, I'm not big on cheesecake. I don't know why I went like that. I'd rather have fruitcake with cream on it. That'd go down quite well, wouldn't it? Steve, what's worse than loose women? Loose men. Yes, they get, but they did it years ago, loose men. They had people like Jeff Brazier on and a few other people, and it didn't work. It didn't work. Because what I tend to find with sort of the loose women is, I mean, it's a nice, God knows what it costs to put out. You know, you've got sort of 5 people on the panel. They've all got to be on a fair whack for sort of sitting there. And it's been sort of the only regular thing. They used to have an audience. Now they don't have an audience. But you do begin to wonder, you know, just basically it's therapy for them. That's what we seem to be talking about every day, them. Steve, my e-scooter goes 30 miles an hour and I ride past police cars all day in traffic. I'd like to see the police catch me. It'd be like Benny Hill through the back streets of London, says Dean in Westminster. Well, there you go. I mean, you know, they're supposed to have I think the top speed is supposed to be 15 mph. That's what, 15 and a half. But they're now going to bring that down to about 12. So there you go. Steve, how about John Warrington? How is he? He's very well, actually. He writes to me probably about every week, I think. He's a very loyal person, very loyal. Also another one, motor insurance doesn't cover the cost for using the public highways. It's covered by the vehicle excise duty. All cyclists that own a car will pay VED, just like motorists that don't. Most cyclists also have insurance. Stop saying they won't. No, they haven't, unfortunately. How wrong can you be? How wrong can you be? No, they don't. They don't. That's Charlie, who's a cyclist in Wiltshire. You can imagine, can't you? Been cycling all my life. Some cyclists, I think he's one of them. So there you go. They don't have insurance, I'm afraid. But there you go. You're in Wiltshire, so you're out of the sticks, mate. You haven't got the faintest idea what's going on out there. Not a clue. Mick in Caterham says we've already lost somebody on an e-scooter. Went under a bus. Well, it's so easy. I mean, these things, I mean, the speed you're going on 2 wheels, but it'd be quite nice if we actually got them to do insurance. That would be very good. We'd be very happy about that. Steve, when will somebody invent a red traffic stoplight for e-scooters? Well, I mean, they seem to have lights on When we came in this morning, there was a cyclist wearing all black, no lights on the bike. What a fool. What an idiot. And Phil in Chester says, I can't stand loose women. Oh, I think it has its moments. It's just it's a bit self-indulgent. A little bit. Nick Ferrari is going to be talking about the Andrew Lloyd Webber. Was it Andrew Lloyd Webber or was it somebody, a police officer, who said that people who refuse to have COVID jabs are as bad as drink drivers? Which is, I don't quite see that. Also, the e-scooter trial scheme to launch in London and a greener post-pandemic future. Nick Ferrari is going to be talking about that at 7 o'clock this morning on LBC. Steve, the police were out in Kingston, says Jackie, catching scooter riders on Friday. More police out than I've seen in both lockdowns. Really? Seems a bit of a pointless exercise, doesn't it? Really? I haven't seen that many in Kingston. I mean, I see cyclists jumping red lights all the time. All the time. If only they had insurance, but of course they don't. But of course in Wiltshire, we've got loads of people with insurance. How do you know that? Do you go around asking people? You're one of those, window people who go, oh, hello, twitchy curtains. So travellers returning from a country on a list, the green list, will only be required to take one post-arrival test. So these are the places you can go to at the moment. Portugal, which is where everybody's going to. Gibraltar. I mean, to be honest with you, why would you pick Gibraltar to go to? I mean, it's all right. Israel. Australia, they won't let you in. New Zealand. Singapore. They won't let you in either, I don't think. Might have to just sit there waiting on the runway. Brunei. Iceland, so Darren's very pleased about that one. And the Faroe Islands. Lovely. Plus several small remote islands that are British overseas territories. So it's Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, Brunei and the Faroe Islands severely restricted. So what's the point of putting them on a green list? I don't understand. You can't go there. They don't want you at the moment. Portugal will welcome you if you've had a recent negative test or you've recovered from the virus and therefore have antibodies or have had both doses of a vaccine. Yeah, I've done that. Done that one. Gibraltar won't require UK visitors to be tested or vaccinated, whereas Israel will initially reopen its border on the 23rd of May only to groups of foreign tourists who've had both jabs. So I'm all right. I can go to Israel because I've had both jabs, which is good. And, I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? But fancy putting down a list of places where you can't even go to them. Doesn't make any sense. 84850, Steve at LBC. George, you're telling lies. Do not tell lies. Nothing worse than an idiot like George this morning making a comment about somebody. She didn't say that at all. So don't be so stupid. Try and grow up. Somebody says, have you read that? Good. I was speaking to a young lad, Steve, says Graham, about his scooter. Apparently there's an app that allows you to reprogram the scooter. No, there isn't. They haven't got that sort of equipment in them. It's just a battery connected to a motor which powers two wheels and a couple of lights. It doesn't have an app in it. Okay. 84850, steve at lbc.co.uk. 0639. Okay, we can lose. Got it? I love it. I love it when we do these sort of things. It sort of kind of makes my day, actually. You got it? You know who it is. Oh, gone. Never mind. Steve, there's a guy called Cycling Mikey. Yeah, I've heard it. We were talked about this one the other day, actually. Not on this programme, but off air we were talking about him. And he goes around filming motorists. I don't know why. He's a hero in the cycling world. Oh, my goodness me, I can't believe it. A hero in the cycling world. Very exciting. Puts himself into dangerous situations, then blames the motorists and posts it. No, this is the one who's got a camera fitted, and he films motorists doing illegal things, and then he posts it. Because there's one down in Essex who does the same thing. Exactly the same thing. And he's anti-cars. So if he sees a car that's sort of jumping round a traffic island or something like that, he'll film it. And they post it up on sites. They really need to get a life, but they can't. Steve, these cycles and the bikes on the trains, if ever to evacuate the train, you have great difficulty getting out, says Chris in Brighton. Well, to be honest with you, I thought that people who've got, and I could be wrong, occasionally I get things wrong, but I'm not sure on this one. If you've got a full-size cycle and it's not a folder, you're not supposed to take them on trains during the rush hour. You're supposed to wait, but they don't. They're ignorant. And they will put it in there. You know, as far as I'm concerned, they should stick it up on the roof. Much easier. It's as simple as that. But, I mean, that's what I thought. If it's a folder, you can take it on the train. But if it's a full-size bike, you can't. You can't. Steve, you're right about the e-scooters. My God, I was in Liverpool last week. The speed they go is ridiculous. Yes, I mean, we've seen, Samantha, 2 people on one scooter. Father and child at the back. Round here I saw it. Round here, I mean, the stupidest people. The stupidest people ever. 84850 Steve at LBC 0642. Thank you. And Steve, do you remember a pub in Twickenham called the Red Lion on Heath Road? Do I? No. I don't. I mean, I think it's been turned into a supermarket. Is it the top? It used to be a music pub. I'm pretty certain it's been turned into a supermarket. Yes. I think that's what happens to a lot. We've had a couple of pubs in Twickenham. One's turned into a co-op and one's into a Tesco Express. Mainly because there are so many. It's just at the top of Heath Road near the Green. I think that was the Red Lion. But difficult. If they're owned by companies, it's very difficult. Steve, my granddaughter was run over by a mobility scooter and dragged along underneath it. I agree. Not so good. Nice to be company. Steve, I wonder if Cycling Mikey films fellow cyclists jumping red lights. Well, actually, I spoke to somebody who is a cyclist, and they said they regularly go over red lights. If there's no traffic or anything, they'll go over them. So, that's the way it goes. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Shelley says, I reported a woman on a scooter with a toddler stood in front of her. I've seen that on a few the toddler hangs onto the handlebars and the other person's on the handlebars. Seriously, really dumb people. Really dumb people. Sir Michael Caine, has said he's cut down on the booze in a bid to have as much time with his young grandchildren as possible. He's 88. How much does he drink? He said, I've cut down on the drink and got a new outlook on life. They're my fountain of youth. Very interesting, isn't it, when you actually get to sort of 88 and you go, I think I'll cut back on booze. And you think to yourself, I wonder how many other people have thought about things like that and change their lifestyle, which a lot of people do, don't they? But the running bit, there's no point. You stand as much chance of sort of having cardiac problems. So walking, they say, is better. You can walk off weight. That's from the universities. Here we go. It's Harry again. Same as it was yesterday in the Daily Mail. This time, because he loves the publicity, that hair's going complete. I'm surprised they've not given him a hair transplant. Every time you see it, it's getting worse and worse and worse. Worse and worse. And now they've got Oprah Winfrey, Glenn Close and Lady Gaga. Who did I hear? Who was it last night? I heard somebody pronouncing it, no, as opposed to Lady Gaga. Was it Swarbrick? Gaga. He called it Gaga. Mind you, I used to be the same. When Bros first came along, I said, oh, and here they are, brothers. Honestly, he called it Gaga. I remember thinking, has he done that to be funny? I wasn't sure if it was funny. I would, if somebody showed me a picture of her, I wouldn't recognise her as Lady Gaga because she has so many different sort of looks. So here's Harry again, and they've got the Harry age 12 with Charles at Princess Diana's funeral, which means that he's more than likely to start laying into his father again, which is not the best thing. Not the best thing to do. In fact, people just don't do that anymore. Here's lots of people enjoying themselves, going out the other day in London. They opened the Hippodrome at midnight. Which was fantastic, and all these... 750 staff work in there. It's nearly as many as working over there as in here. Unbelievable. It's only because I watched them sort of opening it all up and all the croupiers are all now socially distanced and everything else. I don't know if you've ever been. I hadn't really been properly to a casino until I went to the Hippodrome. We had a really good night out, actually. We walked out with money. We were very excited. Very excited. Doesn't happen very often. I'm not very lucky at things like that. Border farce escalates with even longer queues to come. Because people were sort of telling me, all these different places you can go to, but they don't want you in. So what are you supposed to do about that? Mike says, why don't I jump the lights in my car when there's not much traffic? Well, I know, you see, you'd be done for it, but cyclists wouldn't. You know why? Because you can't identify them. With you've got a number plate on your car, so that's why somebody will see you, and if you go in a bus lane or things like that, and a lot of cyclists, there's no identification. I think there should be identification on the back of every cycle, like a number, so you can see what it is. Because if you're sitting in traffic and a cyclist comes along the side of your car and scratches it, what are you supposed to do? Get out the car and chase them down the road? The answer is no. No, definitely not. Chilling news, running out of flakes. I don't believe that they're running out of Cadbury's flakes. And also, just make more. Isn't that the idea? Apparently, it's unknown why the chocolates are called 99. No, it was because they were originally sold for 99 pence and then they stuck at... Sorry? It's not that. They've said that here. Soft top cones, which sold for 99p. Fans of the ice cream. He's not a fan of an ice cream. It's a Mr. Whippy. And you literally pull the handle down and you get a squirt of that and they stick a flake in it. And they call it a 99. It's just vanilla ice cream. Sometimes you can have sprinkles. Not only if you have sprinkles, you can also get chocolate sauce. The 99 is so called in honour of the elite guard made up of 99 soldiers. Oh, for goodness sake, what a pile of rubbish. So the soldiers who traditionally protected Italian monarchs now have been naming an ice cream. What for? What for? The chocolate maker borrowed the number name to appeal to expat Italians. What? Have you heard such drivel in your entire life? Oh, we now feel we're at home. We've got an ice cream named after us. It's a 99. But so there's a shortage of them. High demand for the ice cream toppers. Where? Where is the big demand? It's affecting supplies in Ireland. Good. Good. Well, don't eat them. They're bad for you. Chocolate and ice cream. In a statement, Cadbury's owner, Mondelez, doesn't even sound interesting, does it, said it was unsure how long the unexpected shortage will last. Well, make more, dearie. God, blimey, honestly. Oh, I don't know what we're going to do about it. We're running out of chocolate flakes. Well, stop making other things and make more oh, God, blimey, honestly. How many people now have a flake? How many people go out for a 99? They don't. They look there and they go, have a banana lolly, please. And you point at the picture on the outside, unaware that the bloke inside the van can't even see the picture on the outside. Honestly, there's a shortage of flakes. If you go to Iceland, they've got loads. They've got loads. They do it the little ones, because you never get a whole flake. Never get a whole. You know what? Oh, I tell you. Oh, I knew there was something I forgot to tell you. Firstly, you cannot melt a flake in a microwave. You can't melt it. Normally, chocolate you can melt in a microwave. Okay? And I'll tell you something else. How do you get fresh chips, or fries as they call them, at McDonald's? How do you guarantee that yours are going to be hot and fresh? Here's a little trick for you. You'll like this one. How do you guarantee... Because when you go in there and you can see they've been sitting there and you pick them up and they go quite limp, don't they, within a matter of sort of minutes. How do you get and guarantee fresh, hot chips? Shall I tell you? Ask for no salt. If you say, I don't want any salt on them, they've got to fry you new chips. Works a treat. It's gone down a storm in America. Everybody's saying the same thing. Can I have some fries? No salt. They have to fry separately, so you can guarantee that they're going to be hot. Clever, isn't it? Did you know that, or did you read it in the paper? I mean, admittedly, you've got to wait half an hour because they make you wait. It's like if ever you ask for something in McDonald's that isn't the standard thing. If ever you say, oh, can I have a quarter pounder with cheese plain, they make you wait for it, because otherwise everybody else will sit and go, well, that looks nice, because I just want the burger and the cheese. That's why I can't wait for Wendy, because at least you can order what you want to eat. But yeah, order them with no salt, and you get freshly cooked chips. They'll hate you. They'll hate you forever and a day. It's like the other thing they hate you for as well is, oh, can I have a McDonald's cola? No ice. They have to push the button twice because the ice uses up most of the cup. So if you say no ice, it's a little handy hints there. Little handy hints for this morning, just to cheer up the world. Mark, my ex-producer, used to love the ice cream van coming round when I was a child, until the day I saw the driver picking his nose. We used to love the ice cream man coming round. Did you not used to like the ice cream? You'd hear it. You'd, Mum, the ice cream man's here. And she'd go, oh, I'll try and find my purse. You go, quickly. Of course, by the time you got it, he'd moved round the thing. Steve, I've known that for 35 years. Worked at McDonald's when I was 17. Well, big up you. Big up you. That's just about it for this morning, actually. 99 millimetres. That's how long the ice cream flakes are, says Angela. Well, I've never heard that one before. That's quite an interesting one, isn't it? 99... How big's 99 millimetres? That... 4 inches. Yeah, they are about 4 inches. The small ones. I'll go to Iceland today and see if I can buy a box and bring them in, because I'm sure you'll eat them. They're like that. They're called 99s because there are 99 flakes in a box. No. No, absolutely not. We're not buying into that one at all. Listen, thank you so much indeed for your company. My flake girl, she knows these things. Janice knows about this. She was the flake girl on the television. And luckily, she's still with me all these years later. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. How are you? How are you, me old muckers? It's the kind of thing they say on television programmes now, isn't it? You know, because I'm a cockney. No, I'm not. I'm just making that bit up, actually. Make myself sound more interesting. It is Wednesday. It is the 19th of May. I'm looking particularly dapper this morning. Just thought I'd tell you that now. Just in case you were sort of thinking to yourself, my God, he's looking so much better than he did yesterday. And the day before, and the day before, and the day before that. Naomi Campbell's had a baby. But we don't know if she's had the baby or she's used a surrogate. In which case, who's the father? It's all a bit confusing. She's sort of but the wording you have to read in between the lines, because somebody said, well, she didn't look pregnant. So is it her? And also she's 50. 50 is not a good age to start thinking about having children. So all the papers are talking about that. 6 in 10 of you say the Sussexes should lose their titles. All the experts are saying to Harry, zip it, darling, zip it. You know, there's a limit to how many times you can keep going back in your life. You know, I could go back in my life to when everybody was alive in my family and keep going on about it. Look to the future. The future is where it is, you know, because otherwise you're starting to sort of sound a little bit tedious, which is not so good. Grace Jones is 73 today. What was she famous for? Famous for being a model. And famous for hitting Russell Harty on television, who did a chat show. She'd had her interview, and then he goes to introduce somebody else, and he turned his back to her. So she hit him. She hit him. A rather stupid woman. I'm surprised she's made it to 73, actually. She was notoriously bad for being late. A bit like Naomi Campbell. Naomi Campbell was notoriously bad for being late. I remember seeing an interview done with her. I think they did a feature in Standard or something like that. And anyway, she was like 3 hours late for a photo session. Rude beyond belief. A bit like Elizabeth Taylor. Elizabeth Taylor would turn up, you know, hours and hours late. I think somebody else who did it got into trouble. Who was it? It was Barbara Streisand. Her hairdresser turned up at the house. His name was John Peters. He's a film producer now, but at the time he was a hairdresser. And he turned up and she kept him waiting. And she walked down the stairs because, you know, some people think that they can be rude like that. Whereas me, if I'm booked to go somewhere, if I'm doing something, I'll be there early. If anything, I'd never be late. Not in a million years. If I had to get there early and go and get a cup of coffee. And anyway, so, sorry? 5 minutes early. Yes, 5 minutes early. But then Barbara Streisand walked down the stairs and John Peters stood up, picked hold of his tupper and said, "Don't you ever be late again," he said, and make me wait. And he walked out the house. And she went, "Oh, I love you." So she married him. That's what people did. Ladies in Hollywood married their hairdressers. You know why? Because it meant that your hair was always looking good. It's like the Queen. We don't know who the Queen's hairdresser is. And yet every day she must get her hair done. I can't see she puts the rollers in herself. Can you? At 90-something? So who is the Queen's hairdresser? He's very discreet, whoever he is, because we haven't heard very much from him. 1 million people admitted to hospital in a year for obesity. Also, the perfect weather for bigger and juicier than ever. Here we go. It's British strawberries. I've seen some Whoppers in the supermarket. It's really juicy and they're very good, aren't they? I wonder where they came from to start with. And also, what is the least popular girl's name? You won't believe that. This one was a gift as far as I was concerned. It's Gemma. Gemma is the least popular girl's name, which is interesting. Also, the little yellow Fiat Cinquecento from the comedy The Inbetweeners is to be sold at auction, could reach £3,000. And Chumbawamba are back. I get no doubt when I get up again. Who are we got? 23 years. Oh, it's Scott Ian Carmichael, the flamboyant bachelor. Read into that what you like. I always love it when they go with the flamboyant bachelor. In other words, he's a bit like Bobby Cole Norris, but with talent. or anybody else. He goes to Buckingham Palace or Windsor Castle at least once a week to attend his most famous client. There you go, fiercely loyal, he never talks about his visits. I think, actually, and not on the same thing, but all of the Queen Mother's staff, or most of them, were gay. Apparently, it was just the way it is. So she's been styling her own hair at Windsor Castle. Wow. But in fact, so she's got somebody, and he's a Scot, and he's flamboyant. For that read, Cambudge, you'd imagine. We don't even know. Do we know what he looks like? Do we have a picture of him? We're going to find a picture of him, just so I can sort of reaffirm that he's definitely flamboyant. Roger says, I think Grace Jones was also one scary-looking woman. She was. That's what Russell Arty thought at the same time, which is interesting. Somebody was talking about the difference for, different reasons for weight. I was a healthy weight and active, so I became disabled. Exactly, and then all of a sudden, you're not getting the exercise which you think you should have been getting, and so a lot of people put on weight. A lot of people on these mobility scooters, are holding down quite a bit of weight. Dawn Neesom's got her column today in the Daily Star. We'll get round to that a little bit later on. Do you know, everybody's still talking about dreary old Harry. But you know what they're saying now? They're saying, listen, we know about your issues. Zip it. Celia Walden, who's Piers Morgan's other half, said exactly the same. I mean, she doesn't have to agree with Piers Morgan, but I think people are a little bit bored with Harry now. It's a case of, still keep sort of talking about it. Oh, that's the hairdresser. Oh, right. Oh, he's got an award. Is that just for cutting her hair? Yeah, we think so. Hair Royal Highness. Yeah. Well, I wonder how he actually got that gig. I mean, do you have to audition for it? I don't know. But he doesn't look very flamboyant. Not like that weatherman on the television. You've seen the weatherman on the television? The Welsh guy, who's so camp, he makes Bobby Cole Norris look nearly butch. But then, of course, not. And he plays drums. I was watching him playing drums the other day. And it's quite interesting, isn't it? There you go, this one here. His name is Owen Wyn Evans, a Welsh journalist and broadcaster. I mean, he is camp. He's a reporter for the One Show. He's known for his drumming. There you go, drumming, I told you. He's 30-something. I mean, he is very camp. For weathermen, very camp. Nothing the matter with that, but it just means you can sort of emphasise just how wet it's going to be outside. And yesterday, boy, was it wet. I mean, 1 minute I was on the phone to my friend Lynn, and the next minute she went, oh, and there was a crack of thunder, which we both heard. And then all of a sudden, down it came. Down came the rain, which was lovely. Loved it. Love it. So, who is the perfect neighbour? Do you have the perfect neighbour? Apparently the perfect neighbour always says hello and signs for your deliveries. I have perfect neighbours. Morning, Popsy. How are we today? Going to ignore me again, probably, like the other day. That's walked straight by. I'm not talking to me, he says. You see, look at that. We've got a tantrum going on already. We've just started the blooming show. Aldi is cashing in on the 99 flake shortage with a cut price ice cream. I mean, it's a good story. I mean, it's quite clever that they managed to keep it going. Gordon Ramsay roasted by food lovers, not really roasted, as he revealed a recipe for bacon jam. Bacon jam, honestly. And Nick Knowles could be in the money, because if the BBC decide to get rid of him because he did a Shreddies advert, I mean, they've really got such double standards at the BBC. They really have. As I was only saying to the people behind the Panorama programme the other day. But anyway, all the other channels would want Nick Knowles. It's as simple as that. He's hot property. He does good programmes. And if he leaves the BBC, there are other places to go to, as they're all discovering. People who've been with the BBC for years and years and years, all of a sudden they sort of up and they go to different places. And Nick Knowles could go anywhere, I should imagine. He comes with sort of track record. JLS have got their own condoms. I know. I couldn't believe it either. They were saying they and I thought, you're going to be selling them at the concerts. I mean, I don't know. It's an odd thing to have, isn't it? They've got their own condoms. Apparently all the boxes got their sort of picture. They are quite old. What, JLS? Oh, the condoms? I don't know, actually. I was only saying the other day, no, I wasn't. I was saying it this morning, actually, that Romeo Beckham, another one of the Beckham children, this one will be having his tattoos done shortly, they think that his girlfriend is pregnant. Romeo Beckham is 18. I mean, quite clearly having unprotected sex. I mean, if she is pregnant, he's obviously the biggest idiot under the sun. They're not married. Not married. Disgraceful, isn't it, really? Yes. Can we have a double room? No, we haven't got anything. Yes, we had, Basil. We got one. They're here. No, they're not married, dear. They're not married. It's so funny. People used to be like that years ago. If you weren't married, they didn't want you to have a double room. And if you did have a double room, I'll tell you this now, actually. When my brother had his girlfriend, he bought a house, little house, and my mother, in particular, wouldn't let him stay overnight in the house with his girlfriend. So he could stay there in the evening, and then he had to come back of a night time. Odd, isn't it? I thought that was a bit bizarre. Never applied to me, of course. Steve, Russell Hart used to say, "You are you not?" He was one of the poshest Lancashire men ever, much missed. He was set up by a newspaper. Do you remember Russell Harty? He was set up by a newspaper. They found a rent boy, and the rent boy went up to his house. I don't know. What, Russell Harty or the rent boy? Russell Harty. I don't know. He was. You are or you are not. He would used to look to the sky. He was a bit like Bennett, but this rent boy claimed all sorts of things, and so I think it was the News of the World mic'd him up and sent him up to the house. I mean, really, a piece of disgraceful journalism. As if being gay was some sort of crime. And but people would sell their grandmothers down the river. 10 grand here, 15 grand there. If you were sleeping, and why do you think all the nightclubs were full of old tarts who were desperate to pick up a footballer? Sell the story. The carpet to Max Clifford's office in New Bond Street was well worn. Literally. People used to go there, and it was really terrible. He became ill with hepatitis, and then the Sun newspaper began publishing stories about his health and private life, claiming the disease was related to HIV and AIDS, and that he was in the habit of using teenage male prostitutes. I mean, it really was. It was quite disgraceful. But in those days, people bought the newspapers based on what the front page story was, and they're obsessed with sort of people's sex life. Although, to be honest with you, if you look at some of the journalists at The Sun, I should imagine, their sex life wouldn't be worth looking at. But I thought that was a bit mean. Little bit mean. So we take all your texts and emails this morning at 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Also, beach huts. Beach huts, very popular beach huts. You can't sleep in them overnight, but you could probably have a lie down during the daytime, couldn't you? I mean, I know you can't stay there overnight, but they're very... There's a couple paid £600 for one. That was a few years ago. They're now selling it for £65,000. Beach huts are much sought after. Apparently the Royals, says Patrick, have always preferred to employ gay staff because they're unencumbered by personal family issues and responsibilities. I remember that the Queen Mother is alleged to have said she was sort of sitting there, and she was waiting, and there was all this noise outside, and so she opened the door from her sitting room, and she looked out and she said, "When you old queens out here have finished, there's an old queen in here who wants a gin and Dubonnet." That was how it worked. Backstairs Billy was absolutely classic. Absolutely classic. Texts and emails we will take between now and 7. With that kind of programme, we're in very good mood today, very easy going. It's very gentle. And if you want to climb Snowdon, it's getting so overcrowded, they're going to charge you £2. Seems very reasonable, doesn't it, for climbing Snowdon? And the little Fiat Cinquecento from the comedy The Inbetweeners is going to be sold at auction. I've seen The Inbetweeners. Very rude. A lot of very bad language. You don't find people talking like that normally in this day and age.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Nice. Ambrosine. He's going to tell the story of the Queen Mother again, smelling a mothball, sitting at a premiere. It wasn't a premiere. We just went to Phantom of the Opera, and it was a night that Michael Crawford had to lend me a tie because the Queen Mother was sitting literally right in front of me. If I'd leant over, I could have picked up one of her noisette creams. And but she did. She smelled of mothballs. She was. I mean, to be honest with you, I thought she looked like posh drag, because it was all glitter. She wasn't wearing a pair of sort of denims, and an off-the-shoulder sort of scarf or something like that. She was done up to the nines in, it's like watching the Queen turning up to the Royal Variety performance. I mean, looking stunning. Absolutely stunning. Whereas me, I just look like a badly made bed, which isn't so good. So nobody likes the name Gemma, so I'm so sorry if we've got any Gemmas listening this morning. I've got a lovely story which I want to tell you, but I can't tell you. because it makes me sound big-headed if I tell you this story, but it's actually sort of funny, but at the same time, no, I couldn't possibly twist my arm, give me a fiver, and I was watching Bewitched yesterday because I've got the box set, and there's hundreds of the blooming things, about 700 episodes on this thing, and there's all sorts of famous people who popped up in Bewitched, and I always thought to myself, if you had a talent. The talent would be to wiggle your nose and be able to perform miracles. I really quite fancied the idea. It was lovely. They had all sorts of... I was watching one with Richard Dreyfuss, a very young Richard Dreyfuss. But I used to love Endora because I think she was gay. I'm pretty certain the person who played Endora was gay. But I just thought it was good. They had two Darrens. One who was gay, then they brought in another one. There was one who was gay and had a drink problem. But it's only recently that people start talking about it on the television. And you've got sort of people, but then you get some people who are sort of what I call gay and then some, which is interesting. One of the biggest setups by the media was when Hugh Grant went with Divine Brown. Well, that was, he was quite good with that one because he then went and talked about it on programmes. Opposed to, if you don't talk about it, you're never ever going to sort of get away from it, and they're going to sort of leap on you. But we don't seem to have that sort of journalism anymore. The idea of some old tart going to a nightclub, picking up a footballer and then selling the story, I don't care about. I'm not remotely interested. If footballers if they're married, then I can understand it. But if it's a single footballer and he wants to pick up some old who's interested in drinking Cristal champagne, because they have roped off VIP areas in all the clubs and all the bars I've ever been to. There's a roped off area, and girls used to hang around. There was a feature done in one of the newspapers. There was a feature done in one of the papers on the girls who hung around waiting to be invited inside the roped off area. They used to have it in Stringfellows. It happened all over the place. I just sat on a table by myself. There was nothing really going on at all. And so all the girls would want to go there because you've got free champagne. And they would like it, and the footballers, a bit thick. Never going to get a conversation out of them, are you? Let's face it. Definitely not. But, Steve, we entertained the Queen Mother at a reception at our work. Instructions from Clarence House stated her preference for a drink was 6 parts gin, 1 part Dubonnet. Oh, yes. It was called Dubonnet and It, wasn't it? Or was it gin and it? No, it was Dubonnet and It. I'm pretty certain. They all have their sort of special drinks that they like. And that was hers. She wanted... Mind you, I've worked out why she lived for such a long time. No central heating in Clarence House. It was freezing. Absolutely freezing. It wasn't until after she died, that Charles took over and put heating in. Up until that point, she must have frozen to death, poor son, but she didn't. Made her very strong. Very strong. Told you, my father was... She did something. She was the president of some society, and they had a bingo evening. I had to return a bingo machine to Clarence House. I was so happy to have bumped into her. I turned up and they had... because they borrowed it at the Special Forces Club, which my father was running at the time. And so I had to go to Clarence House and drop the bingo machine off. All I got to see was security on the front. I didn't get to see... Because if you go down Pall Mall, there's a little road that leads through onto the Mall. But before that, there's a big black double gate, and that's the entrance to Clarence House, which is another one of Charles's, who's also got St James's Palace. How many places can you live in? We'd all love to have a good old poke around the Queen Mother's place, wouldn't we? I like that idea. I think that could be quite good fun. I'm trying to think where else I'd want to go, actually, given the choice. I saw something on the television yesterday, and I remember thinking at the time, I must remember to mention this to you. But, Charles is going to open them all up, isn't he? When he's king. Do you think he's going to make it to king? They seem to live a long time, don't they? Queen's still going. She shows no sign of slowing down. And 95, I know. I was talking to my boss the other day. I said to him, I said, Tom, how do I stand for a pay rise? And he said, well, firstly, you kneel. And so I remember thinking, okay, so we'll try that one. That didn't work either. And we were sort of talking about Harry and about how it's all gone a bit pear-shaped for him. He might be getting coverage in the newspapers, which he hates. He hates the newspapers. Both of them hate it, and yet they're cultivating it like there is no tomorrow. And to be honest with you, it's going to backfire so badly. I've seen it before. People go, oh no, I don't want to do this and do that. They're absolutely going to have a field day if they have to sort of set him up with somebody. It can be done. It's not difficult. But the Queen Mother had Backstairs Billy. He was called Backstairs Billy because he was another one of her loyal retainers. He had loads of stuff that she'd given him over the years. She was very generous. I'd love to have met her I did because she was sitting in front of me at Phantom of the Opera, but I never actually sat down and had a chat with her. I'd love to have a chat. I mean, what could you talk about? I don't know. Don't know what I'd talk about to her. It would just be the thrill of talking to somebody like that. We've all got people that you've sort of seen in your life. Yeah, it was Mr. Talon, William Talon. He was a member of the Queen Mother staff at Clarence House. After the death of his partner, Reg Wilcock, the House Deputy Steward and the Queen Mother's Page of the Presence. Have you ever heard of such a thing, the Page of the Presence? He reportedly suffered from depression. When the Queen Mother died, he was heartbroken. When she died at the age of 101, he left Clarence House, settled in a ground floor flat with a garden in Kennington, where he was found dead in 2007 at 72. Interesting. In 2014, Buckingham Palace reacted angrily to suggestions made in The Royal Life of William Talon, written by Tom Quinn, that the Queen Mother was frequently drunk and dotty for the final 20 years of her life. Margaret Rhodes denied the Queen Mother drank gin and tonic, claiming she favoured a gin martini mix, which she usually made herself. You see, it's funny, isn't it? I said to you the other day, Margaret Rhodes could write a book about the Queen Mother because she was friends with the Queen. Anybody else does it, they jumped on them like there was no tomorrow. I don't know why. When they had Crawfey, and you think to yourself, she worshipped those children. Oh, my Lord, what on earth is that? Oh, it's a robot doll. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of robots. I work with a couple of people who, to be honest with you, I'm hard pushed to find the difference between a robot and them. Yeah, it'd be an improvement, something that only spoke when it was spoken to. I like the idea. And Steve says, Keith, for all the Gemmers whose mothers love them anyway. No, they don't. No, they don't love them. Don't be so silly. They hate them. I mean, you could say Gemma is an anagram of Agem. And Agem is a jewel. I'm not lying for them. I can't lie for people. It's the most unpopular name ever. In the history of the English-speaking world, nobody likes Gemmas. I love it. Steve, and also I watched The Imitation Game the other night. Shameful the way Professor Turing was treated. Unfortunately, one of many. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, in fact, I tell you what you want to watch. Watch The Naked Civil Servant, the life of Quentin Crisp. And he was camp in the days when nobody knew what camp was, but they didn't like it. They didn't like it. And I met Quentin Crisp because he came over to do a show, and he did it at the Donmar warehouse, and I went there to watch it because he used to dye his hair purple in the days when you didn't dye your hair purple. Okay, that was the sign of somebody who kind of was on the other side of the fence. Flamboyant bachelor, It's like the line in Rocky Horror Show, the master is not yet married, nor do I think he ever will be. That was always one of those sort of great lines. I like things like that. You sometimes hear a good line in a movie or a film, you think, that's a good line. A man collapsed on the London Eye this morning. Medics said here we go, slowly coming round. You're barred. Especially if you're called Gemma, we've decided. I don't get anybody called Gemma writing to me. You watch, I will now. Somebody will write in and pretend to be Gemma. Which is okay. Also, Amazon aiming for TV domination with £6 billion bid to buy the Bond studio. I don't know why you'd ever want it. Perhaps it'd be better if they paid tax all the time. It's a Naomi Campbell story that's getting everybody confused because nobody was even aware that she was pregnant, so that's why they think it's a surrogate. Rose West facing a police quiz after the Cafe Dig discovery. This is a cafe that Fred West used to go to. And they think, because their son Stephen has said that he admitted to killing this 15-year-old girl. Now, where could she be? I mean, they could have buried people all over the place, not just in the cellar where they were, but there's the 6 pockets underneath this cafe. I mean, the bloke who owns the cafe, what in God's name are you going to do now? He can hardly open and go, come on, this is where they found, it's okay. Because this girl's been missing for some 50-something years. She might be buried under there, she might not be. If she's not, they'll dig up this bloke's, cellar for absolutely nothing. There's also a 1,000-foot skyscraper. People living in it are getting a bit panic-stricken. It's started to wobble. It's not in this country, it's in China. It's in China where they have a lot of trouble with earthquakes and stuff like that. And things do move. Things do move a lot. When we had a typhoon over there, Typhoon Mary, I think we had. Such a camp name, innit? Oh, look, Typhoon Mary. It was just a very strong wind. All the squatters' huts on the hillsides on Hong Kong Island just collapsed. It was just really awful. But it's the only place I've ever been in the world, and I've been to a few places, where women were the brickies. They would literally, women, with the strength of oxes, and all of the scaffolding on these skyscrapers that even in the early days when we went there, bamboo poles, wrapped round with bamboo. I mean, there was none of this metal stuff that you get nowadays. Yeah. I mean, but the women used to cart all the bricks up there and all the rest. I mean, seriously. Must have done their head in, really. We're going to take a break in a minute. Best next door neighbour, I found a car on Gumtree. It was too late to get to the bank. Went next door. He was sunbathing. And I said, can you take me to Edinburgh and lend me £2,000 cash? Yeah, I don't. Any of my neighbours listening, don't ever try that one. That's not going to be working, is it? Definitely. That is a good thing. But apparently it's neighbours who say hello to you. I say hello to all of my neighbours. I don't think you don't know. I mean, I don't think I've ever been in a place where I've not said hello to people. But most of my neighbours are listeners, which is even more, fans, which is even more embarrassing. I think that's why they moved in, which is lovely.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science to name a few, search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Yippee! Yippee, it's Wednesday. 19th of May. I hope you're well. You're lying in bed, aren't you, at the moment? Do you know what I took to bed last night? Don't know why I'm telling you this. Hot water bottle. I took my hot water bottle to bed. Oh, it was lovely. It was absolutely delightful because I'm trying to get the feeling back into my feet. And it's really not working. I've got no feeling in my feet whatsoever. When in Hong Kong, did you see the way the planes flew between the skyscrapers on the approach to Kai Tak Airport? Well, when I was in Hong Kong, Kai Tak was very nice. It was hardly used. They came in over the sea and landed. It was all. I mean, over in the New Territories, which is all built up now, it was fields. Fields. We would take the Star Ferry over there in our car. It was a ferry that was on chains. The chains were underneath the boat, and it would go across to the other side because otherwise the current would have swept it away. But it was fantastic. It was fantastic. I loved Hong Kong, and I was watching a thing the other day, and they were sort of showing you people who'd gone over there to make a programme, and I remember thinking it's so busy. It's like a really busy, bustling place. You know, the sounds, the smells, the neon lights, and still loads of people who don't speak English. Surprisingly, they sent some celebrities over there and they went to a Chinese restaurant. Well, there's about as much chance of finding people speaking English in a Chinese restaurant in Hong Kong than there is of sort of finding the Magna Carta stuffed over there in a pillar box. Lovely to hear you mention Quentin Crisp, Steve, says Jill. I wrote to him once and he invited me to tea at Wimbledon Theatre. We stayed good friends for 15 years and then he died. I visited him in New York a few times. Yes, I mean, you can't hurt me. He said when he was picked on by people, he got, he was kind of a trailblazer for a lot of people, and he did this one man show over here. But when they did the film on him, The Naked Civil Servant, John Hurt played him very well. There's something about straight men playing gay men; they play them very well, very, very well. Whereas I don't think it works too well the other way round. There's always going to be something. But I thought he was fascinating. In fact, he lived in this funny hotel. It was like I can't remember what the name of the hotel was, but it was quite famous for being a bohemian kind of hotel. Not my sort of thing at all. It was like, the sort of place there which Nancy Spungen and Sid Vicious would have stayed in. Chelsea Hotel. Was it? Is that the one Quentin Crisp was in? I can't remember. Whatever it was sort of, odd. Not my sort of hotel. If you turn up with a suitcase, they're going to look at you like you're mad. Most people turn up just holding a carrier bag. But I remember him vividly. Hotel Chelsea, simply the Chelsea Hotel in Manhattan. So here we go. That's where Nancy Spungen was found stabbed to death. Arthur Miller wrote a short piece, The Chelsea Affair. It's been designated a landmark. It's quite big, isn't it, really? Quite big. It's also got, all sorts of people. Home to many famous writers. There you go, Quentin Crisp was there. William S. Burroughs, Allen Ginsberg, Jack Kerouac. Oh, God, there were loads of people, weren't there? Joseph O'Neill. And his wife moved there in 1998. Much of the history has been very colourful. Iggy Pop, Jeff Beck, Bob Dylan, Chick Corea, Marianne Faithfull, Pink Floyd, Canned Heat, On the Road Again, and loads of people. Leonard Cohen, who lived in room 424, and Janis Joplin. There's a place just off Piccadilly. I can't remember what it's called now, but that's very famous as well for sort of bohemian-type people. It's almost opposite Fortnum and Mason's, just down a little alley. You can see, you look down the alley and there's this building. Very famous, very famous. So if you want to go climb Snowdon, well, don't go there. It's £2. It's £2 to go and climb Snowdon because they said it's getting too crowded and they need to try and... I think they should make it a £5. If you really want to go and climb Snowdon, you bloody well pay for it. £2 is nothing in this day and age, is it? There was a lovely programme on the television about trains the other day, and this was a particular train where it's an old one, and they sort of have loads of people working on it, and people dress up and they do a day excursion and they have, dinner. It looks lovely. It really does look lovely. I'd like to be there serving the food and the drink. What do you want? Sorry? Cup of tea? You can't have a cup of tea. We're doing lunch. Water and wine, all right? What do you want, red or white? Nothing worse is than people start being a bit finicky about things. There was somebody on the toes the other day, 4 in a bed, the bed and breakfast people. And this buffoon, what did he want? Can I have a sausage roll? But, as in a sausage roll, not a sausage in a roll, a sausage roll. For breakfast, what a buffoon, what an idiot. Oh, there's always somebody, I'll see if I can test them. No, why don't you go away? I always hope that the public are watching and think, well, we're not going to stay at their place, it's ghastly. Some of them were horrible, really horrid. There was one couple, but they deducted 60%, £60 off one of these couples. And I thought, you horrible people. Hope their business has collapsed. Exciting day in North Oxfordshire. Daughter Samantha and grandson Hector arrived from Switzerland. First time I've seen them in 8 months. I may cry, says Peter. Oh, don't be such a wuss. What do you mean you may cry? I cried this morning, actually, again. I always make it a point. What? I make it a point, it's the producer, the one who ignored me at the bus stop. I don't want to make a big deal about it. I never mention things again. Literally, as far as I'm concerned, you mention it once, you put it on the back burner. I don't bear grudges or anything like that. I haven't taken out a contract on him or anything. I'm more than happy to be ignored at the bus stop, Not for the first time, I might add. Not for the first time. I've now forgotten what I was talking about. Completely forgot what I was talking about. Doesn't help, does it? We always say on this programme, they go, so what did he talk about today? And people look at you and go, I've got no idea. What was I talking about? 4 in a bed, and, I can't remember. Some of them are really nice. Some of them are very nice, but some of the people are horrible. And they go round and they run their fingers over the top of the curtain. Well, who's ever done that, for God's sake? Could probably do that in loads of hotel chains and something like that. As I say, I don't want to dwell on it. I don't want to make a big thing about it. I think some gay actors are very good at playing straight, says Roger. Gordon Kay in A Low, Low. You thought that was playing straight, did you? You're not serious. Good Lord above. I used to live down the road from Gordon. I used to go out with one of my producers. Yeah, see? Yeah, I know these people. I know celebs. They're all my close friends. I like celebs, actually. I think it must be quite difficult for some of them. Really difficult. But when you meet people are always very nice. And Quentin lived in Beaufort Street in a house let mostly to room. Lived there 35 years, never cleaned it once. You sure that was Quentin? There was the one who... it's a bit like... what's his face? No, not Frankie Howard. The other one who had a catchphrase. In all the Carry On films. No, not Sid James. The gay one. I can't remember his name now. We've got a complete blank. No, not Frankie Howard. I'll come around there and hit you in a minute. Not surprised you ignored me at the bus stop. Stupid answers like that. Kenneth Williams. Kenneth Williams never cleaned either. Didn't want people to use his toilet. Who would want people using their toilet? Definitely not. I told you when the parents of my godchildren were selling their house to move to this other one, a couple came round, and the bloke said, when they came in the door, "Can I use your toilet, please?" And so they said, "Yeah, that's okay." He did proper toilet, not just a wee. Yeah, no, but can you believe it? The audacity of somebody. Honestly, I can't believe it. He didn't buy the place, of course. But no, Gordon Kay in A Lower Low. I didn't think that he played straight very well. In fact, it's like the bloke in The Big Bang Theory. He's as camp as a Christmas tree. Sheldon. No, he's got a boyfriend. Is he straight? Honestly, you're hopeless, aren't you? You don't know anything. How I ever got you, I've got no idea. Must have been in a Christmas cracker or something. I know you're a fan of Columbo, says somebody here. Says, have you seen the episode that features the second Dick from Bewitched? No, but I mean, I have seen so many of the Columbos. And the funny thing is, isn't it always the way? You start watching, you go, oh, I've seen this one before. But you still sit there and watch it. It's like E.T. I've seen E.T. loads of times, but if it comes back on the television, I'll sit there and watch the blooming thing. I don't like to go out till it's finished. Yeah, I've got it. But I haven't seen the second Dick from Bewitched. But I loved it. Some of it was, I mean, you never get away with it nowadays. If ever they were sort of saying, we're going to show this back on, that's another one that's not politically correct. Oh, it needs a warning on it. It really does need a warning on it. But it doesn't matter, does it? Goodness sake. Anyway, more of your texts and emails coming up in a moment. The Sun this morning. Here's a picture of Naomi Campbell sparking a pregnancy riddle. She's called the girl a beautiful little blessing. Isn't it funny? I think it's surrogate. It would have to. You just don't say that. If you're pregnant, you'd be talking about this, wouldn't you? And she says, a beautiful little blessing has chosen me to be her mother. So honoured to have this gentle soul in my life. There are no words to describe the lifelong bond that I now share with you, my angel. There is no greater love. That doesn't sound like a woman who's just given birth to a baby. I don't know why. But as somebody said, it is possible to have a baby naturally at 50, but extremely rare. Extremely rare. It's rare for any woman over 45 to conceive naturally without any medical intervention, but it does happen, says Zoe Williams, who's the Doctor and Son columnist and NHS GP. She says, I remember one patient very surprised to get a positive pregnancy test at 52. So people will question whether Naomi's too old to become a mum. I think not. How old is she? I can't remember how old she is now. She's 50. She's 50, so, she's going to be 70. And the kid will be 20. That's okay, isn't it? I mean, look at Elton John. I mean, he's, 74 or something, and the kids are sort of growing up. It's whether or not, the riddle. I mean, last month she appeared very slim. So it's highly likely it's a surrogacy thing, which she's talked about before. The Queen has suffered a bit of a loss. This time she's lost her Dorgie puppy. It's a cross between a corgi and something else, I think. After Prince Philip fell ill, Prince Andrew gave her this to keep her company. Sorry being cynical. Prince Andrew, yeah, whatever. Prince Andrew, who's not talking to the people in America, is he? In fact, I don't think he's been to America. And Amber Racine says, I'm not sure Naomi at 50 would have a natural baby. Well, she could. She could. It is possible. It's rare, but it is possible. But I think that it's not one of those things because she works so much, because she's a model. And she's not going to let a baby interfere with things, is she? I don't think so. I went to the Wong Kee restaurant yesterday. The people working there are very rude, says Martin. Well, they're known for being rude. That's what the whole idea about the Wong Kee restaurant is. The Chinese restaurant just literally up here before you get to Chinatown. Used to be a theatrical costumier, and it's owned by 5 different families. They go in there and you go, can we sit there? No, you sit there. And it's open late and it's cheap. I mean, like cheap. You couldn't make the stuff at the price they serve it. But they're known for it. It was almost known as the Fawlty Towers of the Chinese restaurant world. Very rude, but funny. I think that's actually funny. Quentin Crispo was featured on Through the Keyhole. I forget what David Frost said about it afterwards, says Paula. Oh. And Steve, I put the DVD on last night of Love Thy Neighbour. We talked about that yesterday because I think, a lot of people misconstrued what was going on. He says, I don't care what they say, it's still funny. It is because it's the black family that win all the time. And that's what's so perfect about it. Wasn't Rene in A Lower Low getting on with his waitresses while his wife was at... Oh, come on, grow up. Yes, I should have said this only once, and all that kind of... Yeah, he was, but he was only pretending. That's like Sheldon pretending that he's heterosexual and interested in this poor woman in The Big Bang Theory. It's just not possible. Really not, honestly. Do we need to take a break? Well, I shall do it now.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 5 is the time. So the Queen's devastated. Prince Andrew bought these puppies, and she'd walked the Dachshund Corgi Cross, Fergus, and Corgi Muick most days in the grounds of Windsor Castle. It's so cute. So cute. But she's said to be devastated. The pup was only about 5 months old, died at the weekend, just over a month after the death of Prince Philip. I bought some mugs the other day. They were selling from some Coopers, I think, or something like that. And it was a celebration of Prince Philip's life, and they were $1.99 each. I bought 3. It's got his face on, yeah. It's got a picture of him in uniform, and they've got gold round the top. For $1.99, they're very good value. I thought I could have bought more. They're only doing limited edition of 350. So in years to come, they'll be worth money. Yeah, £5. I've still got some Charles and Diana mugs. God, honestly, I'm sad, aren't I? I don't know how I've survived, actually, this long. It's all very odd. Prince Charles speaking about the importance of healing the pain of the past as the royals braced for son Harry, talking about his childhood again. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what we can say about Harry. I seriously don't know what you could say about him. I just think it's extremely rude to diss your father and to not be pleasant about your grandmother, whereas they've given him everything. He didn't have to get anything at all. The One Key, by the way, Keith, in Harrogate, opened along with other indoor hospitality on Monday, 2 days ago, just because he thought it was still closed. No, it's definitely open. Steve, Quentin Crisp said he didn't clean his room, and after 6 months the dust never got any higher. I think that was what Kenneth Williams said. That's what I'm sure Kenneth Williams said that as well. Didn't Gordon Kane nearly die in a car accident? He did, yes. And John in Crewe says, has there ever been a member of the royal family that's openly admitted to being gay? There is a cousin who is openly gay. He was on the television the other day, actually. Member of the Mountbatten family. And he lives with his husband. And they were quite charming. I mentioned it on the programme, but I don't think there's anybody else. There's been a few that people have started saying, what people are like nowadays. You see somebody. I think basically it's wishful thinking. People go, I wonder if there's anybody in the royal family. Well, I mean, they're all married. They're all married. The funny thing is, and here's an odd one, out of all the marriages in the royal family, the one that everybody predicted would be a collapsing disaster was Prince Edward. And he's the one who's lasted the longest. Prince Edward and... Yes, all the rest of them have sort of, they'd had their sort of ups and downs. Even William and Kate separated. There was obviously all sorts of things going on. Wayne the trolley dolly, says, great to hear you sounding back to your old self. There's a Chinese restaurant called Hung's around the corner from Global Studios that I used to go to after the theatre before COVID. He said, I hope we don't end up back in lockdown again. Oh, I hope so too. Oh, I hope so. It's on, is it on Wardour Street? Oh, you know it. Oh. I tell you, if you've actually joined the Mile High Club, the producer has joined the 5 Mile Club. He's always done one more than you. So, of course, he knew the restaurant. He probably knows all the waiters, by name. Have you been there before? Yeah, just Googled it. He cheated. Lee says, have you ever been to any of the Crazy Bear restaurants? Well, I don't want to show my ignorance, but I've never even heard of the Crazy Bear restaurants. Are they American? Very quirky. Popped in one on Saturday. Crazy Bear restaurants. Never heard of them. Just over here. Oh, there we go. Beaconsfield, the Crazy Bear Group. Oh, it's Thai cuisine. Oh, I say, that looks a bit interesting, doesn't it? There's one in Fitzrovia. Oh, quite nice, actually. Oh, I like that. I like the look of that. That's very, very recherche. That's like my place. It's all gold and red. Gold and red. There's a woman on the Housewives of Cheshire. I can't remember her name, but she claims to be opening restaurants. I think she's a front for the restaurants to open up because it's a group that owns them. She can't have earned any money at all. In fact, she looks like she used to be some sort of lap dance. They all fall out with each other in the Housewives of Cheshire, which I find immensely entertaining. What they need to do is sort of, shove a few people over into The Only Way is Essex and have a real good fisticuffs. That'd be the best one. Dawn Ward and all these other people on there. My God, I tell you. It's almost as bad as some of the American versions. You know, at the moment we're sort of borderline whether somebody's going to be throwing Bobby Cole Norris off the Tallahassee Bridge because he's just irritating. And the other one was leaving, who we didn't know who he was. Can't remember his name. Was it Joey somebody? Whoever he was, he contributed zilch to the programme. Absolutely zilch. I mean, God in heaven, what do these people think? You know, we're going to be sort of going, oh, he's marvellous, let's put him on something. No, thank you. Definitely. But the Crazy Bear restaurants I've never heard of until we actually looked. Paul on the Scottish borders. Oh, there you go. Towie's Joey Turner breaks down in tears. He reveals he's quit to go on a new path. Grow up. Get over yourself. Dreary old baggage. Here he is again. He's not exactly the best-looking thing you've ever seen. I mean, honestly, where do they get their hair cut like that? Look at the state of it. It's all dye job and his eyebrows have been done. It just looks dreadful. Mind you, Bobby Cole Norris didn't look too hearty either. So Joey's starting afresh in Manchester. Thank God for that. Far enough away. Perhaps he could take Jordan with him. They could go up there. Roger says the Crazy Bear in Beaconsfield is fabulous but very expensive. See, I don't mind paying for food if it's good. I object to paying for food which is overpriced if it's not very good. But I like, and I don't want attention all the time. I don't want somebody to sort of bow and scrape. I just want somebody to come around to the table immediately to get drinks. Because that's the first thing you want. When you get to a restaurant, you know, we booked, thank you very much indeed. And what would you like to drink? Thank you. That's how it works. And you organise the drinks. We can be looking at the menu. And then you bring the drinks back and we go, we're ready to order now. Because, I mean, most menus are not horrendously long, are they? Length is not something we go in for on this programme. We sort of go in for just as well. And we go for sort of averagely short menus. You know, any more than 15 items, I think that's just too much. Too much. You know, and also pies. I do love pies. Pies, mashed potato, gravy. What did I have yesterday? Oh, I had mince. Make up your own jokes. And I had mince with red onions. Very cultured. And I didn't have cream on it, no. I had I had Hellman's mayonnaise and mushrooms. Very healthy. I didn't get your sandwich spread, actually. I'll have to get it for tomorrow now. I knew you'd remind me of that. Paul says, wasn't it Quentin Crisp who was quoted as the eternal optimist who got out of the bath to answer the phone? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I've never heard that story before. But it sounds quite good. What do we got here? Jane Moore's column. She's talking about it was her birthday on Monday. Lovely Jane. And very kindly, the government opened up all the bars and restaurants in a gesture of celebration. She says, so along with the countless others across the country, I ate dinner inside at a proper restaurant. I didn't cook it, I didn't serve it, and best of all, I didn't have to do the washing up afterwards. It was bliss. But she says this. Have I got enough time to do that now? Yes. She says, look ahead, Harry. Sorry, you know. She says, they F you up, your mum and dad. They may not mean to, but they do. They fill you with the faults they had and add some extra just for you. So wrote the poet Philip Larkin. But in Prince Harry's case, he appears to have laid blame for his issues solely at the mahogany double doors of his father Charles. Diana, as we know, died relatively young and has clearly taken on angelic status in her son's eyes, perhaps understandably considering he was only 12 at the time. But now he's an adult. It's time for him to ditch the wing mirrors of hindsight, stop publicly blaming and naming others, and look ahead to try and enjoy the new life he's chosen for himself, rather than constantly harping on about the old one. Yes, nothing more tedious than dreary old Harry. Honestly, go back to taking your clothes off in Las Vegas, please. Thank you very much indeed. And the most hated pet name in Britain? Sausage. I don't know anybody who calls anybody sausage. I really don't. Unless it's John Barrowman. And, they got your own jokes. No. We're very controversial on this. We don't care. Frankly, I can't remember what the most popular name was. But other ones that people didn't like was Treacle, Cutie Pie, Boo Boo, Princess, Sexy and Pumpkin. So, there you go. I don't, that's what I call people Poppet. Mainly because, in fact, I wrote that to somebody the other day and then it went all quiet. Lucky enough to visit Scott's in Mount Street on Monday. Boyfriend's birthday, food was divine, says Jane. Very nice. Keith says there's a Tia restaurant in Harrogate, quite posh, but it's ties only. I will not go in a restaurant that makes you wear a tie. I'm sorry. I'm paying money. Listen, if I wear a tie, I'm expecting all the food to be free. I'm not interested. I'm sorry, we have a dress code. Well, Boo you, I'm going somewhere else. I would leave. I would up and leave a place if they said, I'm sorry, you need to put a jacket on and a tie. I think not. I think not. About time more of you stood up for yourself. Somebody says that to you, go, we're eating somewhere else, darling. We're eating somewhere else. I just want to feel comfortable when I'm eating, like I'm eating at home. It's as simple, honestly. Why are things so complicated? I don't know why I get myself stressed out over this all the time. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? I was doing so well, but I had 2 chocolate biscuits earlier on. I knew there was something going wrong in my life. Oh, look, the news at 5. I'll be back with you in 3.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Wednesday. What do we know about Wednesday? Nothing. It's halfway through the week. And then we've got the weekend coming up, and it's all very exciting, and it's wonderful. Peter says, I was running late last night, popped into Lidl, bought a rack of ribs. Delicious. I love ribs. They do them in Costco. They're already cooked, or you can buy them uncooked. But I like the cooked ones. But the trouble is, I can't buy them because by the time I get home, they're going to be cold. And I can't sit in the car eating them because they're too messy, and I've got cream leather seats. And so I don't want to sort of, just imagine you start eating these ribs and they're just going to fall apart. But they do cooked chickens for about £4, which are delicious. But it's the ribs in particular. I love spare ribs. I love them. Sometimes in the Chinese restaurants, you buy them. I make my mouth salivate now. And I think they're called salt and pepper, and the meat just falls off the bone. I mean, they're absolutely delicious. Some of those chicken shops, there used to be a lovely one. Where was it? Oh, it was Kew Bridge. And they used to do chicken and burgers and all this shit, and then they did spare ribs. And I would go in there and buy two portions of spare ribs. And in fact, one of my producers from years ago, Mandy, little Mandy Siegel, bless her heart, I would bring in spare ribs from Shepherd's Bush, and in the last hour of the programme, we would eat them. We'd stick them in the microwave and eat them. It was absolutely fantastic. I loved it. So Peter, I'm with you on the ribs. I don't know if they're good for you, bad for you. I think you can have them with sort of the different bits and I don't know whether or not people like stuff like that. Yeah, it's because of the sauce, isn't it? Still delicious. I don't know what to have for lunch today. Every day is a bit of a revelation. We've got a poem for you by Shel Silverstein, picked by the lovely Jake this morning. He said, you'll like this one. They always say that to me. They always say, oh, you'll like this one, Steve. This is called The Dragon of Grindley Grun. I don't know what age this is aimed at. I've got no idea. So, Shel Silverstein, you have achieved immortality with The Dragon of Grindley Grun. I'm the dragon of Grindley Grun. I breathe fire as hot as the sun. When a knight comes to fight, I just toast him on sight, like a hot, crispy cinnamon bun. When I see a fair damsel go by, I just sigh a fiery sigh. And she'd baked like a tater, I think of her later, with a romantic tear in my eye. I'm the dragon of Grindley Grun, but my lunches aren't very much fun, for I like my damsels medium rare, and they always come out well done. Nice, isn't it? Talking about cannibalism at this time of the morning. Very exciting. It's the sort of thing, actually, the Dragon of Grindley Grun. That's the sort of thing Spike Milligan would do. Spike Milligan used to do, Edward Lear with the nonsense poems. It's something very similar to that. Donnie says, Happy Feast of St Dunstan. Are you observing? I won't be today, actually. I won't be observing. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, I'm sure I can do other things. I'm just looking at Jane Moore, actually. And her husband has got several pet names for her, most of them unprintable in a family newspaper. And Paul McCartney says he still loves to eat a Yorkshire pudding as dessert. Hot Yorkshire can't even speak now. Hot Yorkshire pudding with syrup. Now, if there's one thing I hated, it was syrup. Like treacle sponge with golden syrup on the top. I used to make myself ill on things. I used to hate it. Absolutely hate it. I can eat, anything else, but anything with golden syrup or a stodgy pudding, a suet, no, thank you very much indeed. But she likes, you see, Jane Moore is another one here, Butterscotch Angel Delight. Now, when I mentioned that some years ago on the programme, I got sent in loads. Almost every post brought another load of Angel Delight in butterscotch flavour. And I could just eat it until the cows come home. I like stuff like that. Something that's not too complicated. It was literally easy. You just literally, pour half a pint of cold milk in a bowl, and then you pour on the Angel Delight. and then you just whisk it up, and it goes all stiff, and then you just eat it. You know what I bought yesterday again? The rhubarb trifle. I had a look in Waitrose, and I thought, well, while I'm in here, because I was looking for they do a cold compress of lime and lemon, slightly fizzy, and I keep it in the fridge. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. And I thought, I'll just have a look and see if they've actually managed to got any of those trifles left. And they did have, so I bought one. I didn't eat it. I was going to eat it yesterday. I shall have to eat it today, I'm sure. Do you know that coffee lovers, of which there are many in this country, drink 26 cups a week on average, with more craving the aroma than the taste? Wow. On average, coffee fans drink 6 instants, 3 Americanos, and 2 each of latte, iced coffee, and espresso martinis amongst their weekly intake. Coffee liqueur brand Kahlua quizzed 2,000 adults, of whom 86% were self-confessed coffee lovers. Well, I mean, I've always thought we spend a fortune on overpriced coffee. It's the milk, isn't it? You know, somebody froths up a bit of milk, that's another £3 on top of it. The actual coffee itself is a piddly little bit in it. But it's okay. I mean, I don't have coffee very often. I drink it at the studio. At home when I wake up in the morning. Don't drink it at the studio at all. Actually, I have cups of tea to get me through the programme. But unfortunately, this coming Monday, and I worked it out yesterday. I've got to do a fasting for 4 hours before I have my CT scan, which is great because unfortunately this particular fasting is no water, no drink it, no nothing. I'm going to be in such a grouchy mood. 4 hours. But it's okay because I'm on air for 3 hours and I'll be able to drink for the first hour because it's not till 10:30. So as long as I do the 4 hours, I'll just have some water. I'll just sip the water for the first hour and that'll get me through the other 2 hours. Because whenever I have blood tests, I have to do fasting for blood tests. I'm asleep for all of it because of the times that I work, so it works out brilliantly. But I've got that on Monday. Penelope says, I agree with you about the tie issue. If the restaurant in question insisted females wear high heels, there'd be uproar. Yeah, I agree. I don't want to be told what to wear. I'm sorry, I'm paying good money for something. You know, if I'm going in there and, you know, I've worked hard for my money and you go in there and they go, oh, we do this and that, and they look down their nose at you. It's like, to be honest with you, it's like you go into a lot of restaurants now, not even posh ones, and you order a bottle of wine and they give you some to taste. I'm sorry, it's $10.99 a bottle. Just pour the blooming stuff. Don't waste my time. I wouldn't know if it was off or not. Do you like Eton mess, says Liz? I do, but unfortunately my diabetes doesn't because it's meringue and cream and it's quite nice. And strawberries and ice cream and squirty cream and, you know, crushed nuts and all sorts of things, actually. I had some nuts yesterday. Did you try those nuts yesterday I bought you? Did you try the nuts? Did Jake take them? That's why you're fat. That's why you're fat. You had 2 packs. They are delicious, those nuts. They've got black pepper and things like that, and they're all different nuts. They're really delicious. I ate a packet the other day, and I had it all around my mouth. And I was a right messy little eater. Right, baby names inspired by the hit TV show Game of Thrones are killing off familiar favourites. Most popular girls' names. Number 5, I mean, some of these I haven't heard of. Quinn. Number 4, Mila. You heard of Mila? I don't know, just Mila. Number 3, Penelope. 2, Harper. Yeah, but, you know, the Beckhams, Harper 7, makes it sound like a can of Watneys, doesn't it? And number 1, Aria. Oh, dear, honestly. And most endangered girls' names, in danger of disappearing. Number 5, Heather. Come on, who's the first Heather you thought of when I said Heather? Come on, who's Heather Mills? That's the first one I thought of. Funny, isn't it? All right, let's try this one. Rebecca. Loose. Shows where we're heading with this one, ladies and gentlemen. Number 3, Amy. Amy Charles. Number 2, Tia. Go on, I dare you. Maria. Exactly, that's what I thought. Tia Maria. Have you ever had Tia Maria over ice? Yeah, you would have done. And number 1, Gemma. Most endangered girls' names. Most endangered person. Poor old Gemma Connelly. You know she's lost 3 stone. Did she ever tell you that? It was months ago, actually. And somebody else talking about when have we got Eurovision? When's that coming up? Is that coming up? Oh, it's Saturday, is it? We won't win. Roger says, have you tried the Costco luxury fruit scones? No, I'm a diabetic. I can't have fruit scones. Good Lord. Steve, how about cheese melt for breakfast? What's cheese melt? I don't even know what that is, actually. Is it just melted cheese? Oh, right. It's a toasted... Oh, I love a toasted sandwich, don't you? I used to love it. My mother used to do Welsh rarebit. And that was... What? I can't remember what Welsh rarebit is, but it's lovely. But grilled cheese sandwiches are delicious. Absolutely. There's actually recipes. I know it sounds bizarre. On the internet, there are recipes for doing a... Welsh rarebit is delicious. I mean, it's granary bread, Worcestershire sauce, butter, flour, English mustard. I don't think we ever did English mustard. I don't think so. And but it was just, my mother used to make it. I could, as long as she kept making it. It's like pancakes. When we had pancake day, my mother made pancakes, and she'd go, "How many do you want, Stephen?" I go, "Oh, you just keep making the blooming things." I cheat and buy the ones ready made. I turn the frying pan up to the hot maximum. And then I throw in the pancake, flip it over, then I put in some stewed fruit compote, and then a little bit of cream, and then fold it over and just eat the blooming thing. Thin ones, yeah, I don't do thick ones. I don't know why. They don't taste the same. They're a bit sort of... But the thin ones are great. What do you like, thin or thick, Jake? What's your favourite? You have a preference? Depends on your mood. Pointless, isn't it, asking? I don't know why we bother, really, honestly, seriously. You thought it was fairly straightforward. It's only a choice of two, for God's sake. We're not asking for something complicated, like, could you build an atom bomb for me before the end of the programme? I tried. Steve, I'm having a stent today, says Dean in Swansea. I'm 45 and nervous. I'm not surprised at 45. If I was 45, I'd be feeling pretty nervous as well. He said, I've got to be in at 10 and I feel sick. Well, don't go. Don't go. Yeah, you'll be fine. You don't feel anything, but you will be awake for the whole thing. You better watch them going in up your veins, holding the stent. It's so tiny. It's seriously tiny. Little tiny thing, like a little pincer. And then when they put it in there, it's got a camera at the end. You can watch it. And you'll love it. Seriously. I've got 8. Yeah. Get the Global Player to listen to while you're sort of in. It makes it much easier. Just go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. It'll be good. Have you seen the new chocolate eclairs in Marks and Spencer's? Yes, I have, and I've had one. They go, you know that Marks and Spencer have tried a new system to try and get you to spend even more money, and this is our best ever trifle, our best ever chocolate eclair. You try picking it up. The whole thing just collapses. You've got cream all down your front of your shirt. Really, the chocolate is way too thick. It's really ghastly. I'm just saying that so you don't go and eat them. Mila would be short for Ludmila, a common name in Russian-speaking region. I don't know any Lawrences under 40, says Lawrence. Well, it's an old-fashioned name, isn't it, Lawrence? I mean, I'm working with a Joe. Timeless. Is that what it means, timeless? Oh, that's what it is. Oh, right. Oh, timeless. A Jake, and I'm a Stephen, with a PH. Which is good, isn't it? I don't know. I always wanted sort of a different name. I don't know why. I quite like the name Tom. I think that's quite a nice name. Or Sebastian. Mickey. Yeah. What? No, not Mickey. Definitely not. Oh, look.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I like the idea. Somebody says, Steve, I've decided to name my new daughter Vaccine. I see no problem with that at all, actually. You've reminded me what I want for breakfast now, says Brett. Toasted cheese and tomato with lashings of Tabasco. Oh, from the ever-so-lovely Clock Cafe in Leighton. See, I'm not sure about Tabasco. We used to have it on the bar, and it used to go in a tomato juice. It's hot, isn't it? Yeah, I was never that interested. But toasted cheese, not tomato. I can't do tomato. I mean, I don't have any problem with tomato. I like buying tomatoes on the vine, but I wouldn't put it in a toasted sandwich. But the chocolate eclairs I've seen. I've tried quite... Obviously, I know the Marks and Spencer's menu backwards. And lovely it is too. But I just don't think that, a chocolate eclair, that the chocolate was that thick. And also it just didn't work. It all fell apart for me. So that annoyed me to start with. What have we got? Joining a choir or learning an instrument may stave off Alzheimer's. There you go. I always thought that was the thing. I was watching Half a Sixpence, the stage version, earlier on YouTube, and that was very good. All dressed up, and trying not to laugh, which is lovely. Also, Coronation Street is going Airbnb for one night only. Oh, that looks lovely. What's that? My friend Jane, Steve, says Jeff, is a great cook. She made this on Sunday. It's a pavlova, is it? Oh, look at see. I mean, that looks absolutely delightful, but it's all meringue. My mother used to make meringues. She'd do them as a pudding, two together with cream in the middle and bits and bits. But that looks delicious, doesn't it? That's very good. That's almost professional standards. Oh God, honestly, don't show me these things. It makes it seriously. As a diabetic, I'm an absolute failure. I really am. I try my best. But sometimes it doesn't work. The perfect neighbour. I don't. Most of the people I work with don't talk to their neighbours or anything like that. Do you talk to your neighbour, Jake? No. Here we go. No, you don't even. You see, he doesn't know who they are. I know who all my neighbours are. I can tell you every single place. But the perfect neighbour will sign for deliveries and say hello to you, invite you around for bevies. You wish. Apparently. They pre-warn you about a house party. You know, this is the sort of, neighbourly nest thing. They ask you how you are. They tell you if they see anything suspicious. Pre-warn you about any DIY noise or renovation. They park outside their own home, not outside yours. They take in deliveries. They keep an eye on your home when you're away. One of my neighbours has got birds, and they're away not this weekend, but the next weekend, which I think is the bank holiday. And they have a couple of parakeets, and so they have somebody who actually comes round and looks after them for the week that they're away. Because I said, what are they going to do with the birds? Steve, my late mother would have been delighted to hear that my name is in danger of being lost. She never liked common or popular. The first Heather, I didn't think of Heather Mills, says Heather the Norwich nurse. That was the first one we thought of here. I think that's great. But isn't it funny? Tia Maria. I think that's great, isn't it, really? Somebody says, Steve, keep talking about food. We absolutely love it. I love trolls at this time of the morning. It's got to be Arctic roll for pudding, says Mark. Oh, I used to like an Arctic roll. When I was at prep school years and years ago, if it was your birthday, your parents would send down a pound, I mean, honestly, nowadays, and they would buy as many Arctic rolls as you could get for £1, which was about 6, I think. And all the people who were boarders would have Arctic roll for their tea. So you should look forward to somebody's birthday. We go, Arctic roll? Yes. Oh, I loved it. And all it was a bit of Swiss roll with a bit of jam and some ice cream in the middle, but it was absolutely delicious. Britain's sense of community spirit is in decline. Found that more than half of respondents barely said a word to their neighbours. 68% described them as strangers. I can tell you that all of my neighbours, up, down, sideways, I know all of them. Half said they didn't feel part of a good neighbourly community, and 9 in 10 admitted they never volunteer to help out with local charities and groups. Well, I don't help out with local charities and groups. I've turned the lights on in Twickenham, for quite a few years now. Whether we got them this year, I've got no idea. But 2/3 admitted days can pass without them seeing others living on the same street, while 73% said they didn't even know their names. Good Lord. It's a bit worrying, isn't it, really? I know everybody's name. Mind you, here I'm terrible. There's people in this building, and I see them, and I say, hello, and I can't remember their names. I'm really terrible at stuff like that. Nick Ferrari, no, he said, it's Nick Ferrari. And I go, I'm so sorry, honestly, I'm just very forgetful. You just have to excuse me, don't you? There's a lady here. She's a brickie. She's a woman. Do you know the starting salary for brickies is £22,500? But an experienced bricklayer can earn over £50,000. Don't bother. Become a vet. Or a GP or something like that in private practice. You can earn a bit more on that one. 7 years of training. Yeah, but listen, 7 years of training, you could be a cabbie, can't you, really? Which is good. Steve, you should have used a dessert fork to use the best eclair, not just stuffed it in your gob. Be a lady like me. Oh, dear, you're far too posh. Far too posh. I'm tempted to say something else, but I can't do it, actually. My friend's great art came up with the name Angel Delight. She won a competition to name a new dessert and won a food processor for her trouble, says Jeanette. Imagine a share of the sales instead. I'm with you on the ready-made pancakes. Of course, listen, it's not for... Why would you bother making them? When you go out and you buy a packet of them, might be 10 in the packet, and you can put anything in the middle you want. Anything in the middle you want. What on earth do you want to do that? Angel Delight, here it is, look at that. Oh, dear. Made by Premier Foods. And it was released by the Birds Company in a strawberry and cream flavour. It's designed to be mixed and whisked with milk to create a mousse-like sweet dessert. But the only one ever to have is butterscotch. There is a banana one as well. Discontinued flavours include coffee, tea, coffee walnut, black cherry, blueberry, peach, lime, lemon, blackcurrant, bubblegum, tangerine, vanilla ice cream, forest fruits, popcorn, cotton candy, buttermint and raspberry. Sounds ghastly, doesn't it, really? Oh, I don't know, bubblegum flavour I quite like. Don't you like bubblegum? I used to like Bazooka Joe bubblegum. Did you ever... that's me again. Did you ever have Bazooka Joe bubblegum, or did your parents not allow it? No. I used to quite like it. I loved the smell of it. It was made by a company called Anglo, I seem to remember. I don't know why I know that, or I've even remembered. Steve, I have a very good neighbour, says Shane, in Sydney. He doesn't speak English. He doesn't know what I'm saying. I don't know what he's saying. We just nod and smile. Listen, nodding and smiling is fine. I do that a lot. Hello. 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 I always do that. Have you done that? You pass somebody and they go, hello. And I go, hello. I walk past them. And somebody's, they ignore me completely. And that's somebody I work with. And then somebody will say, if I'm with somebody else, they go, who's that? I go, I don't know. Well, no idea. I think people should wear badges. Hello. Hello. Look. Hello. Who is it? I don't know. No idea. Love it. Who's this? Telstar signs up for our award-winning campaign, Say the Sun, and it's Bear Grylls. Love Bear Grylls. Love Bear Grylls. Such a nice man. Such a nice person. I was trying to find something in here, actually, that was going to be very interesting. The Rod McPhee's Biz TV. I don't know who Rod McPhee... I don't know where they get these people from. Did you ever watch Island in the Sun with Harry Belafonte? No, he had a record called Island. Oh, Island in the Sun, speak to me from my father's hand. All my days I will spend in praise of your finding. Yeah. Harry Belafonte was also the one... There's a hole in my bucket, dear Eliza, dear Eliza. There's a hole in my bucket, dear Eliza, a hole. Well, fix it, dear Henry. And so it went on. And I used to derive great pleasure of that. He also did the Mary's boy child, Jesus Christ, was born on Christmas Day. Boney M did the steel drum version of it. I listened to it the other day, actually. And the Goombay Dance Band. I was telling you the other day, the Goombay Dance Band. You ever imagine nowadays calling something the Goombay Dance Band? And Call the Midwife creator Heidi Thomas has revealed her granddad was rumoured to have helped women with backstreet abortions. Oh. Frank Skinner has revealed that one of the great loves of his life is Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper. School's out for summer. My brother was a huge Alice Cooper fan. Guess who Alice Cooper's best friend was? You never believe it. They were like chalk and cheese. No, David Cassidy. David Cassidy and Alice Cooper were busy mates. So there you go. You learn all these different things, and that's all Rod McPhee's come up with. A bit disappointing, actually, there. None of the other stuff I've heard of. Perhaps he's picking up press releases. And also, Sex Camp. I shan't be reading anything like that, thank you very much indeed. I don't know if it's a television programme or something else. Somebody went to a sex camp to teach them about dancing, hugging and embracing and other stuff, which I'm not going to tell you about. It's far too early in the morning. I get depressed talking about it late at night, let alone early, first thing in the morning. That's very worrying, isn't it? Also, 17 years after they split, Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have sparked rumours of a reunion. And they asked the question, can you ever make it work the second time around? Yes. Yes, it is. It is possible. It is. I was awful. I did go out with somebody years and years and years ago. It was years and years and years ago, and then I bumped into them, and they thought that we would get. It was like sort of 20 years later. They thought that we were going to get back together again, and I thought, I don't think so. It was very creepy, actually. Unfortunately, they then died, and I felt a bit guilty because they came to see me, and they said, "Oh, you know, I've got cancer," and I went, "Oh, right." I didn't really sort of take it in properly, but it was when they sort of wanted to get back together, and I thought, I don't think this is going to be happening at all. Debbie in Leicester says, I live in a ground floor flat with 2 flats above. I never see them, even though we use the same front door. I think you need to see people. You need to see, you know, I mean, I'm not saying you have to invite people in to sort of have some cheese on toast and a cup of tea, but you should definitely know your neighbours. Because it's much better to get on with them than not get on with them. Instant Whip was better. That was a pint of milk. says Jackie. Yes, it was. It was a pint of milk. The other one was only half a pint of milk. Do you remember the ice cream with the bubble gum in the bottom called Screwball, says David? Yes, we do. Do you remember those? Of course, you would remember those. You probably had loads of those, haven't you? Such a fibber. And also, Steve, I had my second jab yesterday, but as I was waiting, I was listening to your podcast, and lay behind me pushed me and said, they're waiting for you. So I said I was listening to the Steve Allen podcast, and she said, oh, sorry, I love Sir Steve. There's Mark. Everybody does, he says. Dreadful thing to say, isn't it? But you do. Everywhere you go, I'll bump into somebody and they go, I know who you are. And I go, do you? Looking around for a policeman, just in case you need an exit. But yeah, listen, the LBC audience is massive, massive. Steve, I used to like Bazooka Bubblegum. Do you remember you got a little transfer inside the wrapper? The only tattoo I ever had, says Josie. Don't please get a tattoo. Please don't get a tattoo. I mean, unless you really want one. And have it somewhere where you can cover it up.
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence, to genetics, to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's a Wednesday and we're heading towards another bank holiday. Don't get excited about it. The weather's going to be atrocious. Not so good. Roger says, good to know your neighbours as long as it's not somebody like George Roper from George and Mildred. Oh, yeah. Although actually, I love watching those back again because I loved her. I thought she was fantastic. Neville says, Neville. We haven't had a Neville for a while. Your singing just woke the cat up. In fact, he's flown out through the cat flap. I like cat flaps. I'm big into cat flaps. And the Screwball ice cream, says Mark, reminded me of a witch's hat from the ice cream van. It was a lolly stuck in an ice cream cornet. Very decadent. Yes, it was. I thought it was. And Steve, my 70-year-old single male neighbour moved in 5 years ago. We only ever said hello. In April, we courteously invited him round for my 45th garden party. He was a party animal and great fun. He's now a regular for a cup of tea. Yesterday he fixed my front gate and fence that my RAF husband botched. Hurrah for neighbours. Don't leave it 5 years, listeners, says Leanne in the Forest of Dean. No, listen, I mean, sometimes you discover, but people are great. My neighbours all used to descend on my place, but neighbours from years and years ago. And you'd end up with sort of like 10 people in the city. We were doing all sorts of things. Bonfire night was fantastic. I'd shove in a load of, sausage rolls and little sausages in the oven and all the rest of it. Oh, it was fabulous. Fabulous. And the smell of fireworks, lovely. Revellers pictured in all the papers today, no more so than in the Daily Star in Uddersfield, Newcastle. They always pick the ugliest girl in Newcastle to leer at the cameras and go, like that, with her boobs hanging out. And here she is today with her tongue hanging out as well. I have to be honest, I don't want to be rude, but if you're carrying like a load of weight, don't do a crop top. Where you're showing your stomach. It's really quite disgusting. Really horrible. A nurse who looked after Boris Johnson when he was ill with COVID has quit over the government's 1% pay offer. People were talking about that yesterday, which is not very good, is it? No, I can't do that story. Oh, there we go. This is interesting. What if he's listening? I don't think he'll be listening today, actually. He says, which 1990s Saturday morning TV show was first hosted by Andy Peters and Emma Forbes? When they left, they had the last programme. They both were in tears. I thought it was just me, live and kicking. I thought it was just me that cried. I cried. I don't think I was crying that day. I do cry on a regular basis, actually. Steve, our local M&S is closing after 130 odd years. Nearest will be quite a wee trek for us carless, poor bus service folk. Apparently they're going to be building flats on the site, says Kim. Oh. See, we've actually got a Marks and Spencer's, but it's food. Just does food and, papers and stuff like that. And then you go to Kingston and they've got a huge one, huge Marks and Spencer's, where they do, clothes, pants and food as well. It's got a big food hall and everything else, which I quite like. They used to have household and they do household. They used to have 2 enormous premises, but it must have cost a fortune to keep them going. But I love a bit of a rummage. I like going around. I like having a look in Yeah, I mean, in a big M&S where it's got lots of stuff in the aisles, you find stuff that you haven't got in your Marks and Spencer's. I love stuff like that. I'm a very good shopper. Very good shopper. An interactive reality Mario Kart-style race park is coming to the UK. It's called Chaos Karts. Tickets are £30. See, I'm so glad I'm this age and I wouldn't do anything like that. And what it is, it gives you the rider, the feel of the Nintendo Classic. Who cares? Where are they going to stick it? I hope it's nowhere near me. Oh, that's all right. It's going to launch in Brick Lane. What a funny place to put it, Brick Lane. I wouldn't have thought that would have been the place to go, but there you go. Aldi is cashing in on Britain's Flake 99 shortage with a cut price ice cream. Comes after Cadbury's confirmed supplies of its crumbly frozen treats were falling short. Was a Flake frozen? No, it probably wasn't, actually. But Aldi says it was coming to the rescue and said its dairy-fine crumbly cones were £2 cheaper than Cadbury's Flake 99 cones. Cadbury said the product is still available to order and we're continuing our work closely with the customers, which is good. That's how it's supposed to be. UFOs pose a threat to mankind. Oh, God, why did we find these people in America? They're always mad, aren't they, as brooms? Oh, that looks quite nice. Aldi reveals new McDonald's-inspired snacks, and it's 47% cheaper. They've got chicken nuggets, hash browns, the Big Stack, instead of Big Mac. Oh, that's right, they've just played on words. 10 breakfast hash browns. It's like a dance, isn't it? You get 10 hash browns. At McDonald's, you only get one. I know. They're not really that exciting. So how much are they? Chicken nuggets, 12 for $1.69. McDonald's, 9 for $3.89. That's a bit of a difference. The beef burger, the Aldi Big Stack burger, is $1.49. McDonald's are selling the Big Mac burger at $3.39. Hash browns in Aldi, they're doing a 10 box of hash browns for £1.49. McDonald's, 89 pence one. I wouldn't have known that, actually, and I bought one the other day. Bit naughty, isn't it? I know I shouldn't have done that. And a fish burger. I never had the fish. The fillet of fish that McDonald's do is $3.39. McDonald's do a 2-pack for $1.39. Think the fish is dead? How can they do things that cheaply? It's amazing, isn't it, really? Because I think Iceland's very good value. I think, and Aldi's very cheap. It is cheap, isn't it? It is cheap. Perhaps I should start going there, actually. A UFO buzzed a Navy ship before diving underwater in a new leaked video filmed by a military aircraft. Oh, shut up, honestly. Of course it didn't. Don't be silly. And here it is. Coronation Street are going to let a lucky couple stay in Weatherfield in a pop-up Airbnb. 2 guests can stay next door to the famous Rovers Return Inn in a specially built pod. They'll be taken on a tour of the studio and get a hot pot dinner. ITV's John Whiston said, "What fan hasn't dreamt of finding themselves in the show?" I'm sorry, I'm not that sad. In a pod, exactly. I mean, look, it looks like sort of an upmarket garden shed, really. It's going to appear on Airbnb's website next Wednesday at 1 p.m. Can you imagine? You'll be so disappointed. You get to the Rover's Return and discover that it's just the front. There's a fascia. The interior bits are done inside in the thing. I remember telling a friend of mine about the lovely, what was it called? Pie in the Sky. And a friend of mine said, "Oh, let's go there." I said, "No, it doesn't exist. It's filmed in the studios in Bray." She said, "No, I've seen them parking outside it and going in." I said, "Yeah, it's a florist shop. They just borrow it and then they sort of tart it up. And so when they walk through the door, they're walking into the studio." She said, "You've ruined the programme for me now." I love it. I love it. Steve, as a kid, I liked him when Mr. Whippy came round. Why is it that everybody remembers Mr. Whippy? I like the ice cream cone with the Cadbury flakes, says Shane. So you got Mr. Whippy in Sydney as well. He was obviously a global brand. Da-da-da-da-da-da, wasn't it? I used to love that. Steve, I have the best neighbours. I work away all week. She puts my bins and recycling out, brings them back in, and keeps the garden tidy. Well, you're very lucky. Steve, the bank holiday's the 31st of May, not next week. I didn't say it was next week. I said it was the week after. I do know when it is, And another one here. And somebody says, everybody has a right to wear what they want, no matter of their size. No, they don't. Not if they're featured in my newspapers, I'm afraid. We only want attractive people. We don't want non-attractive people, and if you're carrying a big fat gut in front of you, the idea is you cover it over. It's as simple as that. Honestly, nothing worse, is there? Steve, greetings from Ireland. Oh, Christine, how are you? Lying in bed beside my Finnish husband. I didn't know you had a Finnish husband. Where's he come from? Goodness sake, honestly, 1 minute, we're sort of chatting away, and now you're telling me there's a husband. She says, I've got you another listener who finds you very funny. What do you mean? Well, where's he been up until now? Heavens above. Jackie in Watford said, I see there's a shortage of Cadbury's Flake. That was yesterday. I once got into a detention for eating one in public in school uniform. Oh, really? Well, you mustn't eat them like that. Even though, my friend who did the Flake advert did eat it like that. That's infamy. Infamy. Our Mr. Whippy sold cigarettes too. What is going on? Cremola foam. I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all, James. My mum has mentioned it a few times. No, I used to like Junket and rice cremola. My mother used to do a lovely rice cremola, which was very good. I used to have Funny Feet ice cream. They were very good, weren't they? Do you remember Funny Feet ice cream? No, just me again. It used to look like Bigfoot. It was just a green foot, I seem to remember, or white or something else. No? There you go. Cremola foam. Effervescent crystals, manufactured in Glasgow and sold in Scotland until Nestle ended production in 98. Oh, they call it Cremola Fizz now. And, it was made by Ali Bally Bees Limited, based in Fife. They went into liquidation in 2014. Ali Bally Bees. Looks quite interesting, doesn't it? I've never seen that before. But rice cremola was delicious. Absolutely delicious. Rice cremola. That was I used to love things like that. I like rice pudding as well. But I don't like semolina. Hated semolina. If we got to school, I would put jam in it, mix it all up and leave it. I just think, you're not going to put that one back out again. Do you remember the Tony Bell ice cream van? Yes, I do remember why didn't we ever get bread rolls at school? Never got bread rolls at school. At prep school, we got bread rolls. On a Sunday, only on a Sunday. When we didn't get tea, we got a flask of coffee or a jug of coffee. But I used to love a bread roll. I still love a crispy bread roll now. I don't like it when it's soft. I like it when you sort of cut into it and it all goes everywhere. And then you have to start vacuuming the kitchen. I like things like that. I've always got a little handy one in the kitchen, like hoovering the car the other day, which was very good. Can you believe it's been almost 15 years since Steve Irwin died, says Roger. 15 years. Doesn't seem possible, does it, really? And there's one here that says, I've not had ice cream since having one which had melted. It tasted like milk diluted in water, sickly sweet with a distinct chemical aftertaste, says Lawrence. What's the point of having an ice cream that's melted? That seems a bit daft, doesn't it? Don't have one that's melted. We've got to take a break again. Honestly, I'm running out of time. Seriously, I don't know where the time goes in the morning. It's all going very well. All going very well this morning. Now we've sorted out the people who shouldn't appear in the newspapers. It's very good.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Nice to be company. Steve, Monday evening at Scott's, warm Bakewell tart with pistachio ice cream. Gosh, I haven't had pistachio ice cream. That's the Italian ice cream which has got bits in it, hasn't it? Like nuts and Angelica. That green stuff. I think it's called Angelica, isn't it? I think so. I'm pretty certain. And remember Cornish funny faces? Wait a minute, pistachio ice cream. I bet, go on, you'll find it. Savoury nuttiness from the pistachios. But it definitely has bits in it. Definitely has bits in it. Pistachio ice cream, gelato... almond and chlorophyll or other green food colouring. Oh. Yeah, we'll find out later, I'm sure there. Iceland are currently selling Wall's Funny Feet ice cream, 6 for £3, says Stephen. Wow. And David in Beckenham says Knickerbocker Glory. We used to love a Knickerbocker Glory. That was the very tall glasses. And they put tinned fruit in, ice cream, like a sundae, like an ice cream sundae. But very, very delicious. Kids used to love them. We used to get unrefrigerated milk in cartons. No, we used to get, when we were at school years and years ago, a long time ago, we used to get, blimey, what is it? A little bottle of milk, but like a little thing. You sort of put a straw in the top of it. Yeah, like a shot of milk. It was very good, actually. Very good. Steve, salted butter on very burnt cold white toast. Very wrong, but oh so very right. Oh, right. And you have to brush your teeth afterwards, says Pat in Glasgow. God, you're posh. Brushing your teeth, good Lord. Telling me next you get out of the bath to go to the toilet. Such an old gag. I was always dying to weave that into the programme. Steve, funnily enough, says Paulie, I bought some Bazooka Joe last month on eBay. Yes, you can still, it's still available. In fact, most things are available. Most things. Also, a drug which targets fat cells to reduce obesity could significantly cut weight within weeks. It's called Bebo 3304, blocks a key receptor and speeds up energy expenditure. It's an Australian study, and I've got the injection. In fact, I've got it in the fridge still, which was made for diabetics to lose weight if you were slightly overweight. I mean, I'm not hugely overweight by any stretch of the imagination, but this injection basically worked as an appetite suppressant. And but in the end, I mean, I remember the first time I took it, I didn't eat all day. I became quite weak, and then I had side effects. It was on prescription, yes. Although that woman Dawn, when she gave them to Gemma Collins, she was on these. They were called, what does she call them? Fat burning injections. Similar sort of thing. And then obviously somebody said to Gemma, "You shouldn't take this. This is not a diabetic doctor you're talking to. It's just somebody who's sort of selling something, and you shouldn't really be using it." So she stopped, but she's still going on about, I lost 3 stone. Yeah, hasn't lost anything else since then, apart from her dignity on occasions. Wait, says Dawn Neeson in her column today in the Daily Star. Mild-mannered supermodel Naomi Campbell, 50s, had a baby without any apparent sign of a pregnancy or partner. Her last boyfriend was pop popper Liam Payne, who's 27. Maybe she's just adopted him. I mean, it's odd, isn't it? It's a very strange one. We all think it's surrogacy. Mind you, Naomi Campbell's friends seem to think it's surrogacy. Who her friends are, I've got no idea. Can never work that out at all. And the majority of British hospitals and the Brits hospitalised with the new Indian variant of COVID were eligible for a vaccination but refused to have it. Dawn Neeson says, well, sorry and all that, but I'm refusing to put my life on hold any longer because of a few selfish idiots. Make your bed, lie in it. Just a shame it's an NHS bed you're blocking. I don't know why. I've heard no end of people saying that they won't have the vaccination. I'm thinking, why? Why would you want to sort of risk taking A, up a hospital bed, which could go for somebody who is seriously ill, and B, sort of putting your life at risk? I mean, anybody over 36 can now go and get one. Do it. What is it? Why would you be frightened of I mean, it's not going to kill you. In fact, it could possibly save your life. Go for it, for goodness sake. Gary says rum bar. You can still get those in kebab shops, rum bars. I've never touched them. They always look a bit. It looks like a round donut with sort of gluey stuff, like sort of sugar drenched over. You've seen rum bars before? Yes, you must have done. The moment you see it, you'll go, I've seen those in the kebab shop, because I'm quite sure you've seen the kebab shop. And they've always got those in the cabinet. And I always think, yeah, you have. I always think to myself, who would actually buy that? My producer. He'd buy something like that. He'd look at it and go, that looks quite nice. It's like me, my weakness on cakes, and I don't really do cake, I'm not really a cake person, is an apple turnover with cream in it. They're very nice. They do an apple pie, I think. Mr. Kipling, who makes some extremely good cakes, does one with custard in it. It's an apple pie, little one, which got the custard already in there. It's very nice. You can eat a whole box, actually, really. Don't need to worry about things like that. Steve, I had a wagon wheel the other day, says Tony. All right. He says they're nowhere near the size they used to be. Well, of course they're not, because you were little, and you had little hands, and everything looked big, didn't it, when you were little? Because of your little hands, and so that's why a wagon wheel looked big. I don't think they've shrunk that much. Is it true Margaret Thatcher helped invent Mr. Whippy ice cream? No. Who was telling me? Who was the person who invented chalk ices? Somebody invented chalk ices. I can't remember who it was. It was somebody well known, and said, why don't you put this thing on a stick? And it became, I'm sure it was, I can't remember now. I've probably got it all wrong. Roger Moore. Yeah. Roger Moore has claimed that he invented the Magnum. He suggested Walt create a chocolate-covered ice cream during a 1960s interview. Now, whether that's an apocryphal story, I've got no idea. Do you remember the old Jamboree bags? Where have they gone? Oh, things like that died out years ago. You can probably still get them on Amazon. Okay, we got Jamboree bags on Amazon. Jamboree bags. It's hopeless. I mean, seriously, we do our best. Let's see if we can find a jamboree bag for you. And normally you can find these things. It's always amazing, the stuff you can find anywhere on the internet. You go to the internet and here we go. Oh, no, that's Jolly Jamboree. And we don't do that, no. Finny, Jolly Jamboree. No, they're not Finny. It was a little paper bag. Wait a minute, there's a jamboree bag. There we go. Wait a minute, you're going to love this one. Rare 1980s, £360. It's on eBay. Just the one. There you go. There's another one. Oh, look. National Jamboree leather patch. Oh, no. Obviously not. Yeah. It was a bag, paper bag. You rip the top off. It was threepence, 3p. And you used to get a couple of toffees in there. And you'd get some sort of plastic toy. Apparently, the New Scientist reported in July 1983, because I remember this distinctly, that apparently Thatcher, because when she was elected a member of the Royal Society, it was claimed she'd worked developing emulsifiers for ice creams for Joe Lyons from 1949 to 1951. The Washington Post, in the wake of her death, claimed she'd helped invent ice cream as we know it, adding that her efforts as part of the Lyons team created a cheap, airy ice cream were one aspect of Margaret Thatcher's legacy we can all feel unequivocally good about. That's nice, isn't it? I think that's quite good. So that's what Joe Lyons it was, Joe Lyons. Wait a minute. Can you remember asking for a quarter of fruit salads with blackjacks? Says Phil. No, never asked for a quarter of them. It was 4 for a penny. That's what they were, 4 for a penny, and the blackjacks were 4 for a penny, the fruit salads were 4 for a penny, and shrimps. You know, those horrible plastic sort of foamy type shrimp things. But you'd go out with a bag which had your goodies in there, and you'd suck them, you know, especially on the fruit salads and the blackjacks. They were really good. And you can still buy things like that. But no, you never bought them by the quarter. All the other sweets in the jars you did, but not those. They were it was like buying gobstoppers. That was something you could suck for ages and it never got any smaller. Honestly, you could suck that for weeks. I can remember if ever I was very lucky enough to be given one, I can remember thinking, that's going to last me a few weeks. And, you know, blow me down it did. Sometimes you take it out your mouth, leave it on the side by the bed, and then when you woke up in the morning, you pop it back in your mouth again. There you go. I know, there'll be a lot of you nodding your head. Say, those were the days, weren't they? People nodding sagely go, you're so right. We used to do that. You're all mad. Steve, did the garage fix your aircon on that beast you've got, says Paul? Yes, they did. I've now got freezing cold air, so I've now got pneumonia. Yeah, I've now got pneumonia. The only thing I need to find out is I had a nail in the tyre, a screw. Because the trouble is, when you've got big, wide tyres, they seem to pick these things up. They're all over the place. I sometimes find them at the side of the road. I drop them down drains because I don't want to see another car getting it. And they've plugged the screw, which apparently is quite normal, with a rubber thing. So they take the tyre off, they push it up through. I want to know how long you can keep these for. Can you drive forever, or do you just sort of drive it as a temporary thing? Is it a bit like tyre weld? Have you ever seen that? Tyre weld, if you get a puncture, you put this can on and it's got foam in it and it seals all the holes and everything else. I drove a Mini for a year on tyre weld. I'm told it's there until you can change the tyre, but I don't know whether or not this plugging thing is meant to last a while. I don't know. I'm sure somebody will know, which is great. Oh, this music, you know what that means. News at 6, back in 3.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Merci bien, all the information on the tyre plugs. It actually, I mean, somebody said it'll last. In fact, everybody said exactly the same thing. It's totally safe, as long as it's not on the outside. The outside of the tyre or the inside of the tyre. It's got to be in the middle, and luckily mine was in the middle. I don't think the garage would ever do that to me. Nigel and Steve know that, you know, because I panicked over it. I remember thinking, is this because I had tyre weld in the past, not on my car because it's 2.5 tons, so you can't do that. But no, they all offer it, tyre plugs. So what they do is they drill through, then they put the plug and they pull it up through, and that's it. It becomes part of the tyre. So it's a good idea, isn't it? I'm very pleased about it. Very pleased. Certainly saved an awful lot of money. I was very happy. Very happy. But I did read in America, they sort of say, oh, no, it's only a temporary thing, because my tyres are like 250 quid. Can do without that, thank you very much indeed. Each tyre, yes. I know. That's what used to make me laugh. I used to go past all these different tyre places, and it would say 4 tyres, 60 quid. I thought, if only. If only. Which is lovely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. But no, it's perm. It's perm. I don't. The garage wouldn't have taken it up to get it sorted out otherwise. Otherwise, they would have said to me, because I said I don't mind. I'll have a new tyre if necessary. He said no, you can put a plug in it, and unless it's on the outside or the inside of the tyre, you can do it. Simple as that. Marks and Spencers are recalling packs of dates. These are stuffed medjool date selection packs from Jordan. They said it was taking a precautionary measure. They think they could be contaminated with hepatitis A. So if you bought stuffed medjool date selection, what would you stuff a date with? I don't know. I mean, I did buy some medjool dates and the other day. I do like dates. I can't remember if they're supposed to be very good for you. Do you remember Jubblies? Frozen orange in a triangular package. Yeah, it was actually a water-based ice lolly, and it was triangular. And what they did, they threw it in their freezers, and you would buy a Jubbly, and then you'd rip a corner of the thing off, and you'd suck the orange bit. They were dirt cheap. You can still buy them. Well, you can buy all sorts of things now. If you go to Iceland, you can buy like 36 ice lollies. You just stick in the freezer. Ideal for children. So there you go. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, the plug-in tyre repair is vulcanised. Tyre weld is temporary. Yes, I mean, I knew that, but I had it in a Mini. And I drove for over a year with it in there. So you connect it up to the air inlet on the tyre, push the button, it pushes foam into the tyre and puts air in at the same time. So it's a temporary if you're stuck there. I think you can only do it the once. Then I think what you do is you then take the car to the garage and you get the tyre done. But on the one that I've had, it's perm. That's what. But this way, they sell these things all the time, so I think they would know about it. In America, apparently they're only classed as temporary, but over here they're not. But you've got to make sure that the replugging is in the middle of the tyre. Luckily, mine was in the middle of the tyre, so that was lucky. False teeth, an electric scooter, a violin and a small wardrobe are among items left in, wait for it, Uber cabs. How in God's name you leave a small wardrobe in there? What do? You share the seat with it. Mobile phones were the most forgotten possession on trips taken using the ride-hailing app. London was the UK's most forgetful city. I've been on trains before. I got on a train about a couple of years ago at Waterloo, and I was sort of sitting down there. Firstly, we get pigeons that walk onto the trains at Waterloo, literally looking for food that's been dropped on the seat, and then hop off again. They haven't bought a ticket or anything. But this bloke then jumps onto the train. He's left his suit on the suit rack and a small suitcase. I remember thinking, how could you forget these things? I do that when I get out of a place. I have to remember, right, I've got my bag. I've got this, I've got that. I lost my phone this morning. I said to Jake, I've lost my phone, ring it. Open my bag, there it was. I put it in my bag. I never put it in my bag. Didn't even get a chance to ring it. Penny says, go easy on dates. They're very high in sugar. Are they? I didn't know that, actually. Oh, right. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, I finally put one of those EcoZone Forever Flush 2000 toilet block twin packs in our toilet. Your recommendation, it's great. Yeah, I saw them advertised on Ideal World, I think. And it's a thing, you put it in the cistern and it lasts for about 2,000 flushes. And I thought, what a bargain. I gave some, I think, to my brother. I'm pretty certain I did, actually. Metal detectorist. I always wanted a metal detector. It was my ultimate, Christmas present. I never got it, actually. Can people with diabetes eat dates? Dates pack a lot of sweetness. The type of... it's fructose again. Each dried pitted date contains 67 calories and it's 18 grams of carbs. Blood sugar levels can be challenging to manage. So don't, basically. They can raise concern. Well, that's it, isn't it? I didn't have very many. I didn't eat the whole pack. I gave some to Zora Suleiman. I gave her a pack of dates. She's obviously not affected like I am, so I'll have to stop eating dates now. So many things I can't eat. Loads of people now writing in saying, don't eat the dates. Don't eat the dates. So I shall It's funny, actually, because sometimes I see things. It's like I look at fruit now. Grapes I have to avoid like the plague. And strawberries. Well, blueberries. Blueberries are okay, which are quite nice if you have them with cream. They're very... And also what? Sorry, say again. I can't eat strawberries. I can have a couple of strawberries. They're full of sugar. They're absolutely chock-a-block. And at the moment, we are into strawberry season, and because of the unseasonably bad weather, the strawberry season is fantastic. It's really good. Yeah, they're absolutely full of fructose. So it's another one on my banned list. The other one being mango. And I love mango. I used to love mango. Sliced, juice, you name it, I would go mango. At the moment, I've got pomegranate seeds. So the more flavour, the more sugar. I know. And strawberries at the moment are delicious. And they're big, fat, juicy strawberries. But they're just full of sugar. Fructose. Not good for me at all. Very not good for me. So, I mean, sometimes I'll have something and I'll sort of go, oh, I'll put up with it. But rice pudding, I'm a bit of a fan of. And Steve, Jordan's been on many dodgy dates. And then she marries them. Yes, she does. Here we go. People with diabetes often aim to eat foods with a low glycemic load, including strawberries fall into that category as the fruit doesn't quickly raise glucose levels. Pfft, not for me. Not for me. It sends me round the bend. I might as well be given a feather duster, eat 3 strawberries, I'm up on the ceiling cleaning it. Really bad for me. Perhaps it's different people. I seem to be able to have things that don't, certain cereals. I had Shreddies a few weeks back. They didn't go down very well with me either. I saw Nick Knowles on the television advertiser. I'm going for that. And what else was it, actually? What else? I'm trying to think, actually. Cornflakes. No, I can't. Shredded wheat, I think, is okay. Shredded wheat's okay. I might get some shredded wheat today, which is very nice indeed. Rugby. Oh, no, I can't do that one. Harry and Meghan should lose the title, say nearly half of people polled. You're all agreeing, actually. We don't have anybody disagreeing on this Harry and Meghan thing. They're not popular. And you are echoing that as well. The delayed strawberry season's finally arrived. Bigger and juicier fruits. Because officially it starts on May the 1st and lasts until the end of September. This year it's been put off by the cooler winter and spring. And they're huge. I bought some in M&S. You got about 5 in the little punnet. Really big, juicy strawberries. And so I sort of cut the green bit off and then poured cream over the top of them. They were particularly delicious. Unfortunately, I can't now have them for about another year. But it's okay. Steve, all things in moderation. Couple of dates. Oh, everything's in moderation. Same as everything. I remember I've told you all before that when I was first diagnosed all those years ago, and I said, oh, it's Christmas. What do I do about that? They said, in moderation. You can have everything. You know, it's something. But the one thing you don't need is special diabetic chocolate and stuff like that. It's not really. You don't need it. You can just have normal stuff. You know, it's as simple as that. So all things in moderation. Steve, I left my wallet in an Uber in New York. Contacted. The driver said he found nothing when his shift was finished. I was back in the UK. 2 days later, the driver called me. He'd found the wallet. He posted it back at his own cost with $400 still in it. Very honest. I'm not sure everybody listening this morning would be as honest about these. And another one here. Chris says, when will the rain stop? Well, we're all right here today. Is it? Oh, it's not rain. Oh, it's not raining. Is it raining? Oh, for goodness. Luckily, I've got an umbrella. So, in other words, now you won't definitely see me at the bus stop because I've got the umbrella, the hat. I might put the sunglasses on as well. I love it. Steve, the puncture repair at the tyre garage doesn't always take. This one does. All they do is they do tyres for Bentleys and Rollses. I think they'd have gone out of business if they hadn't got it sorted. Sorted. And I do check. I've got this button you push. It tells you all the tyre pressures. Perfect. 2.9. Thank you. So that's good. The little yellow Fiat Cinquecento from the comedy The In-Betweeners is to be sold at auction. It's a 1996 motor. Appeared in the Channel 4 show after Simon received it as a gift from his parents. I've only seen a few of the The language is atrocious. I'm amazed it gets through, actually. Auctioneer Andrew Stowe said it's not the Batmobile, but for people who know the series, it may as well be. They reckon it's about $3,000 that it could go for, because it's one of those. But I mean, to be honest with you, if somebody put a car up in the paper and didn't tell me it was in the In-Betweeners, I wouldn't have the faintest idea. I'd just look at it and go, yeah, and they go, that's a famous car. I go, is it? I understand the Del Boy one, or the Batmobile and all these other things, but Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, but not a Cinquecento. That'll be the first time a Cinquecento has achieved cult status.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 6:20. I'm a new listener to your show, Steve. You're like a cross between Victor Meldrew and Mr. Angry. Really? Good Lord above. Mr. Angry from Purley. Oh, you got my attention anyway, says Ray in Dartford. Good. That's how it's supposed to work. That's how it's supposed to work. Also, the Cinquecento, says Roger, is a pile of rubbish, but because it's got TV fame, a bit like Del Boy's 3... Well, exactly, that's why it's got provenance, and it'll go for $3,000. I mean, if two people really want it, it's actually going to do really well. I mean, £3,000 for something that looked like it always broke down. But I haven't seen enough of the programme. I couldn't quite get used to... The bad language on the programme, seriously. And somebody says here, must be nice to have a platform to talk about all things, Steve. Yeah, it's called radio. It's called radio. Perhaps you haven't heard of it before. It's a new system we have operating in this country. Came out some years ago, and it's a platform to talk about all sorts of things. So boring, wouldn't it? You know. You are stupid, honestly. Watch the pomegranate, somebody says. And then Shane says it was cold in Sydney this morning, 6 degrees. Winter is on the way. Lovely. We like things like that. The BBC are making a very dramatic comeback. Making up for lost time, they've now got 86 dramas being produced, totalling 450 hours of television. Wow. Including, people like Martin Freeman, Ben Whishaw, Emily Blunt, Jamie Dornan, Claire Foy. So, I mean, it only goes to prove, doesn't it? They are spending the money on what? I've got no idea. So, looking at this Rovers Annex, it's not going to feature in the actual programme. It's just there as a prize. I thought, well, I think that's what it is. I haven't quite gathered it, actually. This was storylines available to view at the Central Living Area. So you can go in there, and it's sort of like it's living the experience. It's a set. It's a set. The house. Whenever you see somebody at the upstairs window of a house, they're standing on a ladder behind, leaning out the window. I just don't understand it. A night on the cobbles. It's just another sort of, I don't know. I mean, I suppose you'd have to be a bit of a fan, wouldn't you? Really. Twin room. So when they say it's a bit like an Airbnb, it's if you've never seen sets before, then you'll probably find it fascinating. But you'd have to be a real fan to want to go and do this. You can't go into the Rovers Return because it's in the actual studio building. The exterior is out on the street. They've called this one the Rovers Annex. I don't know, it'll probably do really well. People like that kind of thing, don't we? And I suppose if you get to meet some of the cast, but there's house rules. No smoking, no pets, picture in front of the local pub encouraged, hot pot for tea non-negotiable, sensible shoes advised because cobbles are slippery when wet, and do not drive into the canal after you've checked out. Is there a canal there, I suppose? There must be, mustn't there? Gail's husband did. Oh, right, okay. I lose all these things. I mean, somebody will enjoy it. You can go and meet Fizz and Tyrone and all these other people. There's also the couple. These beach huts are very popular. I've never fancied having a beach hut, but I'm always very jealous when, as a child, we used to go to the beach and people had beach huts. And they then would have the door open and they used to make a cup of tea and I used to think that's nice. You could spend the night in there, and of course you're not allowed to. Well, I think in all of them you can't sleep in beach huts because they don't have electricity. There's no electricity. And also, why would you want to sleep just in a hut on the beach? And I think, so this particular couple here, it's 7 feet 10 inches by 7 foot. It overlooks the North Sea. Oh, this one has got its own electricity supply, but again, you're not allowed to stay in it overnight. I mean, some people just take down a little gas cooker so you can cook something to eat, but I mean, if they're wooden, it's obviously a little bit of a danger. The estate agent selling this one, he says that the 10,700% profit on Hut 185 at Felixstowe in Suffolk are over the moon. He said the price is a new record. They paid £600 for it. They've sold it for £65,000. You must have more money than sense. Who seriously would spend £65,000 on a 7'10" by 7 foot plate, which you can't sleep in? The price is so high because of the pandemic. Mr. Papworth said before the crisis it would have sold for 40 to 45,000. God blimey, I tell you, we should have bought these, shouldn't we? We really should have bought these things years ago. 65, and they spent 600 on it. It's apparently because they can't go abroad. Well, you don't want to. Jordan's there. You know, not very good at all. She's actually gone to, has she gone to? Portugal, the Algarve, because she's such a hard worker, isn't she, really? Such a hard worker. Chris in Brentwood says, Steve, have you heard of Rossi's ice cream? I have. Because originally all the ice cream was Italian in this country. The Italian men used to come round selling hokey pokey. The hokey pokey man. We've told you about this before. And you would take your bowl out there and he would open up the front and he would scoop the ice cream into your bowl. All sorts of people used to come and, you know, sort of do all these sort of things years ago. It must have been quite exciting, don't you think? You know, actually having ice cream before people really knew what it was. You know, it was something interesting, and you take your bowl out there. You could do exactly the same for milk. There'd be somebody coming round who would have a cart with a milk thing on, and they would pour milk out for you. I mean, I know. I mean, obviously, you know. Do you know? Well, obviously, you don't remember it. You're too young, half of you. But that's exactly what happened years ago. I used to love it. That's why I've got a thing about milkmen. Because when they used to have, before we had, stop it. We're sitting on the naughty step, both of you. Before they used to have the plastic bottles and the cardboard cartons, it was proper bottles, glass bottles, in metal crates. So when the little thing set off down the street, you could hear the bottles rattling. And they used to do orange juice and all sorts. Well, it was orange squash, I think. And it was lovely. On an early morning, the milkman going down the road, because it was all electric. All electric. Apparently, Catherine in Brentwood says the pomegranate, Steve, can clash with your medication with bad results. And as you all know, I do medication. Stella says, you're not Scorpio, are you? Everything you say, I totally agree with. Great minds definitely think alike. No, I'm Pisces. And very typically Pisces, apparently. Very typically Pisces. Our council paid $250,000 for a wooden extension that looks like a shed, says Jackie. Oh, that's more snap, less crackle, no pop. It was the LBC. I've got one at home. I've got one. I had an LBC milk bottle. They're worth a bit of money actually now. All the memorabilia. You know, people collect memorabilia of things. I mean, in my case, it's tote bags, tea towels. Can't wait to see what it's going to be this year. I've got no idea. No idea, but I'm certainly looking forward to it. Definitely. Somebody else telling me about Cinquecentos, which is funny. I love it. And see, what was the ice cream that was inside a toilet roll tube that had a red plastic push-up thing? Yes, I remember that. You sort of it had a stick in the bottom, and you pushed it up the tube, and then it was sort of like an early Calippo, but it had a stick. Calippos are sort of very good, but you need to heat them up with your hand. It looked like it was just a round tube, like a toilet roll tube, with an ice cream. Sorry? Yeah, somebody will tell us what was it called? Come on, you know these things. It's, if we don't know the answer, you know the answer, and that's brilliant. There's also two sisters here. It's such a nice story. They were abandoned as newborns 2 years apart. They were unaware for decades that each other existed. They've met for the very first time. Isn't that lovely? They went on this long-lost family born without trace. And as the cameras rolled, she was given the news that they discovered she had a sister. You imagine doing that? And then all of a sudden you meet somebody, because you don't know them. But the new 3-part series is with Davina and Nikki Campbell. Also, Helen Sharman. Now, you know who Helen Sharman is. Come on. British astronaut. She says she was talking, actually, about the freedom she felt in space 30 years on from her pioneering voyage. She became the first British person in space, spending 8 days orbiting the Earth. The feeling is magical. She says, you're free, it's relaxing. Sounds fantastic. I think I'd quite like to do it. But I've got this horrible feeling that I nearly said seasick, but it's going to be something like that, isn't it? If you're going up in a rocket. I mean, I'm not sure about all this sort of lying back in your seat kind of malarkey. Definitely not like that. Definitely not. Steve, Seaside Chalet, 8x8 in the sought-after Sandbanks Resort in Dorset. Very expensive. 10-year waiting list. Beach huts, 115,000. Why would you ever spend anything like that? I'd just get a tent or a windbreak and put it on the beach. Somebody says, I thought they were just called push-ups. Rossi's ice cream, same family, says Tom, as Francis Rossi. I don't know, distantly, might be. Would you let Katie Price drive your car? Absolutely not. She's banned, as far as I know, actually, from driving. She's a risk for everything. She's not allowed. She's a bankrupt, I think. Still manages to go on holiday because she doesn't actually have a job, poor little soul. But she is going to get married, and that's her only source of income.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science, to name a few, search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning! 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. They're called Nestle Pop-Ups, says Pat in Glasgow. Pop-up. We found them, actually. We have looked. The ice cream in a tube. We've got Rowntree's Pop-Ups, which look a little bit... to be honest with you, over the years, we've had so many different ice creams. There's a fruit and yoghurt one here. I suppose it was sort of the forerunner to Calippo's, which you have to squeeze the bottom of the tube, which was quite good. Roger thought it was called a popsicle. No, I mean, a popsicle was a lolly. Anyway, Rossi's first ice cream parlour and factory opened in 1932 in Southend-on-Sea. Best place for it. They've got a theory in the Daily Star this morning on the Loch Ness Monster. But as this is a family programme, I have no intention of going there at all, because you wouldn't believe it if I told you the story. And the Daily Mail. All the papers are running with it, actually. Most of them on the front pages, except a couple. Naomi Campbell's a mum at 50, but we don't think she is. We think she's used a surrogate. It just doesn't make any sense, actually. But anyway. Also, the traffic light policy for foreign holidays descended into farce the other evening, with ministers accused of sowing mass confusion, because nobody knows where you can go and where you can't go. And some of the places where they've said you can go, they don't want us. So what's the point? So you've ended up all having to go to Portugal. But you also got to cough up £200 because you've got to get your COVID certificate things. I've got them now in my wallet. So I can prove to people that I've had the jab. You just got to put your name on it, and that's good. So this is interesting, because here's a picture. So Naomi Campbell reveals she's a new mum at 50, and friends of hers believe she's used a surrogate. And here is a picture of her cradling a baby at an orphanage. Is that where do you think she's got... I mean, she might have bought an orphan or something, or got it. I don't know how it works. I've got no idea. I just know that if she was pregnant, she would be losing work left, right and centre. Naomi Campbell. You can't have pregnant models walking up and down the catwalks. I'm not even sure they still do catwalking. She's dated a rapper, and she had a fling with Liam Payne. And, she has had anger management issues. In fact, really quite badly. In 1998. She went to rehab and all sorts of things. So, and then she was ejected from a BA flight following an incident over baggage. In fact, really, she's got so many issues going on. I must be surprised if she was allowed to adopt a child. But if it's not from this country, there's probably not the same rules that go on. But we don't know, do we? We don't know at the moment. Why label countries amber and then shade them red? USA, amber. India, red list. Doesn't make any sense. So now, Downing Street say Britain should only take breaks in green nations, prompting fury from travel industry and exasperated holidaymakers. Nobody knows what's going on, do they? But the enforced hotel quarantine for some. Travellers from countries on the government's list of banned countries can now face 10 days of quarantine in approved hotels at a cost of £1,750. hardly worth bothering going, isn't it? Might as well stay here. They found the India strain in 56 new areas. 8 in 10 cases in Bolton, Blackburn, also Darwen, Sefton in Merseyside and Bedford, as well as Chelmsford in Essex and Croydon in South London. So if you get the opportunity to get the injection, they've got the jabs bus here. Could be the ticket to freedom. Could be the ticket to freedom. They've got a bus that's going round, excuse me, giving people the injections. If you get the opportunity, why somebody would not want it, I've seen all sorts of stuff on the internet of people complaining, about I don't want it because I don't think it's safe and all the rest of it. Nobody's actually got a good argument for not having it. It makes perfect sense to have it, and it doesn't cost anything, so why not go and have it? At least you get 97% safety. I'd rather have 97% safety than no safety at all, thank you very much indeed. Steve, take a look at the beach huts in Christchurch, over 200,000. What is it with a beach hut that's fetching so much money? There's nothing. I mean, you can go and buy a shed for about 40 quid. But if it's on a beach, presumably you've got to get it licensed by the council, and you just lock them up. They're not very attractive, and you just keep your swimming costume in there if you need somewhere to change, and if it rains you can go and sit inside your hut and all the people on the beach get wet. But there again, as you're going to be jumping in the sea, what's the difference? You're going to get wet anyway, aren't you? But I mean, 200,000, I mean, God, that's the price of a flat somewhere, not London. I wish it was. UK's most expensive beach hut. This is at Muddyford Spit. You've heard of Muddyford in the Christchurch Harbour. Was listed for sale for the same price as a house. 4 potential buyers put in a bid for this monstrosity, 12 feet by 10 foot, 2 without even viewing it. How much has it sold for? £330,000. I mean, are these people mad? I mean, last week a second beach hut listed at £325,000 sold for just under that amount. It's Britain's most expensive beach hut. I mean, admittedly, they are, but I mean, your next door neighbours are on top of you. I mean, not literally, because you have to pay extra for that. And that's an old one. But I mean, it's I can't believe it. The wooden cabin was listed for sale for the same asking price as a 4-bedroom detached house in Hull. Sorry, a 5-bedroom detached house in Hull, and you can't sleep in it overnight. I mean, you could probably have a doze during the daytime, but you can't sleep overnight. You probably find cars are banned from this particular spit. You have to walk. You can't even park outside your own little bit of rubbish. These people must have more money than sense. Unbelievably. Rossi apparently says Paul has now been sold to a larger company. There you go. And James says, I dread taking my dog out these days. As he goes bananas when he sees e-scooters. Oh, they're all over the place, aren't they? All over the place. And Chris Lowry, over in Spain, Chris and Steve, he said, had my first jab yesterday, so both now had the first jab. It's very slow here. So if people are going on holiday here in Spain, think first. Think first about the slow roll-up. No under 40s yet have had the jab. I'm glad I've had both of them now. So I'm 97% safety. I mean, to be honest with you, Phil in Hereford says, I'll take 97% safety over 100% stupidity. I would. Well, I said to my driver the other morning, it's a case of, would you like to live? Or do you want to go for the other option, which isn't very popular? Please don't put your feet on a hot water bottle. My husband, who had diabetes, did this all night and woke up with severely burnt feet because he couldn't feel the heat. Well, that's an interesting. You should say that, actually, because I move about in the bed, something chronic. So, and hot water bottles don't cover the entire bed. So you put your feet on them, and because I've got no feeling in my feet, there is that danger that you could burn yourself without knowing about it. You could tread on broken glass and you wouldn't probably know about it. So I've got to cover on the hot water. It's still hot. Still hot. And it'll be hot when I go home now, or warm, which is quite... Yeah, they seem to last forever, hot water bottles. I got sent one, which was very nice indeed. So it's a case of you have to be careful. But I could never keep my feet... That means your husband sleeps in the same position all night. That's quite a rarity. Most people toss and turn, depending on how much sleep you need. Steve, what does Naomi Campbell being 50, work as a model or visit to an orphanage got to do with her now being a mother? Are you not understanding this? Because 50, it's very rare for women to give birth. Very rare. We've tried to explain this to you before, but obviously you didn't get that. And working as a model, there are no fashion shows at the moment. Okay, I don't know whether you've been to any, but there aren't. And visiting an orphanage, that's why they don't think she's actually had a baby. You're not very bright, are you, really? Really, you're not. We don't know these things, but they're saying she didn't show any signs of being pregnant. She appears not to have a boyfriend at the moment. I mean, I have to explain all these things to you, honestly. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Apparently, Marks and Spencer's used to sell the best apple pies. You can't get them anymore. Do they not? Sometimes they do all sorts of things which they actually change. And, it's one of those sort of things, actually. I remember going out to a place. I wanted to get something from Estee Lauder, and they stopped. It was a lipstick colour, and my mother liked a particular colour lipstick. One behind the counter was very apologetic. She said, "I'm ever so sorry, they've discontinued that one." And I said, "Why?" She said, "It didn't turn out to be that popular." Well, it was popular with my mother. She liked it, but they do that, actually. They do that. Obviously, every so often they have to change things around. Also, a Scotland Yard police officer you will find inside all the newspapers today, who was out there on the street fisting and cuffing. That's what they call it, woo, at the Palestinian thing, which is in all the papers today. And she was policing a protest at the Israeli embassy. She's an unnamed constable. Well, she won't be unnamed for very much longer because she's totally, clearly visible here. You can see who she is. 6 in 10 say the Sussexes should lose their royal titles, but I have a horrible feeling if they do, they get to be prince and princess. And to be honest with you, she's milked the Duchess of Sussex thing when writing that little book, which sounds so fascinating. But 1 in 5 of you say they should be allowed to keep them but not use them day to day. So there you go. That's the way it goes.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Steve. You've had both jabs, but I've had both jabs, but I've only had the blue card as proof. Where did you get the certificate from? I haven't got a certificate. I've got a card. I've got 2 cards, which have got the details of what I had. I just write my name on it. I haven't. There's no certificates. No certificates, as far as I know. And Steve, now the aircon's fixed up, giving the beast a run up to Blackpool. Very nice indeed. Yes, very nice. For the weekend, I've heard it's very nice, says Paul. In your dreams. And yes, I'm not sure about that. Steve. Another one here that says, bite-sized shredded wheat is better to eat in my view. Yeah, I quite like bite-sized shredded wheat. Shredded just didn't work for me for some reason. I don't know why. Because I do like, and I can have it any time of the day or night, a bowl of cereal. But all the cereals I like, I can't have because they've got sugar in and they're all very sugary. In fact, there's all the decent ones, the ones that you really like Frosties or Jordans. You ever had Jordans? That's delicious. That's like a country crisp and, it's just full of sugar. All these lovely things out there. And so, of course, I mean, it's all right for normal people, but unfortunately for us poor diabetics, it's not so great. Steve, you gave us a lovely message, say Karen and Madeleine, on Monday when we were making our way to Barra. Sadly homeward bound today after a lovely sunny break. The Outer Hebrides are stunning. But yeah, I think the scenery in this country is fantastic. To be honest with you, why would you want to go to Portugal when you can go to places in this country? Andy Peters was up at Stornoway the other day, and we had a look at it. It looked fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And then people go, we've got to go abroad. And so people sort of tootle off to... so Barra here, it's an island. It's the second most... I mean, it's beautiful. It's absolutely... I mean, there's nobody there. Seriously, I shouldn't imagine you'd be... I mean, you wouldn't get a piece of Kentucky up there. You'd be hard pushed to fight. But it's beautiful. You can go there. If you had a camper van, you could park up, as long as you got loads of tins of soup and bread. You get a beach hut there. It's quite... And we don't go, do we? We don't go. I mean, I think London's fantastic, but I've always thought London is fantastic. I've always thought it was one of those places. I always discover new things about London. Every day there'll be something new that I will discover about it. I'll see something that I've never seen before. And I always think, do you know, we're very lucky. You know, wherever you are in the country, they always say it doesn't matter whether you're in a village or a town or a city, always discover things about it. You know, sort out, the museums and go and see museums. And we've actually got museums. Guess who is also buried in Twickenham? Person who wrote Mary Poppins. Person who wrote Mary Poppins is buried in Twickenham. Person who wrote Mary Poppins, I can't remember the name at the moment. But all sorts of you find all sorts of interesting things about in your area, and then when people tell you, you know, they go, "Oh, so what is it about Twickenham?" Oh, I've sent no end of people to Twickenham. It's a bit like Coventry, really. You sort of send them somewhere, and then people go there. And they go, wow, it's quite nice. You've got the River Thames, and you've got, you know, some lovely old churches, nice river walks and stuff like that. German doner kebab house, very exciting. Yeah, the Green. You can go all sorts of it. And then we've got Richmond down the road, Hampton Court up the other side of the road. I mean, you can get a river boat from Richmond and go all the way to Hampton Court. It takes about 3 years, but you can still do it. Get a cup of tea on the boat. You can do everything. It's lovely. Lovely. But that's why, you know, when you're making your way to Barra, sadly homeward bound. What was that song, wasn't it? I'm sitting in the railway station, got a ticket for my destination. I'm a very good singer, if you noticed that. A lot of people tune into this programme just specifically to hear what Steve Allen's singing today. Police searching the cafe for the body of a teenager. May question his widow Rose. Like she's going to be saying anything. I don't know whether or not they can force somebody. Mary Bastome, 15. Was feared to have been one of West's first victims. She worked in this cafe, and police are now investigating the basement of the Clean Plate Cafe in Gloucester. I mean, his business is finished, doesn't it? I said earlier on this morning, I mean, what on earth's going to happen now? They'll have to, especially if they find something. Forensic archaeologists have discovered 6 voids around 2 foot at their deepest in the cellar toilet area. A camera placed through a hole in the floor found a piece of blue material. Now, they say she was wearing a blue outfit when she disappeared. Now, whether or not this is her, we have no idea. She was wearing a blue coat, blue and white dress, and was carrying a blue bag on the day she went missing. It's going to take them 2 weeks to do this properly, just to find out, to give the family some sort of closure. So they've drilled a hole, and the search dogs have indicated some sort of interest. They have dogs that will specifically look out for bodies and bones and things like that. So they've indicated something, but they don't know. They know what West did. I mean, he was known to have murdered at least 12 young women, but now we're trying to sort of work out whether or not there were another 20. They think there could have been another 20 people. Pamela Travers, says Andrew Pearce. You see, I knew Andrew Pearce would know. He'll always come to my rescue. If ever I can't think of anything, that's what I'll get. I'll get Andrew Pearce going. It's because he wrote me when I was not very well, actually, saying he always curtsied when he went past the studio door, the Steve Allen Memorial Studio, which we quite like. Bless his heart. Thank you very much indeed. Are you one of those people who throw? I have to be honest, I've done it. Who throws rubbish out of a car window? Not big rubbish. I threw a sweet wrapper out the other day. It was a little tiny piece of paper. I know. I mean, I've had enough guilt heaped on me. But if ever I have some food, I think that if I sort of leave it somewhere, then local animals will be able to eat it. No. Take it home. But what about the poor animals who haven't got anything to eat? You know, can you not do that? I wouldn't throw it out the car window, but if I was sort of walking along at home, I might find sort of a bush or something, and I might sort of drop something in there. So that's no. Oh, right. You have to take it all home. Right. Costs £850 million a year to clean up. Now, there is a high-tech way to catch mindless culprits, and it's called LitterCam, and it's built into. It's captured by a CCTV camera, which then sends it on to the council. The DVLA give the council the name and address of the vehicle's registry keeper, and they get a penalty notice. Maximum fine £150. But I mean, to be honest with you, the amount of rubbish that some people dump out of cars, it should be 10 times that. You know, you get some people who literally, we've seen them on the television, they have hidden remote cameras, and people have dumped, they're obviously building a house or doing something, and they just dump stuff all over the place. Ghastly. Fly tipping, which is terrible. Will Guy, it says, I'm late today, I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry, you're barred. Can't believe it, you've just written in now. We're just finishing the programme. Just coming to the end of the programme. Just dealt with litter. We've sorted out that it was Simon and Garfunkel who sang Homeward Bound, and we've sorted out your ice lollies and how much a beach hut costs. What other programme gives you that? On a Wednesday. On a Wednesday. You normally have to wait till Friday before you get that, don't you? Hefty fine, Steve. Hefty fine. Yes, I absolutely agree with you. I got to go. Thank you so much. I have a podcast. I have 2 podcasts today. Grab them both with both hands. On my Little Bit Extra podcast, Katie Price and her boyfriend are on holiday again, this time in Portugal, where he pretended to push her off a cliff. How terribly unfunny and stupid they are. She's managing to walk, though, so that's good news. Naomi Campbell's given birth. Nobody was ever sure that she was pregnant. And Chloe Ferry says she's got a secret boyfriend. Yes, dear. Imaginary ones don't count. OK? Jack and Ora. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC. It's Thursday the 20th. Do you know we're racing through this month? I can't believe it. I mean, the exciting thing is somebody said to me the other day, it'll be payday soon. I went, oh, payday. You kind of sort of gloss over things like that nowadays. But anyway, it's lovely to have your company. I hope you had a good day yesterday. We had a bit of sunshine. We had a little bit of sunshine. I'm off my medication, so that's good. So I'm still here, so that must be okay. Nick Knowles is in talks to save his BBC career. The Naomi Campbell mummy story drags on. I think most people seem to have accepted the fact it was a surrogate, but anyway, whatever. Bashir Martin, who's now left the BBC, they say conned Diana. She thought the chat would be on charity. Well, she must have realised halfway through that it wasn't going anywhere near that direction. Iceland's Eurovision actors had to pull out of Eurovision because they've tested positive for COVID. And a tearful Friends reunited. Women look great. Blokes look rough as anything. Never seen anybody. Why is it blokes age worse than women? All the girls look immaculate. I mean, absolutely immaculate. And yet the blokes are sitting there bloated, uninteresting, not so good. Campaigners are calling for dogs, wait for this one, to be put in nappies. In nappies, because they say they foul pavements. Well, I mean, all the people I've seen are very good at sort of clearing up after their doggies. They carry a little bag with themselves, which is lovely. I'm very annoyed with Waterloo Station. Very annoyed. I'm now missing my train on a regular basis, Lenny. I just thought I'd mention this now. What have they done? They've stopped trains coming into platforms 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Now I have to walk to where the Eurostar was at the end, at my age, excuse me, and I have to get there. So I miss it every day. Literally, I mean, because I don't do running, not at my age. Again, it's unnecessary. And I sort of was halfway up the slope, because you've got to go right to the end of the station. I got halfway up the slope, and there's my one going, they blow the whistle, and the blooming thing pulled out. So I didn't run, no, I looked silly running. And I was carrying my bags and my little umbrella, which by that time had given up. I had a nice umbrella yesterday because it was raining at the bus stop. And not just at the bus stop, it was raining all over London. And I don't want you to think I was isolated. And I put the umbrella up and it wouldn't click in. So I brought another one today, which is very... So you push a button and it goes up by itself. Age-old problem, I suppose, for many people. And so I had to get the Teddington train. Well, I don't want to get that again, thank you. God, it's awful. Packed with people, workers and things like that. And all these people sort of, and so I put my bag next to me. I'm not having anybody sitting next to me on a train, thank you very much indeed. I'm just waiting for the first argument. And then I get on the bus, packed. Because now they've taken off the sign that says 14 only, and now they pack them on like sardines. And the most irritating? School children. As far as I'm concerned, they should not be allowed to go on buses or to make the little blighters walk. That's what I say. And there's a mother and daughter every day, and they always take up the disabled. They don't distance. Absolutely not. Nobody's distancing at all. And I was sort of sitting there and I'm looking at all these people, and all these people are getting on. They're looking at the empty seat next to me. So I immediately shifted my bum over a little bit and put a bag on it. I thought, I'm not going to share. I would literally have a stand-up row with somebody. I'm not messing about with any of this. So, but I don't know how much longer we're going to have. They're obviously doing some train works or something. I don't know what they're doing down at Waterloo Station. But Lenny, if you're listening, could you sort out and get my train in at platform 17?
I'd be very, very grateful, because I can't walk the extra seriously, and I was about to get something to eat, and then I thought, no, don't. I don't know why, because it was the day before that I got a bit caught out and had to get the Reading train. That's even blooming worse. Have you been on the Reading train? It's very fast, but I mean, the people who are on it. Oh, goodness me. There's people carrying benches and, aeroplanes and all sorts. Everybody seems to take their entire house on board it. But the Teddington train, because it stops everywhere. Every single station we stop at. The Moon, Mars, Venus. And I'm sort of sitting there thinking, this is going to be very long. And then you get to Richmond, and it's a bum fight. Not a bum fight, a bun fight. A bun fight. People fighting to get off the train. And then there's people on the platform, again, school children, horrible little people, horrible. I know, because I was one once. And they were trying to get on the train, to get off. You practically have to push them back onto the platform. And there was one kid got on there. The bag that he had with him was bigger than he was. And he staggers onto, and I'm thinking, I'm sorry, is your mother in there? What the God's name was he? What do they have to take to school nowadays? In my day, you didn't have to take any to school. They have to take all their cricket gear. They have to take their rugby gear, their football gear. In my day, we didn't do any of that. You just you turned up at school and you put, I don't know where we got the stuff. I wonder where it came from. Perhaps we were already wearing it. I don't know. Whatever it was, this bloke got on and I looked at it. And then you always get the people, don't you? And I've started getting a bit annoyed. You sit on the bus and I push the bell. Bing! So I get off at the next stop. And up it comes on the little reader board, bus stopping. Sitting opposite me is somebody who's got their headphones in, listening to Winnie the Pooh or something like that. And they pushed the bell. And so I looked at them and I mouthed, but you couldn't see it because I had a mask on. Are you stupid? I've already pushed the bell. Read the board. It says bus stopping, thicko. God, blimey, honestly. God, what a day it was. What a day. And I still didn't do the VAT. So when I go home today, I'm going to do the VAT. I did manage to get some. What did I manage to get some? There was some of this fizzy water from Waitrose, which is very nice. It's I think they call it like a presse or something. And it's lime and lemon. Fizzy. It's very, very nice. Sorry? It's probably like Sprite, but it comes in a proper glass bottle and everything. It's very nice. Very nice. And so I bought 3 bottles. I'm going to sneeze. Here we go again. Honestly. Every time I walk into this studio, I sneeze. I don't know why. Do you think there's something in here? Do you think we've got some... I don't know what's going on in this place. It's very odd, isn't it? I'm sitting in here. I mean, who was in here last? Not Tom Swarbrick. Do you think Sheila? She's obviously got some infection that she's sort of put into the system, and now I'm collecting it. Every day I sit here and I sneeze. It's just ridiculous. Always makes me laugh. The Queen's linked to beheaded mother found in smudges. Do you get that one? I don't get it at all. Queen's linked to beheaded mother found in smudges. And this is the prayer book of Anne Boleyn, which is one of the very few items they've still got from her execution from 15, whatever it was. And she held it while she was being beheaded. Fat lot of use that was. Excuse me, I've got my prayer book. What, do you think you're going to be saved? Nope. They had problems beheading Anne Boleyn. The executioner wasn't as good as he could have been. And I think they had to finish her off with a knife or something like that. But anyway, she had a prayer book and it's been smudged. Obviously, she gripped it tightly. It's, everybody had prayer books. And you look at it and you think, that was Anne Boleyn's prayer book. It's only because they put it under ultraviolet light that they were able to see the smudges on it. This were all hand done, hand painted, hand written, hand everything. And that was her prayer book. I think things like that. It's in Hever Castle, actually. In Hever Castle. I think that sort of thing is fantastic. All those years ago, what was it, 530-something years ago, and they've still got it. They've also got somewhere, and I can't remember where it is, it might be a Hever Castle, the hairband, the slide, which, to put her hair up, to keep it away from the axe, not that it would have made any blooming difference, they used the hair grip to hold the hair in place. It's odd, isn't it, really? And she used to have to tip the executioner. You'd have to give them money to make sure they did the job properly. Because most of them were drunk. Yeah, I mean, it was an awful lot, and they most of them did a little speech if they were outside. If they were inside, they didn't really do a little speech, but they did say to them, and it seemed to be the same for all of them, "I'll put my head on the block." Charles I said exactly the same, "and you can strike when I put my arms out to the side," which I thought was quite, so, you kind of brace yourself for doing it. Bearing in mind, in those days, there was no medication, there was nothing to calm you down, which they use in some countries to make sure when people are being executed, public executions, still in certain countries. And they then do a little speech, then they put their arms out. Well, I wouldn't do that. I'd fold my arms. I'd say, "No, you can't do it. What are you going to do? Hold me down?" I don't think so. I wouldn't tip. Sorry, give you a tip? You must be joking. I tell you what, I'll write you a cheque. You see if you can cash it. "I pay the executioner 1 penny, and then you wait and see what happens. But it was quite common, as I say, it was a big day out for Londoners and for loads of other people. But to still have Anne Boleyn's prayer book, I think that is just fantastic. And presumably, the moment the axe struck, she would have dropped it, I'm assuming, and somebody picked it up and they looked after it. Why was she beheaded? Oh, I don't know. She fell out with the grocer or something. I don't know. I can't remember. It was her mother who actually had her beheaded, wasn't it? Yes, I think so. I'm pretty certain. She was only young. I think she was in her 20s. Henry had done it. But he actually organised the whole execution, didn't he? He sort of decided, because he was a nasty, fat little piece of work who was riddled with pus and all the rest of it. I'm glad he's dead. He had more problems and illnesses than anybody else. And do you know where his coffin is? Yes, you do, because I've told you before. It's in St Paul's Cathedral. Nelson's buried in it. They didn't have a suitable coffin for Nelson, and so Henry VIII had a marble coffin, and it's down in the basement. You could see it. It's sort of resting in public, which is quite nice. It's like all the people buried at Windsor, the ashes of, all Princess Margaret and people like that. But there she is. 3 years of marriage, her love match with Henry VIII, and she left behind virtually nothing of her own voice. That's, where they talk about things like that. And she's buried at, again, together with all the people, St Peter ad Vincula in the Tower of London. When they did the altar and things like that, there's loads of people were buried there. There was a very young person executed, a 16-year-old, and I think she'd had an affair. She might have been a queen or a princess with, I think, Thomas Culpeper. She'd had a fling, and so they beheaded him outside the Tower of London. She was inside the Tower of London waiting on her execution, and they brought him back in on a cart with the head separate. So she saw it, and she was 16. They were very brave in those days, very brave. And Culpeper arrested, there you go, tried for adultery, 1541. I remember it well, it was on the news actually, it was the first story. Every watching. Yeah, I was on LBC. I feel as I've been here since the year dot. And, to be honest with you, had LBC been around in those days, we would have covered those things. Those would have been covered. That would have been, something that would have been of importance to the country. So, Henry was a spike. Yeah. Henry said, I wonder what his voice, because we don't know what their voices were like. We don't know what he sounded like. Did he have an accent? What did he have? I don't know. I can't imagine. You can't even guess at it, can you? Yet we know what Thomas Edison sounded like, but we don't know what Henry VIII sounded like. You mean Northern? Why, I execute, lass. Because they were so desperate to be having somebody born, weren't they? They were looking for male children. And I think one of them had a male child, but it died. And then it's a case of, they had a lot of female children. They didn't want female children. He wanted an heir, and he got a bit carried away until they said, no, it died. And that was a disaster. So she failed to give him a son. In those days, you must have prayed like mad, mustn't you? To go, okay, so we've had to have sex with this gross, fat little thing. And, well, he wasn't little, he was 6 foot something. And then all of a sudden you go, I'm pregnant. They go, great, 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 great. Are you having I think in one of them they actually showed you the film, and it was a case of, they went, yes, you have a girl. And she burst into tears because they didn't want girls. Girls kind of sealed your fate. And Henry was always looking. And then there was somebody else that he ended up with now what happened with her? That's right, she didn't look like her picture. I mean, why? They didn't bring Kodak in to take a few little pictures or something like that, but they didn't. And she didn't look like her picture. She was grossly unattractive. And he was fuming. He was absolutely fuming. So, we'll tell you who after the break. I'm excited by this as well this morning. This is like your history lesson on LBC. Don't worry, it'll change. Because we've got some Harry stories for you this morning. And I'm sure there'll be a little something else on Friends as well. And what was the other one? Oh, the voice of Big Brother is off to Amazon. And Bill Turnbull gets reunited with his sparring partner. All of that and your texts and emails, I hope, on 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Oh dear. Apparently it's well known that Henry VIII spoke like Sid James. Well, how did they know that? They didn't know who Sid James was back in those days. Anyway, it's Steve Allen's early breakfast. How did they know what sex the baby was going to be? They didn't. They had to wait till it was born before they actually knew. And of course, if it was a girl, that was the biggest disaster. That's why, the 6 wives of Henry VIII, I mean, they all sort of fell gradually, one by one by one. Obama. Ex-President Obama hints the UFOs may not be a hoax. Oh, please, not that one again. And the Tower of London, ironically, has opened its doors. You must go. You must go to the Tower of London. You really must. You join historic royal palaces. And the reason I tell you that is because you can get a family ticket, well, just two of you, or you can get some with family, very reasonably, and you can go to all the royal palaces that are on the list. So you can go to the Banqueting House, you can go to Hampton Court, you can go to the Tower of London, and it's another couple as well that you can go to as many times as you want, and you don't need to pay. You just show your card, you get a discount in the shop, the gift shop, and you get a discount in the cafeteria. So it's well worth joining. And if you live near any of the places, I mean, if you lived in London, you could go to the Tower of London every single day. You can have your lunch there. The food's very good in all these places. It's vastly improved on what it used to be. And then Henry tried to phone me, so he must be sitting on a bus or something like that. And obviously his phone rang me, very odd, seeing as he's working. He must be on his way in, actually. Unless he's just literally just got up. Because it said, oh, Henry phoned you at 4:16. I'm thinking, oh, God, honestly. What does he want? He was after my parcel yesterday. I had a parcel delivered, and I'm going to take a picture of it a little bit later on. I'll put it up on Twitter. You're going to love it. It's got my name on it and everything, which is very exciting. The TV star sex scandal time bomb. You know that well, you'll read it in the papers later on today. Actually, a string of women are considering going public with claims of rape, sexual harassment and assault against men in the world of show business. Because believe it or not, it existed. It wasn't just certain people that you've heard about. They reckon there's another 5 people who are known to you who are going to have allegations made against them. Jonathan Shalit, OBE, the super agent, he says there's been a culture where sexual harassment and inappropriate innuendo and behaviour has been omnipresent. Such a good word. In the past, unforgivable behaviour was laughed about and glossed over. Younger people of both sexes find it hard to chat. Yeah, people think it's always girls and women, but it isn't. It can happen to boys as well. And they've got people here, an award-winning actor. Multiple women have made claims. A comedian and TV star. And there's also a comedian and actor facing accusations from at least 6 women. It's more common than you imagine. It's a case of, I tried to explain this to somebody a short while ago, and I don't know where you would go with it, because I don't know what the answer would be. But just imagine you're in a boy band, just supposing, and an agent approaches you, or somebody purporting to be an agent, and they go, "I can make you a big star. But why don't we go out for dinner We'll have a chat about it. And the dinner turns into the, do you want to come back to my place? And you go, no, thank you very much indeed. And they go, all right, well, forget about it then. Well, I mean, I don't know what you do. I don't know how bad it is, because I sometimes see pictures of people. Do you remember I told you some years ago, just to prove how easy it is to get people to take their clothes off? I was in Stringfellows years and years ago, and there was a story that appeared in one of the newspapers about girls trying to get in, and there had to be a certain dress code. And what they were looking for is two girls who would take their tops off and run up to the door at Stringfellows trying to get in, and the bouncers not letting them in because they were topless. They had no trouble finding two women who took their tops off and ran up to the door so they could get a picture of the bouncer going, no. And the girls were saying they're topless. They weren't topless models. They were just people who wanted to be in the paper. People wanted to be famous. Jonathan Shallett will tell you, people are desperate to be famous nowadays. It's almost like an illness in cases, you know, and it's very difficult because there would be unscrupulous people who would exploit people. They would exploit their hunger for doing things. I can't remember, nobody's ever asked me to take my shirt off, you know, which is probably just as well because I feel quite ill anyway, thinking about things like that. But Jonathan will tell you he's had a lifetime in the business. He will tell you what it's like. It's very difficult. Very, very difficult. And it's been going on for a long, long time. One here, another TV star, another well-known man, accused of making inappropriate advances towards young women. And it must be, did they not have, I'll tell you where the problem was some years ago, and Andrew Castle will be able to confirm this. At Wimbledon, they had a lot of problem with older female tennis players hitting on younger girls who were tennis players at the lower end of the, quite a big problem. And it's the same everywhere. I mean, put it this way, it doesn't seem to work in shops or things like that. But in the world of entertainment and in the world of modelling and stuff like that, it's rife. It's absolutely rife. But, all sorts of people have sort of claimed. Rebecca, who is on X Factor, Rebecca Ferguson, is said to have gone to police with claims of harassment against a senior male figure in show business. It really is quite frightening. And this is all after the allegations against Noel Clarke. And they've had quite a number of people who've said, because it depends what you think is harassment. You might think harassment is actually he's actually denied everything. But, the 6 people have sort of come out, and harassment now can be anything. You can't, in theory, you're not supposed to put your arms around somebody and sort of hug them and go, I like you, and things like that, because it's just not appropriate, not appropriate behaviour. Somebody says, somebody was talking about actually it's very good that you're a lot better and you're off the tablets, which is good. Chris says, why don't you get one of those electric scooters so you're not late? I would no more get on a scooter than fly. I wouldn't be any good on that at all. Seriously, I would be and it's too dangerous. Far too dangerous. I think these. I'm just waiting for an accident to happen. And Chris says you mentioned Philip Schofield and Eamonn Holmes. I don't think they get on together. Or is it Philip? No, it's Philip Schofield and Eamonn's wife. They don't. I don't know why. There's been a bit of animosity going on. But I was more embarrassed for Eamonn Holmes, who turned up the other day on Celebrity Juice. I find it too rude for me. I'm a bit prudish, which is funny, actually, because I'm not necessarily a prude. But I don't like people doing things like that. It's odd, isn't it? Mo says, what did I miss? Oh, everything. We gave away the speedboat, the holiday, the hang gliding lessons, all been £1 million. My aunt was called Anne Boal. Boal. When she bought a small traditional Irish pub, she called it the Anne Boal Inn. Yeah, I don't get that. It's not very exciting. I'll tell you what I did discover. Put on YouTube, do this on YouTube, you'll love it. It's a wedding. I think it's in Ireland, and the priest sings. He gets up and he sings Hallelujah. And he's brilliant. And it brings the house down. They clap, they whoop, they do everything. And he sings really well. So I think you just put in singing priest, hallelujah. Have you seen? I get quite at the very end. At one point, he looks up at them and he winks. He's an oldish bloke. It's fantastic. It really is so good. I like things like that. I cry at Riverdance. every time I watch the blooming thing. Doesn't matter whether I'm watching it here or watching it abroad or the touring version or, the stage version in London. But this is the singing priest, Father Kelly, singing Hallelujah. Father Ray Kelly. But he's an oldish boy. But he's really good. And he's changed the words from Hallelujah, today we welcome the marriage of blah, 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 and all that kind of stuff. It's so good. It'll have you in tears. You will thank me for that. I said yesterday, start the day with a smile. What I meant was start the day with a beheading. And that'll get us through the People think I'm mad. But it does get us the biggest audience. So we're fairly happy with that, which is very nice indeed. Indy's Fedora can whip up 176,000 at a sale. This is Harrison Ford's Fedora. A hat could fetch £176,000. Amazing, isn't it, really? Eyeglasses and a wand made for Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. 21,000 to 35,000. Good Lord. And a Ressican flute used by Patrick Stewart as Jean-Luc Picard in Star Trek The Next Generation could go for up to £50,000. People love movie memorabilia. I think it's fantastic. I can't afford any of it. They reckon these items could fetch up to £4.4 million. Nice to have stuff like that. Also lovely to see a picture in the paper of Scott, Barbara Windsor's husband, went out to Scott's the other day, and he went out with David Walliams and Matt Lucas. And David's mother, he takes her everywhere. I think he's got a little box. You open up and there is the mother in there. Because they're friends. They've been friends for a long while. Sorry? They did fall out, but they got back together again at Dale's funeral. Which was a bit strange, wasn't it? We weren't expecting that. But that's when it happens. People were saying they should actually get back together again, and so they did. But then you can understand that. People always fall out with people. If you work with somebody all the time, you must get a bit fed up with them. You not think so? You never got fed up with anybody you work with? God, I did it the moment you started. No hesitation for me at all. Masked Singer host Joel Dommett says he gets work because he's the Dermot O'Leary of comedy. He said, nobody loves me, nobody hates me. No, nobody knows who you are either. That'll be the one, won't it? Yes, Dermot O'Leary, I don't know. He just looks uncomfortable. Whenever you see him, he's got very bad posture. He's either got his hands in his pockets or behind his back. It's all over the blooming place. Henry says, sorry, Steve, didn't mean to call. Think not too. Stalker. He says, I was thinking of KFC, because a box arrived in the other day, and it just had KFC on the outside of it, and they told me about it, and Henry said, oh, I could take that. I said, if you touch that, I tell you, there'll be trouble. And so I opened it, and that's why I'm going to take a picture later on this morning of me in it. That's all I'm going to tell you. It's all very exciting.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science to name a few, search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Roger says, didn't you once say you had life-size posters of famous people in your house, or did I dream that up? No, you dreamt it up, I think. Obviously on medication. Digging began yesterday at the cafe where it's suspected Fred West could have buried the missing waitress. It's going to take 2 weeks, apparently. This is all due to a film crew going in there making a documentary, because he used to go there and drilling down into the floor. And when they looked down into the hole, there was they noticed something blue, and apparently the waitress, Mary Bastome, was wearing blue. So whether it is that, we have no idea. I don't know. But then somebody said, oh, they're going to ask Rose West about... Well, I'm telling you now, they can't. She'll have to be arrested and then questioned. And all she's got to do is go... She'll get a lawyer in, which, people do, and he'll say, listen, she's serving time for this, it's life, and she doesn't want to dwell on the past, even though she was there through all of it. But their son, Stephen, is helping the police because his father said that apparently that there were people that were buried there. Mind you, there were also some people buried on an allotment, which is now, I think, under the M8. I mean, I should imagine. I mean, it was always said years ago, wasn't it, that sort of the East End gangsters used to brick people up in motorway bridges. And I remember thinking, is that true? Or was it not be true? I really don't know. But in the case of this one, the person I feel sorry for is the bloke who owns the cafe, who might have no idea who Fred West was, who just had a cafe. Well, it's now been closed for... What's going to happen? I mean, is he going to close down, or... whether or not the police have to compensate, I don't know how it works. But on the other hand, there'll be a lot of people going there because of its then notoriety. Because I didn't know, but I'd never heard about it before. But it's going to take them 2 weeks. They were taking in shovels and everything else. Bella says, was it the same Irish priest that was on Britain's Got Talent? He was so good. I've got no idea. Telling me something new. Ferns watched it and said it's brilliant. It's lovely. It really is. He sings it so well. He sings it so well. He is an Irish priest, you're quite right. Whether or not he was on Britain's Got Talent, I've got no idea. Because he was... whoever booked him, and at the end, all the congregation whooped and cheered and clapped and everything, and I loved it. He was the one... Was he on there? He's got a very good voice. There he is. Ray Kelly, singer. Oh, wow. Priest of St Bridget's and St Mary's in County Meath and a member of the St Patrick's Society for the Foreign Missions. He auditioned for the 12 series Everybody Hurts. He made it to the live shows, but in the semi-final 5 he was eliminated. Well, I'm telling you, if you go... He's a white-haired old man now. He's ever said... I mean, seriously, I thought it was really unusual. I'd never seen anything like it. He took part in the 4th season of the Irish edition of Dancing with the Stars. Wow. He's obviously one of these vicars that there is a vicar who years ago used to be the vicar at Heathrow Airport, and he appeared on all the game shows. You know why? Because in those days they were looking for somebody who's a bit of a novelty. You know, and what do? I'm the vicar at Heathrow Airport. I'm the Heathrow Airport vicar, and so he popped up on all sorts of shows. Mo says every time you mention KFC, I always get the cravings for it. Wait till you see the picture, which is lovely. Kim says, loving the history lesson, Steve. Dead interesting. Apparently the Queen is descended from Anne Boleyn's sister Mary. I don't know. Mark in Romford says, you ever been to Planet Hollywood? No, I never did. And I don't know why I didn't, actually. I mean, I was there when it sort of opened up, and it was all very nice, but I didn't ever go there. Never went there. So here's the picture of the cast of Friends. Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, Lisa Kudrow, all look fantastic. I mean, they really do look fantastic. Whereas the boys, Matt LeBlanc, Matthew Kelly and David Schwimmer. David Schwimmer looks good. He looks roughly the same, just slightly older. But the other two look, bit older. But then, for goodness sake, honestly, everybody ages, don't they? Everybody ages. And the iconic northeastern voice of Big Brother is off to a new Geordie Shore on Amazon, Marcus Bentley. He's got voiceover duties on Now That's Entertainment, which is a talent show. He doesn't look at all as I thought he would, but there again, I don't look as people think I'm supposed to look. Nobody looks the same. You listen to somebody and you think, I wonder what that person looks like. I remember being in Battersea Park years ago, and I was doing some appearance for the Easter parade or something, and somebody came up to me and they said, oh, you don't look at all as I thought you would. And I said, well, what did you imagine? They said, we thought you'd have black hair. Isn't that funny? You listen to somebody and you think, oh, they've got black hair. I remember listening to a bloke on late night radio on the BBC years ago, before there was sort of anything else. And then I saw a picture of him. He was bald, short little bloke. And there used to be a lady called Sheila Tracy, I think. And she used to, when CB radio became very popular, she would go break a break for a copy in a terribly BBC plummy voice. It was so hilarious. And then she had a picture. She died in 2014. But she had a picture of her astride a lorry, because she was not astride a lorry, obviously not astride it, but she was doing CB radio, and they were trying to sort of, people were sort of, loving things like that, and I remember listening to her, but she was terribly posh. Break a break for a copy, and I always remember thinking how sweet that is. But this bloke used to do the overnight program. I can't remember. He used to have a spot the mystery voice or something. You'd hear one. Like that, and you'd have to guess what it was. And I remember, and then I saw a picture of him, and he was bald. Didn't look at all as I imagined. I was very disappointed. But still at the same time, it's like listening to Eddie Mayer. The trouble is Eddie Mayer's sickeningly good looking. You know, and has got that voice, you know, the voice that can melt chocolate. That'll be the clip. Eddie Mayer, the voice that can voice. We always get it wrong. Always get it reckoned. Wrong. Steve, as it happens, I'm on heavy medications for my burst ligaments on my knee. It's making me delirious, says Roger. And Sidcup Julie says, I love the sound of our ice cream man. I'm the only adult queuing up for an ice cream oyster with nuts and sauce and, of course, a flake. They keep saying these flakes are in short supply. I don't get it, actually, at all. Fred and Rose West had not met when he worked at the cafe. He worked there in 1968. They didn't meet until 69, so Rose wasn't with it. No, but she knew everything that went on. That's why she's in prison for life. She knew everything that went on in his life. Well, you think he didn't actually tell her who he'd killed? Come on. Now, what was I looking for? I was looking for something here. Now, is it in this paper or something? It might be something else. I'm going to read something. It's going to upset at least one person. But, seems to be my bounden duty, upsetting one person. I'm going to read you something. You're going to go, oh, you're always picking on them, aren't you? But this is quite an interesting piece, actually. Quite an interesting piece. Once I find the blooming thing, I can never find it. Oh, Demi Lovato, as I say, is now non-binary. And she's done it to help other people. I should imagine it's not helped anybody at all. It's just made them more confused by being non-binary. So she doesn't identify as male or female, while pansexual people are attracted to all genders. I just don't get it. So anyway, notice to America. We English are not all as stupid as this man. And it's a picture of Harry. And he says, I suppose there must be thicker people than Prince Harry in the world, somewhere, surely. But if so, they've taken the precaution of keeping their trap shut so that nobody finds out. Not Harry. Every time he opens his mouth, something fabulously fatuous drops out. He seems to have the IQ of a man whose head has been removed and replaced with a family pack of chili and nacho cheese cheddars. The problem is foreigners listen to him spouting rubbish and think, wow, what a dimbo. Are all English people like that? And he's one of the privileged elite. The rest of them must be incredibly stupid. His latest pronouncement was that the American First Amendment, which protects freedom of speech, was bonkers. He said that to Americans. Anyway, you Yanks, no, we're not having him back. He's yours for life, along with his awful wife. The trouble is, you see, people think because he's a member of the royal family, or he was, that he's intelligent. Well, it doesn't work like that. Just because you had a good education doesn't make you a bright person. But he thinks, okay, I'm like Harry, and everything I say, people hang on every word. No, they think he's an idiot. If Rod Liddle thinks somebody's a dimbo, my God. And the Americans are going, we'd rather get rid of him. In fact, even people on Fox News are saying he's a complete idiot. So obviously not the clever, but listen, I suppose the argument is he's living in an £11 million house because he loves that side of life. So he doesn't want to be one of you or one of me or anything else like that. John in Weybridge says plenty of flakes in Tesco Brooklands yesterday, Steve. And Paul says, I bought the rhubarb trifle from Waitrose, tasted horrible. Messing with proper trifles is wrong. It's exactly the same as a proper trifle. It is exactly the same. It's no different to the fruit trifle or the strawberry trifles. The only difference is it's got rhubarb at the bottom of it. On top of that, it's got exactly the same, the sponge. On top of that, it's got the custard. And on top of that, it's got the cream. That's how you make a trifle, thicko. If that's you saying that you obviously don't like rhubarb, dear, well, try something else. Try and be grown up. Nothing worse than an idiot at this time of the morning. I can't bear it. I really can't bear it. It just drives me mad. He goes, and it was messing with proper trifles. It's the same as any other trifle. You get them with raspberries at the bottom, mash. You get them with strawberries at the bottom. You get the fruit, the tinned fruit in there. All the same, dear. Perhaps you don't get out often enough. I'm surprised you were allowed in a Waitrose. If I was on the door, you wouldn't get past me. I tell you. Not you, pal. Don't you have security on the door of your supermarkets? Well, yeah, you've got to watch shoplifters. God, but you could spot... I saw a shoplifter once. I was walking past one of the aisles. He was picking up chocolate bars, expensive ones, and stuffing them inside his coat. So I said to one of the security there, I said, excuse me, there's a man there stealing your chocolate. I thought, they were just standing there. I think, if I see this, why don't they see it? But anyway, they apprehended him and he's gone to prison now for the rest of his life. It's good.
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence, to genetics, to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Lee says you're on fire this morning, Steve. I'm cracking up at Trifle Man. I'm not on fire. Oh, I am. Well, at least we've stopped that one. That's okay. Steve, I saw Victoria Derbyshire reading the news last night. She's come down a peg or two. Yeah, she fits into the category of female presenters on the BBC. There is sort of a look to it. I can't quite put my finger on it, but that's what it is, actually. Roger says Harry got a grade B in art and a D in geography in his A-levels. Even I managed better grades than that. Yeah, the trouble is he thinks, because nobody's ever said, I used to say to you before, that whenever Charles did a dinner and sort of did a speech, very funny, and all the rest of it, people laughed, and I think, yeah, I mean, everywhere he goes, he just has to say something that is not remotely funny, and people will fall about laughing. Harry thinks the same, living delusionally. It was Kathy who said that she thought that Fred West worked at the cafe. He didn't work there. He was a customer. He may have laid a concrete floor, but he didn't work there. He didn't serve teas and coffees or anything else like that. But and we don't know, actually, Kathy, whether he killed the girl who might be buried under the cafe. We don't know that. They have no idea at all. She vanished. If they find her underneath there, and if it's had concrete on the top, we don't know what's going to be going on. They'll need to bring in sort of Home Office pathologists and everybody else, which is terrible. Shane says, I met my mum at Hurstville for a meal. She said hello, so I'm a bit late this morning. We got that the other day, didn't we? Constantly getting people turning up late for the programme, which is not very good. Somebody says, I love fun fairs. Neil. He says, I went to one yesterday. It was rubbish. Even the ghost train had a bus replacement service. I used to love the ghost trains. The little one where they have I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to this year. That's what we could have back. Winter Wonderland. Take us out of ourselves, make us feel a bit happy about things. I think that's a good idea. You think so? Good idea. A staggering 1 million people have gone to hospital due to weight problems in the last year. Mainly women. Mainly women. It's unbelievable, isn't it? A rogue puppy trader jailed for £1 million scam. That's good news. Always good news. And the Queen's only got one television. Presumably, well, that's sort of come from, I think, Prince Charles. Buckingham Palace have decided not to comment on that at all, which I always like, actually. So somebody say, oh, so-and-so, and Buckingham Palace say, we have no comment. You think, I don't know why. Is it some sort of big secret? Well, she got sort of a 52-inch television somewhere. I mean, she must have televisions all over the place. In every house, there must be a television, because she likes watching Downton Abbey. She likes watching all sorts of things. Why not? Apparently somebody said she likes watching Doctor Who. Why on earth would the Queen be watching Doctor Who? There's revolutionary cataract drug, they say now, to replace the surgery. Because I've had both cataracts done, as you know. And a revolutionary cataract drug sounds fantastic. Can't wait to see that one. And I saw a thing the other day. I thought it was April the 1st. The Chinese have developed a train that runs on virtual tracks. In other words, you can't see the tracks. They're virtual, but it seems to run on them. I mean, when I first watched it, I thought, is this some joke or something? I had to check the date, whether to find out whether we were on April the 1st, because you do get these sort of things. But it looked quite believable. They had, they saw the train going along a road, and then you saw the driver driving the blooming. I mean, without touching anything, it was doing it all by itself. Thousands still coming in from India despite the risk. I don't know why they've not sorted that one out. I really don't. And what was the other one? Oh, yes. EastEnders fans in stitches over Brian Connolly's character name. Tearful friends reunited. As I said, the women look fantastic. The men look slightly rougher. And the Glastonbury organisers plan a one-day event in September, which is okay. A herd of cows tramples a woman to death. My producer said to me, I thought that was bulls that did that. I said, no, I've heard of cows trampling people to death. Before, if you cross land, and sometimes they cross land with a dog or something like that. Have you seen the size of cows? Oh, my goodness me. Oh, my goodness me. Don't want to risk that. And this particular woman got literally trampled to death. They had to call in the helicopter to airlift her out again. Iceland's Eurovision actors pulled out. Actually, there's a few people who've pulled out of Eurovision. Unfortunately, we're still in it. I say unfortunately because I don't think we've ever won this thing in donkey's years. Boozy Brits sink 120 bottles of wine a year. A year. That's per person, I'm assuming. And the other one, which I quite liked actually, is the princess expecting a baby in the autumn. That's one of Andrew's children. There's the pretty one, and then the one who looks like she's been caught in the headlights of a truck. You know, she really does. And then the mother's Sarah Ferguson. You know, you have to start off with a bit of sympathy. And so she's expecting, I think this one's 12th in line to the throne or something. Shoves everybody else a bit further down the line. But that's what they do. They turn. Apparently, Her Majesty is said to be delighted. Yeah. Wasn't so excited, was she, with Sarah Ferguson? Although we were all taking bets on the other day. I shouldn't have done it. I mean, I'd say, on whether or not Sarah Ferguson will be going to Sandringham for Christmas this year. If you remember, Harry didn't bother going the other year because he's doing his own thing now. And to be honest with you, I mean, you know, we're better off without him. But Fergie, usually, no, she doesn't go. No, it's only because Prince Philip has died that she might be able to go. She's been before, but the moment he goes, she disappears out the back door. He hates her, in keeping with the rest of the country. Nobody likes Sarah Ferguson. Why is that? Why is that? What's she ever done wrong, apart from being a complete idiot? Have you seen her on YouTube doing these children's stories? I mean, she's quite mad. She sat on the tube once in a handbag with a photograph of her girl superimposed on it. I mean, she's really mad. She's really mad. And of course, she doesn't have any money. She's useless with money. So she has to live with Andy. I wonder what rent he charges. And they're living in the Queen Mother's old house, which I told you yesterday. Queen Mother died in that house. And so Sarah Ferguson could be going for Christmas with the royal family. Perhaps it'll make up for no Harry. But then we saw Sarah Ferguson on the It's a Royal Knockout. Pfft, wouldn't give you threepence. Wouldn't give you threepence. Steve, he was doing work in the basement, says Kathy. I know he didn't work in the cafe. He was a local handyman. Well, he did some work in the basement, apparently burying people, so they reckon. We'll wait and find out. I mean, to be honest with you, it was obviously absolutely ideal for him. It was another outlet, was it not? Steve, says Roger, I'm living in a parallel universe to Shane. He's in Oz with nice weather and space. I'm in Whitton with naff weather and no space. Whitton. Honestly, I feel sorry. I live in Whitton. I don't know. No, actually, I bought a car in Whitton once. There used to be a Wimpy just as you went into Whitton High Street. It's not very big, Whitton High Street, but there was a Wimpy bar there, and I had a Wimpy breakfast one morning. It was lovely. I know, what a day that was, honestly, yes. Doctor after that, and hospital for the stomach pump. No, it's okay. It's just not very exciting, is it, Whitton? But it's got a station. It's got its own station, which is, something to be applauded. And it's got the stadium, because people think that, the rugby stadium's in Twickenham. No, it's in Whitton. Not as exciting, is it? It's almost in the car park of Tesco's, which is lovely. They're always very good, aren't they? Somebody else telling me about the grading that Fred West got. Sorry, that Harry got. Do make him, blimey, couldn't be further apart. That Harry got. And I don't think grades make any difference at all. Absolutely nothing. There is no advantage to having qualifications. Unless you're really thick and stupid. But I've got no qualifications. And I managed to get this. You're listening to me. Not one qualification. I left school at 15. No qualifications, and look at me. Got my own show. The Steve Allen Early Breakfast Show on LBC. O-levels, nothing. Not a qualification, nothing. But the good thing was, because I went to prep school, I could read, spell, do all the usual things. I just couldn't apply myself to doing exams. I failed my 11 plus. So I went from prep school, right little Lord Fauntleroy. Hello, everybody. Hello. And I went to a secondary modern school in Yorkshire. You can imagine how rough that was, can't you? In Withensea. Very rough school. They'd never met anybody like me before, I promise you. They were all going, oh, it's an outlight, and I'm going, hello. They would go, get him away from us. No qualifications at all. I couldn't concentrate. And I didn't, to be honest with you, I just wanted to get out and work. And it's been like that for my entire life. Yeah, nothing wrong with that, actually. That's a good ethos to have, isn't it, really? We've got the news coming up at 5 very, very shortly. And it seems Boris's education at Eton and Oxford didn't pay dividends when he opened the country up. Yes, I mean, they didn't check these flights coming in from India. So now we've got the Indian problem. But they're saying that the vaccination we've had should they're going to do some more tests on it. We might have to have another one. I don't mind having another injection. I can live with that. That seems to suit me fine. But, fancy not checking anybody coming in. Might need a booster. I don't mind. When I was little, I don't know if they still do it now, I got penicillin and it was on a sugar cube. They gave you a sugar cube. Do you never remember that? Some people had injections, but at school we got a sugar cube. I don't know why, actually. Sorry? Prep school. We used to go to transport cafes, me and my dad on the way back, if he was sort of taking me back up to Yorkshire on the holidays. And I would put a pocket of sugar cubes in because I'd eat them on the way up there. And it was really funny, isn't it? Nowadays, I try and avoid sugar as much as possible, not wishing. And then I got diabetes. I know, honestly. Since I've been here, and I've been here for some years, I seem to have had everything, don't I, really? But people still write to me asking for advice. But yeah, for all those people doing qualifications, you should now because it's more competitive. In my day, it wasn't competitive. You didn't need to worry about it.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 3 minutes past 5. It's Thursday, which is good news because we're ever nearer the weekend. And then next weekend is the bank holiday. So you can guarantee it's going to rain. That's always the way, isn't it? It's typical. We get a bank holiday and you think, oh, that'll be nice. We'll go out. And I think the fun fairs start going out for the bank holiday weekend. So there'll be one presumably down in Richmond. That'll be Traylins. And sometimes there's one at Hampton Court. That's Irving's. I think you can have fun fairs. I think because most of the things you're on, you're going to be socially. If you get on the big wheel, you'll be socially distanced, and it's outside. You know, I don't think there'd be anything the matter with it. And bumper cars, Dodgems. I see no reason why we shouldn't have fun fairs. Well, I hope so anyway. Yeah, from Monday they can. So Monday just gone. So the good news is that you'll probably get them for the bank holiday weekend. I'll let you know. I shall ask the Showman's Guild. Jonathan Shallett, agent of the Stars, says, I like Sarah Ferguson. She's a totally delightful lady. Yes, she made mistakes, but have not we all? No. Her mistakes were over 20 years ago. Since then, she's worked hard and raised millions of pounds for charity. I've seen firsthand with Chicken Shed, which of course is the children's theatre company, of which I am a trustee. How wonderful she is with children. She's got 2 delightful daughters she's raised brilliantly. Circumstances around her have not been easy, and yet she continues with warmth and energy. I genuinely think she's become someone the media likes to batter. Oh, absolutely, yes. Of course, you've got to have people like that. They would actually acknowledge she does good for people, and what happened many years ago is so well in the past. She should not be judged on now, which is what they were saying. Don't do the past. We said that yesterday about Harry. Don't do the past. Look to the future. It's so much better. The children's books are actually very good if you read them. I'm not likely to, Jonathan. I'm not likely to. She even had a TV series made of one of them. Jonathan, bless you. Up early this morning, he'll be doing all sorts of exciting things on treadmill. He gets up at the crack of dawn. Seriously, the amount of people who get up early. I suppose because based on the assumption that, the earlier you get up, the more you can get through in the day. And then you can always have a power nap a little bit later on. I'm big into power naps. But the good news is I've stopped taking my medication for my little problem. And we'll wait and see. So it's been 24 hours nearly without the medication. And so far, we're still sitting upright. So that can't be too bad. Yeah, only a couple more hours to go. And Roger says, I had a job in retail once, like Mr. Lucas in menswear below Mr. Humphreys, and are you being served? Yes, I loved that. But I mean, they weren't keen on that programme to start with. They didn't want the gay one. And the writers said, well, listen, you either get him or you don't get the programme. It's as simple as that. Yeah, they were a bit funny about things in the early days. And the gags about Mrs. Slocum's pussy, every sort of episode. He was but the trouble is, if you went into a department store, they said, listen, he's not gay, he's a mummy's boy. That was their line, he's a mummy's boy. And you did get people who were mummy's boys, who weren't necessarily gay. And in retail, I suppose, like waiters, I can remember going to a cafe in Marlborough called, I think, the Copper Kettle, and the waiter, even at my tender years, and I was about 14, 15 then, I could see that he wasn't like other men. And everybody seemed to love, all the old ladies loved him, and it was quite interesting to watch. But in those days, the BBC, never anything like that, on good Lord above. Horrified. Swindon has had fun fair since the 1st of May. Swindon. Stop it, honestly. Trying to get people to go to Swindon, which is not very good. But no, you will get the fun fairs, and I'm sure that you're going to get them over the bank holiday weekend. But of course, it's going to tip it down, isn't it? But the one thing I like, the good news about fun fairs is you don't have to spend money. You can actually just go and just watch all the bright lights on all the rides and stuff like that. You can buy one of those ghastly hot dogs that they do. They really are quite ghastly. They're horrible. The rolls are never fresh. I had one at Hampton Court the other year, and to be honest with you, it was first thing in the morning. I just went there to have a wander about, because I like looking at all the machinery and when they sort of get the bouncy castle up and everything else, and I love seeing all the kids who love it. And it's just, I've always wanted to sort of, be part of a fun fair. When we used to have the one in Leicester Square outside here, you can't do it now because it's, there's no room to put the thing in, but they had what they call fold-up dodgems, and it was literally the dodgems arrived, folded up, and then they push a button and it just goes down, and there it is already. Before you had to assemble it. But no, not on this one. It was they called it a fold-up set, or a toy set was the other one, which had little cars. So there you go, hot sunshine set to arrive over the bank holiday. I can't believe it, really. I can undo an extra button on the shirt. Next weekend. Oh, okay, next weekend, yeah. Not this weekend. Typical not this weekend, but it'll be next weekend, which is okay. I'm just trying to check, actually. Let me just check and see if I've found this. There you go. I've tweeted my... those glasses are huge, aren't they? My jacket. I put cute 6 minutes ago. It's on Steve Allen's Twitter. Okay, you can see how small my studio is. I don't know why I'm sneezing all the time, but that's what I got sent, and it's got if you're looking at it, left-hand side, which would be my right, it's got my name. They've had my name embroidered on it. You can zoom into my chest. Wait a minute, see if I can do it here. Yeah, you can. You can see it if you open it up. And it's also got my. I'm wearing my pass around my neck. You can open that up as well and see a very cute picture of me. But good, isn't it? Very good. Thank you very much indeed. It's all to do. Did I remember I tell you... speak properly, Stephen. I was telling you the other day, they're running a competition and you can win a year's supply of fried chicken. How much is that? How much chicken would that be, a year's supply? Well, you see, I could eat a barrel a day. So was that what I'd be getting? A barrel? You imagine a barrel a day. That's an awful lot, isn't it? And they're also offering an all-expenses-paid trip to Kentucky. Because that's where the chicken came from. He did actually exist. Colonel Sanders actually existed. I mean, a lot of people go, oh, he's just made up his... No. He fronted the company. He was the man who invented the stuff, and he did look like that. 1974, he was wearing his iconic outfit. Mind you, in his later... Oh, anyway, don't think we'll bother with that little bit. But I think he sold the company to a group of investors in 1964 for $2 million. $16.5 million today. But he retained control of operations in Canada, and he was a salaried brand ambassador to Kentucky Fried Chicken. Well, they use his image still now. He's been a steam engine stoker, an insurance salesman, and a filling station. I loved working in a filling station. When I was younger, we lived in a caravan on a filling station because my parents were looking for property in this town in Berkshire. And it was a filling station, and it was in the early days when you used to get fog and mist of a night time. In London, you would have, the pea supers. You couldn't see barely in front of your face. And I used to love it. When cars used to come in, they went over a piece of tubing, and it rang a bell in the little office, and then you'd sort of rush out, and you'd turn a dial on the side of the petrol pump. No, there was no self-service. No. Oh, God, no. They wouldn't have trusted anybody. No, it was all done. You actually went to the pump, you took the thing out, you moved the handle, and you set it to however many gallons. If somebody said, fill her up, you'd set it to continuous, and you'd fill it up. And then there was a little glass thing which showed you the petrol in there. I loved it. I loved the smell of petrol. Loved the smell of petrol. I can't begin to tell you how much I love the smell of petrol. And then the boss of the garage came down after about 3 or 4 weeks, and they suddenly realised I was underage for dispensing petrol. I shouldn't have been allowed to dispense petrol, but I loved it. I loved it. Steve, is it tea that makes you sneeze? I don't know. I mean, no, not unless I'm allergic to tea, and I don't think I was allergic. Lindsay says, I started out in retail in the 70s as a trainee in Harrods. Amazing people, just like the characters in Are You Being Served? Traditional sales staff. Such memories. Oh, by the way, it's my 60th birthday today. Whoop, whoop, says Lindsay in Caterham, an original spiker. 60th, honestly. I'll let you know what it's like when I get there. 60th birthday. I told somebody in the newsroom the other day. I told them how old I was, and they went, I thought you were early 40s. God, honestly. I live in hope. Have a look at the picture. You won't be agreeing with that at all. Mark in Castleford. That's how they talk, isn't it? Castleford. He says, I love the KFC jacket. I know. Yes, I think it is a jacket. It probably just goes over the top of a thing. Perhaps I could wear it going into the KFC shop, because they're going to be going, where'd you get that from? I'm going to go, they gave it to me. Steve, oddly, years ago, people like Fergie would be called batty or eccentric, but in these times of hatefulness, the woman's made to look like some kind of so-and-so. How I hate the attitudes of today. But that's the whole thing. People are now more honest about people than they ever used to be. You know, you see it on the television, you see it on the radio, hear it on the radio, see it in the newspapers. You know, I mean, the very idea that somebody will call a member of the royal family, an impertinent name is almost unforgivable. I mean, years ago, it would have been off with his head or her head. But nowadays, no. But Diana's still talked about. In fact, there is a picture of her on the front page of The Sun this morning. Because they say that Martin Bashir, not a well person, he's left the BBC, conned her into giving the bombshell interview by saying it would be about her charities. But he must have realised, I don't believe that. I really don't believe that. She must have got to that stage where he then asked her about, this, and she must have gone, I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about the charities. Or was it live? I can't remember. I don't know. Anyway, she gave evidence to an inquiry which is today set to blast the Beeb over its Panorama chat. And they say he told Fib, well, we don't know that. We don't know that. They're just guessing. People guess. Steve, was that in the days when petrol attendants washed your windscreen and checked your tyre pressures? Yes. They'd always say, well, in fact, actually, they would check your oil. They didn't check tyre pressures. They checked the oil. So you'd lift up the bonnet and they would then sort of take the dipstick out, wipe it and put it back in and check the oil. And you had Green Shield stamps. Green Shield stamps. Okay, do you remember Green Shield stamp? No, you got them, you stuck them in the book, you had to lick them, and you put them in the book, and then you could go and exchange them for items. Did you never do that? Like I don't know what Tiger tokens were. But no, definitely. Oh, I loved things like that. I absolutely loved things like that. Yeah, there was Green Shield stamps, there they were. They were worth 0.033 pence. So in other words, they were worth nothing. And you would save them up. And there was a Green Shield stamp shop down in Shepherd's Bush. And you'd go in there and they say a teapot is 27 books. As kids, we used to sit in the back of the car with the stamps, and we'd always hunt around for a petrol station that gave quadruple Green Shield stamps. And so we would practically be pushing the car on the last bit to get in there to the garage to get all these extra stamps. And then you'd stick them in the book, and then you'd save the books, and then we'd go and swap them for a tea towel. It was amazing how many books you needed for things. But they were trading stamps. I think they were really popular in the United States. I mean, I think it was Sperry Hutchison, I think. And they began offering stamps in 1896. They bought stamps from S&H. And we used to have S&H in this country, S&H pink stamps. They never went as well. But it suffered when Tesco ceased to use it as part of a price cutting policy. So they were withdrawn altogether in 91 and the company went into voluntary liquidation in 2002. But we loved them. It was part of our sort of growing up. You sit in the back of the car licking the glue on the back of the stamps and sticking them in the book. We go, we've got another book? Got another book? Fantastic.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Time check. No time check. No, sorry. 18 minutes past. 18 minutes past. There's a lovely picture of Mark the Beast Lebet, who you know is from The Chase. Well, he's lost an awful lot of weight. He's lost a huge amount of weight, and he's done his hair differently. He's 6'6" tall. He's just signed a deal to be the head chaser on the American version of the smash hit quiz show. He's got an IQ of 151. Do you know I don't even know what my IQ is? Probably not very much, I should imagine. You think higher? It'd be higher. ABC poached him. They reckon he could be... he's born in Devon. He will still continue his role on The Chase, hosted by Bradley Walsh. The channel gave him its blessing. So there you go. But he looks a bit like sort of an ageing version of Clark Kent at the moment. And he's shed 10 stone. 10 stone. He does the Australian version. Does he really? Mind you, I imagine it's quite a good living. You just have to make sure. And Anne Hegarty, of course, she does the same as well. I love it when they do her up for the television, because when she was on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, she looked dreadful. They had to sort of tease her hair into some sort of shape. Do you remember when some companies gave their workers luncheon vouchers? Yes, I do. Do you remember luncheon vouchers? They would give you a book of luncheon vouchers at the beginning of the week, and they were worth, I don't know, something like 3 and 6pence or something like that. And you could go into the local cafe and they would have a sign on their window with LV, and that would be luncheon vouchers, and you could use them for buying your cheese and pickle roll and stuff like that. It was sort of a company's way of paying for your lunch. It's quite nice, actually. The sugar cube, Steve, was for your polio vaccination. Ah, right. Well, I knew it was for something. I just remember getting the polio. Well, I just remember the sugar cube, really. Steve says, Paul, do you find you can an all-you-can-eat KFC buffet in St. August in Florida? They do extra crispy too. An all-you-can-eat buffet? Oh, I'm not sure I could cope with that. That seems an awful lot. Southend Fun Fair was open last week, Steve. We all had to scan the COVID app before they allowed you in. I wonder what would have happened if one person had COVID. We'd have had to all text to say we had to isolate for 10 days. There were thousands of people there, says Liz. I love a fun fair. But only at night. Well, I like them during the daytime, but at night time they look lovely with all the lights on and everything else. I was always bored with the coconut shies because they're sitting in a sort of a, you know, you're never going to win. It's for a coconut. It's cheaper to go and buy a coconut for like 25p than it is to try and win one on one of these stalls. It's, you know, they've got all sorts of things. Knocking over tin cans was very popular until you realise the depth of the shelf. They still do all those sort of things, yeah. There was another one as well, a Coke bottle lying on its side, and you were given a rod with a ring through it, and you had to lift the Coke bottle up. And the bloke who ran the stall showed you doing it. He could do it because he obviously perfected it. You did it, you were hopeless. But you could win 20 quid. Which is good, isn't it? I used to like the ducks going round and round on the water. And you had to pick one up, or failing that, raffle tickets. You know, you're looking for a 7 or a 3. Yeah, they didn't exist. You can actually buy the books without these numbers in there. That was what was so clever about it. But, yeah, I remember the luncheon vouchers. Mark says we used to collect the free Esso glasses, the stuff you could get in filling stations. We used to get plastic flowers and waste paper baskets. Seriously. And I was so daft when I started wearing when I started driving, I thought that if you drove a long way in the car, you needed to put oil in. So I put more oil. Every time I drove, I put oil in it. I did the same on one of my first Bentleys as well. No qualifications. Complete idiot. Steve, you'll be walking into KFC, says Kevin the Milkman, wearing the jacket, and you'll hear, "Oi! You are 10 minutes late for the shift. Come on." Can you imagine? Not in our one. Please say hi to my daughter Summer, says Stuart in Idleworth. She woke up not feeling too well. Now she's back in bed with a cup of tea. Oh, she's not doing that old one, is she? The old, don't feel very well, Dad. Can I have a cup of tea? Yeah, we've all done it. Mind you, I was worst. My dad would bring me up a cup of tea in the morning if I was getting ready for school. And I would fall asleep again without drinking it. He'd say, "Stephen, your tea." "Thank you." You try and sound awake. The moment he walked out the door, gone again. He'd come up another 10 minutes later. You've not drunk your tea and it's now cold. But we used to get a cup of tea in bed. Never anything to eat. Never anything to eat, but it doesn't matter. Steve, can you believe we had a Grace Brothers department store here in New South Wales for decades? John, from Are You Being Served, came to Sydney for a promotion. He was big, John Inman, over in Australia because they showed it on one of the cable channels, and so he had a huge following, and in America. I mean, I don't think they actually believed he was like Mr. Humphreys. He was Mr. Humphreys. He was. And he did his pantomime every year, made all his own frocks. No, John died some years ago now. But, yeah, I mean, it was his walk, wasn't it, across the floor. Mrs. Slocum with that different coloured hair every time you saw her on there. It was very good. And he used to go, are you free? Because it all worked in order of seniority. So in other words, if somebody came into the department, they were looking for something, you were looking around, see who was working. Mr. Humphreys, are you free? And then he'd go, I'm free. And that became the catchphrase. You had kids at school doing it. I don't think they knew what it was. But no, he made the part his own. He was brilliant. A lot of people telling me that they started off in retail. Steve, your IQ is through the roof. You can read, drink tea and talk all at the same time. I can. And somebody, Kim says, thank you. I love the smell of petrol too. Not diesel, just petrol. Oh, I love the smell of petrol. Love the smell of petrol. I don't know why, it's odd, isn't it, really? Ali Pally Funfair had goldfish in a plastic bag and a single cigarette out of a game machine. Says Gucci Tom. Yep, I remember that very well indeed. And then they stopped the goldfish being in plastic bags and they were in a big bucket and then they put them in a plastic bag for you to take home. Do you imagine winning a goldfish? No, you can still get. Yes, no, because they're in a big, like a bathtub. Still in a bathtub. They still do stuff like that. Oh, in fact, if you actually, if you didn't win something at the fun fair, there's no point in going. And you'd have to walk away, wouldn't you? You'd end up with sort of candy floss and a toffee apple. I used to love a toffee apple. Still love a toffee apple now. I don't think they're any good for me, but they're good. Even Dawn Neeson likes my picture. Cute, she said. Perhaps I should try the other glass. I don't know. And but yes, very cute. A bit like Dawn, actually. Sam says, my mum got a tea service with her Green Shield stamps in the 70s. Took her ages to get it, about 1 million. Oh, God, a tea service? That would have been 500 books. Very expensive. Very, very expensive. You had to save up and do all the rest of it. It was quite amazing. Quite amazing. The Co-op used to have stamps where you'd pay for goods once several books were filled up. Yeah. Co-op had the divvy, and they would do exactly the same thing. One here that says, Steve, I've been in hospital, this is Barney, with pneumonia, and the medication I'm still on is not helping with sleep, so I'm up early every morning at 4:45. Just made my son's packed lunch, now having a fresh coffee, but was happy to hear you back on the radio. Thank you. You always make me laugh. Well, that's what we say. You know, I mean, it is quite nice to have a laugh first thing in the morning. It kind of sets you up for the day because you suddenly realise that nobody's life can be as bad as mine. You know, you think, I'm so glad we're not like Steve Allen. I love it. Mum-to-be, this is the royal family congratulating Beatrice and Mr. Edoardo Mapelli Mozzi. Very pleased to announce they're expecting a baby in the autumn of this year. How lovely. What were you doing then? You sneezed. Everybody's sneezing. This is very odd, isn't it? I'm not sure about that. Glastonbury, hosting a 50,000 for a day in the autumn. I couldn't go to that. Good Lord, are you joking? All that mud and everything else? No, thank you. Ashley Barnes is he's being talked to by the police over some allegation. What is it with footballers? I mean, they're completely mad. Footballers, just go completely round the bend, don't they? Round the bend. We've not heard from who's that one who was always getting himself into trouble? Married to Colleen Rooney. Oh, Wayne. We've not heard from Wayne Rooney for a while, have we? There's loads of people. I heard from Stuart Manning the other day, so I was quite pleased about that. But there's loads of people that, we used to see on the television all the time and in the newspaper, and we don't see them at all now. Carol says, don't you look trendy in your red jacket? I do. Steve says, Lucy spent many years in retail. Everyone should do service work at some point. Growing up teaches you many life skills. Absolutely. Including understanding that most people are pretty rude. I was always a very good customer. But we decided the other day that if we went into a restaurant and it was so posh that they said, I'm sorry, we have a dress code, we'd go somewhere else. I refuse to feel uncomfortable when I'm eating food that I'm paying for. So if somebody said to me, you know, I mean, we strangely enough, at the Magic Circle, we have a dress code. You know, they don't like people to wander in sort of T-shirts and things like that. They like to, you know, have a little bit. Dawn says, and thank you for reading my Daily Star column too. Now writing my woman's own one, listening to you and watching the sunrise. It's beautiful, isn't it, the sunrise? I did that. I went to Vegas a few years back with some friends. And because of my sleeping pattern, I wake up early of an evening. And, you know, I've got the air conditioning on. And I sat there just staring out the window, just watching the sun coming up over Vegas. It was absolutely... I'm very easily pleased nowadays. I'm not... It's nice. I liked it. Have you been to Vegas? It's good, isn't it? But the sun coming up... And we were over a golf course as well. And I remember sort of, you know, watching people playing golf early in the morning because the sun had come up. And I remember thinking... If I put some clothes on, I can go and have some breakfast. And you'd always check it. What time do you do breakfast from? Yeah. And then you go, breakfast from 6. And you go, 10 to 6. Just throw some clothes and go down, have breakfast, and come back and climb back into bed again. Next thing, room cleaners. Oh, God. Are you sure? I used to say, no, I used to hang the little thing on the door, do not disturb. Just as he said something rude then, I changed my mind. So Demi Lovato, sorry? Oh, I've got to do the news. I just realised. Sorry, I was going to go back onto Demi Lovato, who I didn't realise is now non-binary. I get so confused by these things. I don't think anybody understands it, do they? Least of all me.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. It's all nice to have your company. Well, what am I talking about? I'll tell you what I was doing yesterday, and I did it to cheer myself. When the internet went down this morning, albeit temporarily, I went on to listen to Nathan Evans doing Wellerman, this sea shanty. And there's all sorts of different people doing it, including the Trills. And, I mean, I didn't know who the Trills were, but I mean, if this is genuinely them singing vocal harmonies, this group should be top of the charts. They're absolutely unbelievably good. And they're only young. Not that there's anything the matter with being young, but Nathan Evans' song, Wellerman, it's so good. But it reminds me a little bit of the Lightning Tree. They're a six-member a cappella group based in Baltimore. Oh, they're American. Have you heard them? You listen to them singing and you'll go, blimey, you're brilliant. Really brilliant. And apparently singing is the thing. I think we should do it every morning. Because apparently it makes you feel really good. You feel good about life and you feel good about everything else. But this group singing are so good, and they do that song, but they don't. There's no instruments. They're just banging on the table. They're a cappella. They're an a cappella music group. I love it. I think it's fantastic. Stephen, apparently the reason you like the smell of petrol is because of a chemical in it called whatever it is, and it's present in petrol, nail polish remover, and Tipp-Ex and brass cleaner. Oh right. Paul says, can you sing some Demi Lovato songs so I remember who they are? No, Demi Lovato is one person. It's a non-binary person. So, and that means that somebody who, I think she came out as pansexual in March and hopes that it will help others to share who they truly are with their loved ones. So non-binary people don't identify as male or female, while pansexual people are attracted to all genders. I'm none the wiser. I'm really not. Really not. Steve, radio sees out TV to a greater extent these days. In our house, you start the day and somebody else ends it. TV is now a waste of time. Well, there's so much good things on YouTube. But type in and watch the Vicar singing Hallelujah. That's absolute. Ray Kelly. That's really good. And type in the Trills and Wellerman, and then tell me that that's not brilliant singing. It's really lovely. This is Nathan Evans' song, and there's loads of versions of him on there with all sorts of different people. It's really fantastic. It's lovely, honestly. Do you like the arcades at the fun fair? I do. You know why? Because all the machines are fixed in there. They just fold up the front of it and off it goes to the next place. I've always wanted something like that. Or failing that, I could just sell burgers. 2p machines. Yeah. You can buy the old coinage as well. In there, they'll sort of sell you some old pennies. Steve, my husband said it sounded like the lightning tree. Yes. And that was the song that goes down in the meadow where the wind runs free. It was Follyfoot. The wind grows free in the lightning tree. Grow, grow, the lightning tree. Never too late for you and me. Grow, grow. And that sounded very similar. Very similar. Still, in fact, I was so much so that I watched it. I watched it again the other day. You can buy it. You can buy the lightning tree on DVD. Steve, we love you in Sydney. Thank you. I'm very grateful. Glorious morning, says Graham, walking my Springer pups, Monty and Willow, over Essendon Golf Course, sun hitting the tops of the trees. It's lovely, isn't it? I love this country when it's bathed in sunshine. I love any country when it's bathed in sunshine, but particularly ours. I've still not planted anything up on the patio. It's still got a cold morning, so I'm not doing it just yet. But soon, it is cold for May, isn't it? It might be after the bank holiday weekend, which I think is lovely. What else we got? We've got a raven chick at the Tower of London called Branwen, following a public vote. It comes from the name of a Celtic goddess and means blessed raven. Whatever. Whatever. What else we got here? Rod Liddell says, booked your summer holiday break in the Falkland Islands yet? That's up for it. You can go to the Falkland. What you want to go there for? I've got no idea. He says, don't forget it will be midwinter. Port Stanley is really exciting at that time of year. Wind howling, rain teeming down, and only a penguin to eat, and I don't mean the biscuit. The Falkland is one of the few places you can travel to for a break. If you can sort out the flights and pay them more than £2,000 economy class and nearly 20 hours. But at least we're allowed into the Falklands. Most of the places the government say we can't go to won't let us in. So he says, bear in mind there is also the European Championship on TV. Save your money and stock up on booze. Yeah, you can go to... So you can go to... Wait a minute, these other ones here. So you can go to... We know about Portugal, Israel, Singapore. Australia won't let you in. Singapore won't let you in. New Zealand won't let you in. You can go to Brunei, Iceland, Gibraltar, the Falkland Islands, the Faroe Islands. How many people do you know go there? South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands. They've taken the mickey or something. And St Helena, Tristan da Cunha and Ascension Island. Yeah, of course we are. Yes, we'll all be going there, won't we? Oh, book me that flight to Tristan da Cunha. Honestly, give up, don't you? You kind of lose the will to live. They can't get it right. Roger says, do non-binaries relate to both male and female? I don't know. I don't think so, no. I don't think so. They don't identify as either. They don't identify as either. Also, the rappers in the Euro tune for England, and a gardener who says he was turfed off his allotment because he's a working-class cockney. For goodness sake, honestly. I mean, Arthur Fowler had an allotment and he was working class, wasn't he? He's not posh enough, they say. Tim Burnham claims he was told he was more suited to a council-run site than the private plot which came with his new flat. Well, they can't kick you out. It's come with your flat. The row was over his barbecue... Oh, here we go. His barbecue, old tyres, some paving slabs and parts to make a shed veranda. Yeah, no, you're definitely not right for this one. Ex-hotelier Tim said it's snobbishness. No, I wouldn't want to be next to somebody with a load of old tyres and everything else, thank you. He says most people here are middle class. I'm a cockney. The Kingston Farm Allotment Association in Bradford didn't wish to comment. I could well imagine. But no, we can't have that sort of mess. You should realise that, Tim. You should realise we don't. You know. It's all right if you're on a council-run site. You can have whatever you want. I go past one on the train to go home to Richmond, and there's a fairly big one there, but they don't have tyres and everything else. That's. It might be Mortlake. I don't know. I quite fancy that. I think James O'Brien wanted an allotment at one point. I don't know why. Got a garden, Well, I say he's got a garden, he's got a window box. But, the nice idea is that, all the people who've got these allotments, they grow rhubarb and beans and apples. They've sometimes got an apple tree and things like that. And it's quite nice, very social. As I say, Arthur Fowler used to sit there, day in, day out, having his breakdowns and all the rest of it. But it was lovely. It was very nice indeed. But you've got to adhere to, if they've got rules, it might have come with your flat. But you've got to adhere to rules on stuff like that. It's the only way it works. And then you can complain about it, but it's not going to do any good. They've got rules and you have to do it, don't you? Steve, have a look on YouTube at John Gone playing Passion Flower on a guitar. Oh, I think people who play guitars are so boring. You know, really dull. Really, not my sort of thing at all. Not my sort of thing. The excavation work starting at West's Cafe. And here we go, Simon Boyle's Bizarre column. It's a Pink special. And this is how her day goes. If she's doing a concert, okay, Pink, I don't know anything about her at all. She's got tattoos and whatever. 10 a.m. she wakes up, okay. 11 a.m. workout. 1:30 leave for the venue, a 1.5 hour bus journey to Wembley Stadium. 3 p.m. sound check, massage, picture with crew. 4:30, so she's been stuck there all day. It's like me before the show. It really is. I've got a set of riders, you know. I walk in and the tea bag's got to be sitting in the cup ready to do it. Hair and makeup at 4:30. It's the only bit I avoid. Vocal warm-ups at 6:45. 7:15 physical warm-ups and massage. 8 o'clock prayer. I shouldn't laugh because they do, yes, because they're Michael Jackson used to do that as well. They'd have prayers before the show. 8:20 drive to the stage. It's obviously quite a long way away. 8:30 on stage, and 10:30 show finishes. So it's 2 hours of doing a show. It's not unsimilar to me. That's the way that it goes. It's a long day, isn't it? Really, very exciting. I like the Dolly Parton one. She was doing Wembley as well. Was it Wembley or she was doing something? And you see her getting off the private plane at the airport, getting onto the coach. And it's a big coach with blacked out windows. And that's when she puts all her makeup on and the wigs and all the rest of it. And then it drives into the back of Wembley, into the undercover bit. And then she gets out and she's in a blue satin. Never seen her not made up. No, but the show stuff is very sort of glammy and glittery. The other thing was okay. She's tiny, teeny tiny. And then she literally, the bloke helps her off the bus, gives her a microphone, which is nearly as big as she is. They walk up the stairs to the back of the stage. There's a curtain, and the band she's got go da 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 da, like the music from Hello Dolly, and then the curtains part, and she goes Hello London, and then goes straight into 9 to 5. And she could probably do it blindfold. She's been doing it so long, she goes into it and she goes, hey, you're looking good and all that. She can't see anybody. You can't see. And if you're on stage, you can see nobody. So that's why people go, hello, hello. And people in the audience think you're pointing at them. You can't see anybody. I know, I've played theatres before. Poor Petula Clark did it when she was at the Fairfield Halls in Croydon and she hadn't sold a huge amount of tickets. And the whole upstairs was closed off. And yet she was looking to the upstairs and waving at them. And the person who was reviewing it said there was nobody out there. They can bring in big black curtains which go round to make it look a bit more intimate. I sold it out, of course. Steve, I've just listened to the Trills. I'm hooked. They're absolutely brilliant. Well, they must be dubbed. I don't think I've heard anybody sing that perfect. They sound really beautiful. Their harmonies are fantastic. Peter says, my other half loves Pink. I don't know. I know nothing about Pink at all. And you've done it again, says Catherine. Turfed off his allotment. Turfed off his... Yeah, thank you. McDonald's in Uxbridge High Street used to be a Green Shield stamp shop. Used to go there in the late 70s with my mum and dad, says Mark in Castleford. And the amount of people who are big fans of Pink, as I say, I wish I could be, but I don't know enough about Pink. But it's quite good. And there's a man using a metal detector for the first time and finds ancient treasures worth £5,500. They were stolen from a house and then buried in a field. Obviously, somebody was going to go back there years later. And he said it's very happy. This guy's name is Charles. He said it's very happy. And the police who hit the jackpot, they uncovered a cannabis farm in a disused bingo hall. Yeah. Bingo's a house full of weed. £2 million worth of it. I've had a couple of these. There was a police station once, and that had closed down, and yet inside they were growing cannabis. Every inch of the floor space in Mexborough in South Yorkshire was taken up by the plants, which police said were worth £2.18 million. The groups of criminals who operate in our communities cause misery for many, and we're relentless in our pursuit of those who control the activity. There was a bloke the other day stopped, and he had illegal petrol in the car. It was red petrol, which is for farms. It's not, but people steal it and use it as well. So they have a little suction thing like that just to check whether it's red. And big troubles, which is bad news. Just gone 6:45.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Apparently, Alexa owners are being driven mad by a Motherland episode. I wish I knew what Motherland was, which keeps triggering their devices to order 12 bottles of wine, a taxi, and play dance tunes. So there you go. Mind you, I like to do it to our one. We've got one out on the desk. I like to say, play Driving Home for Christmas. Winds people up a little bit. Bill Turnbull reunited with Susanna Reid next week when he joins Good Morning Britain as a guest presenter. We like Bill and Susanna Reid very much indeed. And they're still trying to work out who's actually going to replace Piers Morgan. Why don't they just bring Piers Morgan back? Make it so much easier. But Susanna said Bill's been a beloved favourite of breakfast television viewers for years and a good friend of mine. Yeah, it'll just seem odd seeing him on ITV. Very strange, but we like Bill very much. He's a beekeeper. As you know, he keeps hives. But Piers left in March following a row over comments he made about the Duchess of Sussex's Oprah Winfrey interview. And so what they've been doing is trying various people out on it. The worst one was Richard Madeley. They had him on Gogglebox the other day. They were showing clips of him and Judy on This Morning, and Richard just can't shut up. You cannot shut him up. He interferes all the time. He just interrupts. And poor Judy was getting quite exasperated. And even the people watching were going, shut up. Let her talk. I used to say that on air. Let her talk. Poor woman. The time she'd sort of stumbled through it, he'd just talked all over again. It was very embarrassing. Apparently, a woman claims she was moments from swallowing a cigarette end in a takeaway treat. She claims she discovered this cigarette end in a kebab-style lamb dish. But it's very interesting. The manager has no idea how it got into the food, saying nobody in the kitchen smokes. So Deliveroo are investigating. What, you think somebody's literally stopped to put a cigarette in this kebab dish? Becky says she was not impressed and will not use them again despite getting a refund. Well, they didn't put it in there deliberately. Come on. Goodness sake, sounds like we're sort of waiting for some compensation here. The boxer's wife may be a tougher opponent than AJ after the Miami picks. This is Tyson Fury's wife. He was being oiled up. Very stupid thing to do when you go on holiday without her. And also the £200 million super fight with Anthony Joshua could be on the verge of collapse. Who cares? How many kids have they got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She's called Paris, and she wasn't at all happy that he was being oiled up, and he's obviously an idiot. They've got all that money, and yet the house ain't all that special. Really very, very, very sort of, very unusual. Steve, are there any pictures of Dolly Parton without makeup? I don't think so. Not that I've seen. And Sarah in Eltham says, hi, Steve. When you said Alexander, it triggered mine as well. Somebody says you're still following Aston Villa. Yeah, we had a right result against Spurs last night. Very good. The red fuel, yes, I know, is diesel. And also Adam in London is a new listener. He said, you were recommended by a friend. Love the show. Richard Madeley, Steve, is the real Alan Partridge. He just couldn't shut. They were doing a cooking feature and he wouldn't shut up. And she glared at him on numerous occasions. He took no notice. When they used to do it, when it was the Richard and Judy programme, Friday was wine time and they had the Richard and Judy Wine Club. Well, she'd started in the dressing room. She was off and running. It was delightful because she'd sit there and sometimes she'd switch off completely. But I loved it. I thought it was the funniest thing ever because she didn't even bother, trying to sort of get her sixpennyworth out. It wasn't going to be happening anytime soon, put it that way. William Shatner is how old? Come on, guess. Don't cheat. Don't cheat. How old is William Shatner? 77 is a good guess. He's too oldly to go now. He's 90. I know, it doesn't seem possible, does it? He's 90. I mean, to be honest with you, he can't be 90, can he? Can he really be 90? He looks absolutely amazing. For 90 years, it can't be 90. Why would he be 90? Yeah. He says, there's this ridiculous rumour I'm 90. I'm 55. I mean, he either wears born 1931, that makes him 90. Well, he's obviously had surgery, and he's obviously wearing a toupee. He must be. I mean, he's 90. But half a century after Star Trek made him famous, William is swimming with sharks. They hated him on the programme, didn't they? The cast hated him. They didn't get on with him at all well. He was very difficult, very difficult. And he misses Leonard Nimoy, because I forgot Leonard Nimoy died some years ago now. But, it obviously goes... I wonder what it is that makes some people live longer than other people. My boss said to me the other day, he said, you're going to live forever. I said, you don't think so, do you really? I wasn't sure if I liked the idea of living forever. But, it is odd, isn't it? Because all my family die young. My parents died very young. My dad was 52. My mum was 60... That's 62, I think. And so when I kind of got to those ages, well, not that I did, and all of a sudden I started panicking a little bit, thinking, oh dear, I don't know about this. I mean, I wonder how, you get some people who die very young. Bob Marley, we were saying a short while ago, died at 36. 36. Dreadful. Steve, Bill Turnbull. The job description of the perfect TV presenter comes across as everybody's pal. He's ever so nice. He's ever so nice. Graham in Essendon, again, says, unfortunately, my parrot Kendi has learnt how to use Alexa. Had all sorts of strange messages and music. I don't have one. Probably just as well, actually. There's no point in letting... And listen, I can't even operate the computer very well. I have to ask my boss's... what do we call her? Do we call her a secretary? Or do we call her his AP? I think... assistant, yeah. He's sort of... And she's so helpful to me. Is Hillary, PA. She's so helpful because I just plead ignorance. I'm just absolute rubbish. I can't do anything. And we had to change something the other day. We changed a password and I tried to send something to my accountant and it just wouldn't send through. It kept saying, this isn't working. But anyway, she did it. And of course now he's targeting her. She doesn't know this now. Judge Rinder says Colin is in the running for the Piers Morgan job. No, he's not. No, he's absolutely not. No, he's not. No, I can tell you that on very, very good authority. Just because he's friends with Susanna, she doesn't have any choice. No choice there. They're just looking for chemistry. They look for chemistry when you're doing twosome. But Judge Rinder, definitely not. He's not that sort of person. He's light-ent. He's light-ent. Apparently William Shatner's just starred in The Indian Detective on Netflix. Wow. It's good. Shatner to oldly go where no man has gone before. 90 though. Seriously, you look at pictures of him, he doesn't look 90 at all. His skin's very good, but then if he's had facelifts and all the rest of it and Botox and stuff like that, they reckon that Jordan, I had to have a laugh at it, there was a piece in one of the online things the other day saying she's going to spend £10,000 getting herself ready for this wedding. She doesn't have a job and she's a bankrupt. Seriously, everything she touches is a total failure. She has no businesses now at all. Not one bit. They've all closed down. She owes £3 million. But she doesn't care. She doesn't care. She absolutely couldn't care less. She has no responsibility at all. Mind you, he doesn't seem to be much better, does he? And also, she's started playing her old game. And I noticed it the other day. That's where she goes, and she tweeted it. He belongs to me, girls. Stay away from him. And I'm thinking, uh-oh, this is where she starts going off the rails. Because what she is insanely jealous. There's never anything to back this up. She claims that girls are trying to go out with him and everything else, which of course is a load of old rubbish. But she's already started doing the thing, he's mine, hands off or you're in big trouble. And I thought, uh-oh, she builds this up into a drama in her, and then it'll finish. I can guarantee. But and it will finish only after she's got the money from the magazines for the publicity, for the pictures. I'm probably, listen, she's par for the course. Don't believe any old lies she spins you about, oh, it's this and that. It's like, poor old Gemma Collins. She's disappeared completely. Completely. God knows where she's vanished to. She's friends with Hammy, isn't she? There's an old boyfriend of hers. She said, oh, no, we're not really going out. We're just sort of... The way she indicated friends, I thought, oh, yeah, we know what that means. But no, she's disappeared. Disappeared. Dale would have been perfect for the Piers Morgan job. You must be joking. He wouldn't know anything about that at all. That would be an early start. You must be joking. Definitely not going to be happening. Oh, this music means news at 6. So I'll be back with you in 3.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC, and we're with you till 7 when Nick Ferrari is along with LBC's Breakfast for today. It's Thursday. It's the 20th of May, and I think it was Sarah who says, "Do you have any plans for the day?" Yes, VAT. I keep putting it off. I should have done it yesterday, but I was trying to sort out some other little bits and pieces yesterday. I don't like it. I don't like stress. I'm bad with stress, but, you know, we all get a bit of stress throughout the daytime. But now I know that the weather forecast is going to be very good for the bank holiday weekend, I've got to go down and see a friend of mine because we're sorting out my pension. It's well, the government pension, because I qualify for the government pension, so we thought we'd start taking it. Why not? Anne says, my dad, died at 41 and my mum's 67, so like you, got worried approaching the ages, but I'm now 68, so I'm counting my blessings. Yes, I am, by the way. This one, I don't know who this is from, actually. Who is this from? And says, are you not doing Sunday mornings anymore? I am. I should be back with you in about a week's time, Eddie, for the Sunday morning. I had to take it off, actually, because I was doing all the other bits and pieces and had to sort of ease myself back in again. So they very kindly sort of rested me for a couple of weeks. So, yes, be back very short. I've got to check, actually, when I am back, because I'm not too sure. Probably a week Sunday, I would think, actually. But it's good news. So definitely back, because I miss the Sunday papers. I do miss the Sunday. Actually, the funny thing is, I even, on odd occasions, miss the news of the world. Because they used to have some scandalous stories, and most of them absolute rubbish. And people have been paid out over the years now. But I do like it. It's just, I don't want anything. I'm not interested in people selling stories of who they've met and who they've had a relationship with. I don't care about that. I think that's a sign of somebody very sad. But I like something that's a bit interesting. Something a bit interesting. You know that we are, as a nation, well known for our fondness for a tipple. Are you serious? Good God in heaven, honestly, I've never heard of so many people who have been booking tables in pubs. And you booked one, didn't you? You had a table in a pub and everything else. Luke, one of my former boys, has taken a week off to go to the. Isn't it funny? See, I never got into pubs. It's probably because I was always working. That's all I do. I work, but I quite like working. Not exactly the most difficult thing in the world, but the idea of sitting in a pub just doesn't appeal to me. If I'm going out with people, I prefer to go out for the meal, and have a few drinks with the meal. But as I'm not drinking at the moment, it doesn't make any difference. But people are taking time off to book for the pubs and doing everything else. Former President Obama is hinting that they may not be a hoax. A Senate report is poised to lay bare the real X-Files. We're about to discover if the UFO truth is out there. And there's a former MOD expert who says they could be earth-shattering. And they've got all these hazy pictures. They never get perfect pictures, and yet we took a picture this morning on my phone to show you my nice jacket, which I've got. And even the producer said it's a nice quality camera on this, and yet all the pictures of UFOs are hazy and a load of old rubbish. You know why? Because they're hoaxes. They're total hoaxes. Obama hints they may not be a hoax. I'm telling you, they're a hoax. All right, they're called UFOs. That doesn't mean little green men coming from outer space going, E.T. phone home, E.T. phone home. They're not like that at all. It's just something they don't know what it is. And so, because I never understand why, if these places exist where they're sending all these spacecraft in, what would be the reason for keeping it secret? What are we going to do? We're going to sort of fall. It's not like Independence Day, where this thing opens up and kills people and blows the planet to bits. Because if they're coming here, what are they coming here for? They're obviously far more sophisticated than we are. They've obviously got, everything that they want. Perhaps they're coming here for the KFC. Who knows? But, Obama hinting they may not be a hoax. No, they might not be. They're unidentified flying objects, so that bit might be right. Got a poem for you. It's a bit late, actually, this morning. You know why? Because we had a choice of quite a number of them. This one's by Robert Louis Stevenson. The Robert Louis Stevenson. Gosh, we're getting posh on this programme. It's called From a Railway Carriage. Faster than fairies, faster than witches, bridges and houses, hedges and ditches, and charging along like troops in a battle, all through the meadows, the horses and cattle, all of the sights of the hill and the plain fly as thick as driving rain, and ever again in the wink of an eye, painted stations whistle by. And then he died, and he didn't write any more. About the shortest poem I've ever heard. See, the funny thing is, when I thought of Robert Louis Stevenson, I thought that perhaps he wouldn't have ever written poetry. He never struck me as somebody who wrote poetry, but I never knew him. I never went out for tea with him. I had no idea what was going on. But that was quite a nice little one, wasn't it, actually? This is all to celebrate the fact that I now have to walk further at Waterloo Station. I don't want to get angry about it, because I'm, generally speaking, not an angry sort of person. But you have to You have to walk further because they've now shoved my trains, and a few apparently other people get them as well, but I look at them as my trains at Waterloo Station, to platforms 20, 21, 22, 23 and 24, which is right at the very end. Right at the very end. So I come in by the McDonald's, because that's where the buses drop you. I have to walk all the way down the concourse. I might as well get roller skates or rollerblades or something. And I have to do that. Why? They must be doing some building work somewhere to do with the stations. I can't believe they're going to be like that permanently, because it's just... So now I can't get the train I used to get before. And I like that one because the bus was late yesterday. It's supposed to be 9 minutes past. I've written to complain. And it turned up at 15:15. I mean, that's a lot of difference. I knew that because normally I'm about the only one on the bus. Yesterday there was 6 of us. It was almost overcrowded. And I get to Waterloo Station. I don't do running. I'm not a running person. And I thought, oh, not the train at the end again, for goodness sake. That is ridiculous. One here from Jenkins, who says, I feel cheated. I'm 60 tomorrow. Applied for the London Freedom Pass. Don't qualify till I'm 67. Oh, they changed it. I've got a Freedom Pass. So it's 9 o'clock. Well, it seems to be 9 o'clock. I thought it was 9:30, but they seem to do them at 9 o'clock now, which is good. Steve, your VAT this afternoon. Is this the same VAT as Arthur Daly in the Winchester, says Mary? No. Mine's fairly straightforward. I keep putting it off. I mean, it'll take me 10 minutes to do. All I've got to do is just sort of add up 9 invoices. 369, and that's it. That's all I've got to do. Send it off to the accountant. He'll then... I mean, I could do that, this bit myself, but I send it off to him. He'll then write back with how much VAT. I then have to contact the person who looks after my accounts, and she then pays the VAT people. And I breathe a sigh of relief for another 3 months. Steve, does Gemma Collins count as a UFO? Well, I don't think she's that unidentified. See, the trouble is she's not unidentified. She is identified, which isn't quite the same. But thank you, Dave in Kent, very much indeed. And another one here, which says, whatever you get paid, it's not enough. That'll be my accountant. Whatever you get paid, it's not enough. It's always the way, isn't it, really? People, because I don't believe that people in this day and age should do a job for money. In fact, I would recommend you don't do a job for money. I think you should do it because you like doing it. The money is the bonus that comes along with it. I don't know why I'm telling you that. What a pile of old rubbish that is, honestly. What is he talking about? Yes, that's not going to pay the bills, is it, having a job that you like? And believe you me, I have a lot of bills to pay, a lot of bills. What else we got here? Property prices rising at the fastest rate for 14 years. And the NHS should help all smokers to quit. But it's very addictive. And smokers want to smoke. You have to want to give up smoking. The only way that you will give up smoking, even if the doctor said, if you don't stop smoking, you're going to die, it's not enough to stop people smoking. It's as simple as that. You have to become ill through smoking, and then you might sort of change your mind. It's just the way it goes, really. Or you get angina. There is that possibility that you could get angina. What else we got here? There's some very miserable stories in the paper today, and I don't really like bringing you stories that are that miserable because it's far too depressing. Here is Bonnie Langford's niece, Summer Strallen, opening up about the pressure of being a child star. She's 35 now. She doesn't look 35 at all. She says, as part of my recovery, She had mental and physical problems. She said, from body dysmorphia and years of now mild, but in the past severe anorexia, I'm starting a journey to decide what I actually like doing for my health. I've said to you before, walking is very good. Walking is very good. It doesn't matter how old you are, walking is great. You can sort of walk forever. And I know loads of people who've lost loads of weight through literally just walking. Theresa May could be forgiven for not wanting lockdown to end. She's managed to make in a little more than 3 weeks £240,000. With what? She's been doing virtual speaking tour. £240,000. That's 6 engagements. 38,000 she gets for. I'm obviously in the wrong job. Now I think I'm in the wrong job. It's a lot of money, isn't it? A lot of money. Mind you, did you see David Lammy's expenses the other day? I had to laugh because somebody said, how much? I think for this year it's 199,000 for expense. What does he spend it on? What does that money go on? I don't know what. Oh, you got the office and staff, I suppose. Yeah, seems a lot, doesn't it? Really, 199,000. Again, I need to have a word with my boss, but, we can't do all these things all the time, can we? Steve, you think your extra walking at Waterloo Station is bad? Stratford Westfield make you go over the bridge and back round to get inside now during peak times. Adds an extra 20 on your trip. Wow. That's not good, is it? Very annoying. Yeah, I can imagine. Well, listen, I'm fairly annoyed at Waterloo Station. It's too far for me to go. If I was dropped at the steps the other end, it'd be absolutely ideal. Dropped at the steps and then literally walk up the steps and straight ahead of you, and that you're on the right platforms. This one, come in all the way past the pasty shop, which isn't very exciting, and a few other places, very dull and dreary. But never mind. Steve, tell your listener you need a 60 bus pass, costs 20 quid. Lovely. Somebody says you're quite an angry person. You get furious about trifles. No, only for stupid people. Somebody having a rhubarb trifle and going, oh, it's not the same as everything else. It's exactly the same as everything else. Made in exactly the same way. That's not getting angry. That's called acting. Hello? Called acting. I'm not being Steve Allen. I'm being the Steve Allen on the radio. I'm like Lorraine Kelly. Okay, so at least people understand it.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Platforms you refer to at Waterloo, Steve, are the Eurostar ones. The only thing is that the area's all new and clean so far, says Brian. Oh, I know what it is. I go there every single day of my life. I'm there 5 days a week. I know what it is, but it's they're obviously doing some of the other ones, the 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 platforms. They're obviously doing some work out of town somewhere, and so we've had to use it. I hate it. It's such a long way to go. Ridiculous. Steve, the mention of the GC made me think of Arj, who's had his stomach operation. Oh, what a boring person. They're showing, I can't remember the moment on The Only Way is Essex, if they're showing old programmes or not. But I think Bobby Cole-Norris appears to have disappeared because everybody hates him. And he's upset loads of people. Arj has had his operation, but still looks as though he's vastly overweight. And he's with, it must be an old one because he's hanging around with Lydia Dim again. Oh, that's right, work at Shepperton, so they've changed the Well, how much longer? How much longer do they have to work at Shepperton? I mean, it's not exactly the hub of the universe, is it? Greetings from Cyprus, Steve. Having a gripe this morning. My dad, bless him, caught me holding my chest, and when he asked me what's wrong, I told him in the doctor's UK, told me the way I was sitting, it's my posture causing me pain in my chest. No, that doesn't sound very likely. You can get pain in your back and your shoulders and things like that, but not pain in your chest. So, early November? God, I might be fit by that time if I have to keep walking to the end of platforms. Ghastly. But anyway, I had water around my heart, spent a week in hospital, lots of medication. He says, if you're unwell, make sure the doctor knows you. You must sort of go to... Most people don't like going to the doctors. They really don't. Especially men. Men are fatal. Excuse me, at going to the doctors and saying, it's this. Believe you me, if you've been where I've been. Steve, if you download the NHS app on your phone, it'll have the information details of both your jabs. Yeah, well, I've got the little cards that they give you, having had both of them. I'm looking forward to a booster jab. If they say you need that for the Indian one, I'm definitely going to go there. Steve, the reasoning behind the name UFO, well, they say it's unidentified flying object, like you say. They're never clear, blurred pictures. I reckon the truth behind the name is one of these equivalent to plane spotters and train spotters go to the pub and say, I've just seen a spaceship. Yeah, well, people want to believe. There are still those mad people out there, and they are barking. Seriously, they're so far gone. They're totally unhelpable, and they claim that spaceships hover over farmers' fields and make patterns in the straw, but nobody ever sees the spaceship because it's invisible. Seriously, they're so mad. Crop circles, they love crop circles. They seriously want to believe that it's there, and they hang around with like-minded people who are barking mad as well. I told you I had one years ago, and luckily only the one. There was a bloke who was in the Trogs. Is it Reg Presley? He I think, sort of gave up the royalties to investigate crop circles. That went nowhere because they're done by students. We know they're done by students because they've shown us doing them. You know, I don't know why people are so blind and blinkered, but there you go. You can't do that. Steve, the Oyster 60 Plus Pass is available from age 60. The Freedom Pass is something entirely different, and the eligibility age is rising in line with the women's state pension age. I've got a Freedom Pass. I think I've got a Freedom Pass. Have a check. I always keep it in here because I use one pass for one thing and one pass for another thing. Is this a Freedom Pass? It's a Freedom Pass. Yes. Runs till 2024. Concessionary travel. Lovely picture of me. Very, very promising. And I had to pay for that, but I can't remember what it was. Obviously, they've got to print these things. But no, it's very useful. Sometimes I just get on a bus and sit there and go a couple of stops, get off. Brilliant. Because I can. It's something I get for free, which is lovely. So we now discovered the platforms at Waterloo, the far end. If you're going to Reading or Windsor and Eton or Teddington or Hounslow, November. God, blimey. Steve, what are you going to say if the Americans admit that UFOs exist? I'm going to call them liars. Okay, what do you think I'm going to call them? Oh, yes, they really exist. It's so stupid. It's fake. They want to believe it. There's a few mad people, as you know. You've seen some of the former presidents of the United States of America, but no, people desperately want to believe it. Of course, they're not real, but it is an unidentified flying object. It could be a ping pong ball on a piece of elastic. That would be unidentifiable. You know, that's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. So the iconic northeastern voice of Big Brother, Marcus Bentley, is off to new Geordie shores. He has voiceover duties on Now That's Entertainment, a talent show to rival the X Factor and Britain's Got Talent, which has also signed Britain's Got Talent winners Richard Jones, the magician, George Sampson, and X Factor champion Sam Bailey. He said he felt lost without Big Brother when it ended. 2018 that finished. 2018, that's quite a lot, isn't it? And he says, I feel lost with that. I've got no doubt it's only a matter of time before it gets recommissioned. I do hope not. I hope it never comes back ever again. No, definitely. I mean, I appreciate the fact where you sit in on it. He said, over the years of people watching, I know how to spot a star. Someone like Jade Goody. What, the racist? Jade Goody. You remember Jade Goody and Shilpa Shetty and all the rest of it? A star? I don't think so. There were three of them, weren't there? There was the girl out of S Club 7, and then there was, I can never remember the other one, I always get confused. She was sort of a model. They use that term loosely if they can't think of anything to put down for them. But no, Jade Goody was racist to Shilpa Shetty. It was as simple as that. She came outside and it killed her career straight away. Not that she had a career. If being stupid is a career, well, then it's a career. Walking's very good for you, Steve. Take it as a positive. Buy yourself a smartwatch and count your steps. I don't need to. I can do it on my phone. I've got that on my phone. Tells me how many steps I do in the course of a day. How it does it, I don't know. It's very clever, isn't it? I think it just puts down a number. You know. Steve says, Jimmy, tell the man with pain in his chest to see a doctor. No, he's seeing the doctor. He's seeing the doctor. That's what he's saying. He's telling his father about it. Also, went to the opticians. Arj did. Optician said, Arj, there's nothing wrong with your eyesight. So Arj shows him a picture of the GC and says, well, can you explain that then? Because she lost 3 stone. The GC's lost 3 stone, but it was so many months ago now. She hasn't lost anything since then. because she doesn't really do anything. There's no sort of exercise involved in her life at all, apart from sort of putting makeup on and getting that hair bleached again. I can't think of any other reason. I do love Penman Investigates in the Mirror. I do love it. There's one here. He says luck has finally run out for fraudster Ricky Burgess, part of a gang that fleeced customers at Coots. Coots on the Strand here is all boarded up at the front. You've got to walk in. It's obviously having it all done up for some... I don't know what they're doing. And loads of shops on that little bit opposite Charing Cross, where you walked past me the other day, but I don't mention it again because I'm not one to bear a grudge. They've all closed. There was a Japanese chocolate shop. That's gone. They've all gone. There's about 3 or 4 shops along there. Well, they're completely cleared out inside. Completely empty shops. I'm very disappointed. I don't like shops disappearing, thank you very much indeed. I mean, we're not doing too badly round, are we? Danielle Lloyd. Was it Danielle Lloyd? Who was the other one? Yeah, Danielle Lloyd. I mean, they were just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. People go, oh, are you sure? I go, I remember Shilpa Shetty standing there and saying, you're disgusting. You know, because I think Jade Goody, you know, because not because she was thick. Not because she was thick, but it's because she was just offensive. You know, she tried to make a career out of being stupid, and that was as far as it got. And then it turned out at the end, didn't it, after Max Clifford got her all that work when she was diagnosed with her illness. And then it turned out she hadn't paid tax. Because it's up to you to sort out your tax. You don't expect your agent or, you know, whoever was representing you to do that. And so all the money that was left, I know this because Jeff Brazier told me. And he said, and then after she died, they came back and took the rest of it. That's HMRC. And now you ask why I'm doing my VAT this afternoon. I'm not messing up. Steve. Oh, we've got to do the news. I was just about to do another thing on UFOs, because once you've found a few balmy people who believe in UFOs, I tell you, the world is your lobster. It's fantastic.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Steve, the people who believe in UFOs, don't they know the Earth is flat? Funny you should say that. They had 2 people on this morning, ages ago, who believed that the Earth was flat. I mean, it was all the presenters could do from stop laughing at them. Very embarrassing. Steve, one of the benefits of being up early and listening to your show is having the time to bake bread while I listen. The kitchen smells heaven. Oh, something lovely about the... I mean, I couldn't do anything like that. Absolutely nothing. I just have to go and buy it. But it's... Oh, no, I love the smell of freshly baked bread. It's delicious. It was Joe O'Meara from S Club 7 and Danielle Lloyd, says Mickey. Thank you. I couldn't remember. Whatever it was ghastly. And when they came out, there was no audience there because the reaction had been very bad indeed. And they had to explain to them exactly what it was. And it was Davina, and she was very good at explaining it to them, basically saying... You know, this has blown up because they don't know when they were inside there. They were all protected. But, I mean, Jade Goody could be vile, absolutely vile. And to Shilpa Shetty, she was awful. Then she had to go and apologise, and then the whole thing, it all sort of backfired. Then it got a little bit better. It was all a bit bizarre. Steve, UFOs are real. They came to visit us in 1931 and took William Shatner. Yes. It's funny, isn't it, that you know, because you see a television programme, you know, the name Gene Roddenberry always strikes me as... I presume he probably believed in stuff like that. And when they built the deck of all these flying things and all the rest, I mean, I thought it was very clever. It was all very nice, but just totally unbelievable. It's just people's imagination, and imagination is a very good thing to have. Steve, what's the can of drink on the desk in your KFC top photo? It's water. It's water, I can tell you. Here it is, posh water. Posh water. It's natural spring water in a can, canned at source from Austria. And it comes fizzy or still. What do you think I'm drinking? Goodness sake, honestly. Yes, drinking a G&T. I don't even like... I'm not drinking anything at all, actually, apart from water. Steve, a reminder, there's rugby at Twickenham tomorrow and Saturday. Oh, that's good. I'm not doing anything, actually. So I'm having a lazy weekend. Actually, do you say the weather's not going to be good this weekend? Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. I was hoping, because yesterday was sunny and I could have actually put the earth in the pots, but I didn't. So I was thinking about, perhaps I'll do something Friday. As long as I do the VAT this afternoon, I've got to get the VAT sorted. So here we go. So today, 14 degrees, light cloud, fresh breeze. Friday, rain. Saturday, rain. Sunday, rain. Monday, rain. Tuesday, okay. Wednesday okay, Thursday okay, and Friday the 28th, sunshine. But it's rain for the next 3 or 4 days. It's not good, is it, really? I wish I could be. But mind you, I'll be here. So don't worry about it too much. It should be okay. The plug in my car tyre is still holding good. Still holding very good. I went out driving yesterday, put my foot down, 30 miles an hour, and still the tyre pressure exactly the same. I've got it, it comes up calibrated, very clever. So now we're all imagining baked bread, a bloomer. I was watching one of the To the Manor Born, and she orders a bloomer in the local village shop, and it just reminds me of Tiger Loaf. They're nice, aren't they? They do the little rolls. We never discovered why they're called tiger, because of the stripes. Yeah, that's right. Looks like a tiger, it's as simple as that. Steve, I'm on my motorbike, and on the embankment I've just passed a man with a laptop and an eagle on his arm. Are you using it as a drone or what else on a busy road? It's to keep pigeons away. Yes, there is a man who goes around Trafalgar Square every morning, and he's got a kestrel, I think it is, and occasionally he will send it off, and it sends the pigeons scooting, because unfortunately pigeons are nesting at this time, and you know what a horrible mess they make. So that's what it is. It's the eagle, probably that one, and he's probably heading for Trafalgar Square, and he will stand there and send it. It's quite fascinating to watch. There he is. It's a peregrine falcon, isn't it? Harris hawk, sorry. And he's called Lemmy. And his job is not to hunt pigeons, but to deter them. In other words, when they see him, they scarper like there's no tomorrow. Because they're frightened, as indeed you would be. And it comes back to this bloke. They've been doing it for ages and ages. Unfortunately, you still get people feeding the pigeons, which is not a good idea. There used to be a man who used to sell birdseed there. There was a little cubicle, not a cubicle, whatever they call it, one of those little a kiosk. And they sold birdseed. And then people would have these filthy creatures sitting on their hands. Pigeons who walk through all sorts of muck and filth. Oh, dreadful. Steve. Another one here. Dave in Telford wants to find out that, bring on E.T., Steve, so we can prove the Godbrother is wrong, then they can go home. No, there ain't no E.T. It'd be lovely, wouldn't it, to think that there were. We'd all like to fantasise over that. Because there's quite a few people I'd like to send off to another planet. But we have been up there, and we've had a good look around, and there doesn't seem to be anything at the moment. But walking, definitely good. Definitely walking is the kind of thing that you should go for, because it makes you feel an awful lot better. So Penman Investigates. What he does every week, he sort of sorts out, basically crooks. And I don't know how he does it. There used to be 2 of them. Now he's doing it all by himself, and he's brilliant. But talking about Ricky Burgess, part of a gang that fleeced customers at Coutts. And they stole 1.2 million. Anyway, he's been jailed now for, I think, 2 years, and the other bloke, 14 months. And there are people like this all the time. People fall for different scams, and the scams are the things that he likes. There's one here, a cold caller. Now, I don't ever answer the telephone. If I don't know the number, and it's not in my phone, and I've got seriously a serious amount of numbers in the phone, I don't answer it, but some people like answering it. Dale was one of those people, but there are loads of reasons. This one goes, my name's Jared, I'm calling from Mason Gray. The reason for this call is that we've had an inquiry, and from your good self. What are they selling? They're selling whiskey barrels. I mean, they're not, but that's what they're trying to pretend that they are. And another issue, he says, was the brochure that I was sent, which uses a picture to suggest that it's based in an historic distillery. In fact, it has a registered office in Clapham. But the photo shows a distillery in Scotland. There are crooks all over the place, and he names and shames. It's really good. I love stuff like that. They do one on the television in the morning. They have people where they go and expose people I've seen loads of people. They had one man who was selling fire extinguishers at vastly inflated prices, and he would scare pensioners. I think Matt, somebody it was on, All Right, did it. And this bloke turns up. What they'd done is they'd actually got an actress, and she'd invited him round, and he went through his sales pitch. And what he was doing, he was selling a £30 fire extinguisher for about £1,500. I mean, he was a right crook. And so she's sitting there playing the little Miss Innocent and not knowing all about it. And he's basically putting the frighteners on her by saying, if you don't have this and you had a fire, think of the disaster, blah, 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 blah. And then Matt Allwright steps out from behind the curtain. And they never arrest them, no. And it was at that moment the bloke packed up his stuff and went off. There's people like that all the time. People knocking on your door going, we're just passing and we've seen a roof tile is loose. Next thing, £5,000 later, never ever trust any of these people. They're crooks. Anybody knocks on your door and tells you you've got a roof tile missing is a crook. Okay? It's as simple as that. But they were taking people to the bank machines to get the money out. One man's bank account was drained completely. Awful. Really is awful. People will take full advantage and they don't care. Trains are going to face a huge shake-up. Tell me about it at Waterloo. Till November. Could they not pull their finger out and work a little bit faster? So commuters returning to offices part-time will be able to buy flexible season tickets. As part of a radical shake-up of the rail industry, there'll be more options for pay-as-you-go, contactless and digital tickets on smartphones. They're going to return the control of trains and track to the state under a new public body to be called Great British Railways. The body will own and manage infrastructure, issue contracts to run trains and set most fares and timetables. Lovely. Not going to make it cheaper to get home. I don't mind that, actually. It would be a lot easier. Because it seems quite expensive. I mean, some people seem to pay a small fortune for their travel cards. And so if we can save money. And also, did you know, well, you probably do know this already if you go by train, buying a ticket does not guarantee you a seat. It just guarantees that they will get you from A to B. But there is no guarantee that you can have a seat on a train. Well, I don't let anybody sit next to me. I'm sorry, I'll put bags on the set. I mean, I'll bring in Rottweilers if necessary. I don't want anybody sitting next to me. I really don't. I think it's very unnecessary, especially in this day and age where we're still wearing masks. Thousands of people still flying in from India. I mean, the government have really screwed up big time on that one. So they've now faced ministers, fresh fury. Analysis by, of course, it was LBC that managed to set this precedent here. 110 planes have touched down at UK airports. 8,000 passengers have arrived. How many have isolated? You read the report. Depress yourself thoroughly. Daily Star. Didn't get Dawn Neeson's column. We had it the other day, actually, which was lovely. Also, Barack Obama says the world should take UFOs seriously. Oh, don't tell me he's gone round the bend. I couldn't bear it because we always liked him. And a publicity-shy man will not have to worry about avoiding the spotlight, as royal fans have vowed to boycott the LA Residents' new telly-series. Oh, they always call him the shy man, the unidentified person in America. And apparently one claimed they felt the couple have yet to be taken to task by any of the interviewers. Oh, well, they crawl round them, don't they? The Americans go, oh, were you in the royal family? You know, if ever you work for the royal family as a servant or something like that, you know, to get a job in America. They love stuff like that. They're big into it. Over here we just go, yeah, just a servant, darling, just a servant.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, 10 to 7, I know. Frightening, isn't it? Especially with the rain that's going to tip down. Oh, goodness me, honestly. Jill said our home phone rang yesterday and I said hello. And he said, David. I said, do I sound like a man? It was the hospital with my husband's test results. I get sent emails. I've got to remember on Monday, when I do the programme on Monday, I've got to fast for the whole programme. I've got to do 4 hours fasting before my CT scan. 4 hours? I don't know if I can cope with 4 hours. So what I'm going to do is, because it's not till 10:30, so I can drink water, I think, and then I'll have to stop drinking water. Yet, strange enough, the last thing I had to drink loads of water. In fact, they wanted me to drink as much water until I basically exploded. I go along with it. Steve, on your weekend off, does your sleeping pattern change? Do you have a line, or do you get up like you do weekdays? No, I don't. What I do is I wake up at the normal time because I've been doing it for such a long time. It works perfectly for me. I might have 2 or 3 pieces of toast with peanut butter. If I haven't got any peanut butter, then I don't have toast. I might have something else. I watch a little bit of television and then I fall asleep again. So it works quite well. I do it at the moment, actually. I wake up at a certain time in the evening and I watch a bit of television and I have a couple of cups of coffee, do my medication, and then I go, I'll just put my feet up, just close my eyes for a little bit. But it's fatal, as any of you listening will know at the moment. If you're sort of one of those people who gets up early in the morning and you sort of think, well, I've got alarm clocks, but I never wake up on alarm clocks. I wake up before the alarm clock. I've got 3 in the bedroom. I've got 1 in the sitting room, and I've got 2 in the bathroom. They're all over the place, definitely, basically, so that, but I've never overslept. Never overslept. It's my proud boast that I've always been here for the programme. Oh, that looks nice. Here's the bread from Elaine. Oh, that looks. Oh, you could break the bits off now, couldn't you, and put some nice butter on. Have you noticed how butter has got quite tasteless? I had some butter, unless it's my medication. I'll let you know in a few days. But that looked delicious, that bread. You could just see bread. You wouldn't need a knife to sort of cut it off. Oh, don't see. We've got all these places. They're called artisan bread. For that, Reed, we can charge you what we like. They sell it everywhere. Yeah, £3 a loaf, and you go, £3? I pay 89 pence for a sliced loaf in M&S. And they go, yeah, but it's not artisan, is it? I mean, I've lost track of how many. I like a French baguette. And you either get sort of a small one or you get the enormous one that you can use as a walking stick. And they look quite nice. And sometimes I put a sausage in it. Sometimes I don't. And I like stuff like that. Cheese and ham, anything like that. Squirt of mayo. I've got to get mayonnaise today. I think I might get that and another loaf of bread. Have some toast with... I do like my toast with peanut butter on. I really do. I get it all over the place. I'm really a messy eater, I'm afraid. I'm terrible. Bozo Johnson is risking a fresh pasting from critics after reports his posh wallpaper is already falling down. Honestly. Mr. Johnson's original £88,000 makeover, reportedly done by a designer, triggered a probe. Honestly, people are obsessed with things nowadays, aren't they? They really are. I didn't think people use wallpaper anymore. You see it in new houses, and you just generally have one wall done. It's like a feature wall, which I quite like. There was a bloke the other day on the television. It was an Irish family, and it was an Irish people who bought a house. Well, they bought a chapel, and they were having it all done up again. And I love it. It's like that Grand Designs. Only this was the Irish version. It was fantastic. I look at it and I think that's never going to work out. And then it was all finished. You go, oh my goodness me, that looks fantastic. Absolutely amazing. Steve, all that clocks, your house must look like a Salvador Dali painting. I wish. If I had a Salvador Dali painting, you think I'd be sitting here at this time of the morning? Probably yes. Oh, look, Rhiannon Sugden getting her boobs out again from about the umpteenth time. Honestly, it gets very tedious, doesn't it? The former Page 3 model, and nothing worse than being a former Page 3 model. That's like being a failure, isn't it? And they say, celebrity Big Brother star. No, she wasn't. She turned out to be so boring. So boring. Here's EastEnders fans laughing over the name of Brian Connolly's character. I don't want to read it out. I mean, I think it's all right, but but fans are laughing at it for some reason. And then campaigners, who? I've got no idea this applies to, are calling for dogs to be put in nappies to stop them fouling pavements. They go to the toilet. Just pick it up. Oh, dear. Anti-mess crusaders. Who are they? Anti-mess crusaders insist owners who refuse to wrap up their Bow Wow's bottom should face fines. I think anti-mess crusaders should face fines for being nosy little curtain twitchers. And woke. They say dog poo is a blight on our streets. It's not. It's not. Most dog owners, and I would think when I say most, I'm looking at a good 90+%, because if ever I see anybody whose dog is going to the toilet and they don't clear it up, they get a right mouthful from me, I'm telling you. Oi! Oi! Come back, clear it up, you dirty person. And they do. People clear it up. Dogs in the UK produce 900 tonnes of poo every day, and we don't want that to start finding its way into our streets, parks and footpaths. A dog owner from York, who wouldn't give his name, blamed leaving poo on lockdown laws, saying, I didn't want to get fined for wandering around looking for a bin instead of exercising. Oh, God, honestly, grow up, for God's sake. But no, most responsible dog owners, and most dog owners are responsible, have a little set of bags in their pocket. If you can't afford to buy little doggy poo bags, then use a carrier bag from the supermarket while you've still got them. Steve, I had a CAT scan yesterday, made by Toshiba. Couldn't find the radio or TV channel to watch at the same time. A CAT scan. don't know what that is. I spend my life having... must sound like that Pink Floyd song when all those clocks go off, says Pete. What time? Taken from Dark Side of the Moon. Yeah. He meant CT scan. Oh, right, CAT scan. It's a CT scan, yeah. Lovely. So glad you're there, Steve. You were missed. My friend Joe says you're like our comfort blanket. I'm not that big. Honestly, comfort blanket. I love it. Now you've been talking about crusty bread, says Dean. I'm going to have some with butter and strawberry jam. This looked like the best crusty bread we've ever seen. You know that when you opened it, you were going to get steam off it. But it's quite nice, actually. Surgeons had to scoop infected tissue from a businessman's finger after a spider bite. It was a venomous false widow, and they'd infested an old fruit and vegetable warehouse. Oh, I'm frightened about spiders. I look at spiders, I don't know what they are anyway. I'm really not very good at things like that. Ghastly. 8 out of 10 drivers dicing with death. They include drink and drug driving, not wearing a seatbelt, and posting selfies. Apparently, quite a large number of you, more than a fifth, have driven whilst over the alcohol limit. Highly dangerous. Highly dangerous. I mean, I wouldn't even think about it. Well, it doesn't affect me because I don't drink. God, sanctimonious or what? But no, it's very annoying. Very, very annoying. You do. I mean, I've sometimes been behind cars and I've seen people and I think to myself, you've had a drink. It's either that or you're blind and you can't see where you're going. It's very dangerous. They swerve. Or failing that, they start wandering or hugging the white line. Very dangerous. I have to tell you, actually, I have to apologise. I've got no little bit extra podcast today because of the problem that we had earlier on. We couldn't draw off the little bits and pieces. So today I am bereft. But I do have the programme. You can download the programme. But it will be back bigger and better than ever tomorrow.